hater, brother. Oh, I'm telling you, that's like you're way, 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 way. You're like weeks off. Shit. I mean, like, I wouldn't even know when that. I wouldn't even know when brother. He shit talking you. He shit talking you big time. Bro. She'll stuff you for sure. She's gonna get stuffed by his mom, yeah.
I'm sorry you're here for someone else, but it's good to see your face, and I really hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Sorry I'm here for someone else. I wish that I could stay and talk at the bar all by ourselves, but I'm here for someone else.
Love the next song too. Dude, like I really do enjoy the tracks. He is a little bit with it.
This is an emergency broadcast. To all pilots, a distress call has been triggered. Hostile pilots have been detected. Extreme caution in this system is advised. Hostile pilots.
Angron slammed me into the dock twice. Yeah, he ain't fucking parking up in here, no way. That's funny. He sure shit ain't allowed in this port. No, no. He left. Yeah. Damn. Fuck is that on the?
For whatever reason, they genuinely think that California Governor Gavin Newsom has an opportunity to become president. It's sheer delirium.
But he believes that actually Gavin Newsom
TLG?
is the future because
Are
of
we enemies?
because of his Hollywood
TLG?
grade instincts.
Hollywood great in what is
Oh,
Hollywood great.
yellow.
He writes sassy tweets because he has weird Gen Z social media managers, but everything he does is super awkward. He's literally gonna be another version of Tim Walz trying to like cosplay as an American person, a regular American, even though he grew up ultra rich and also has spent all his time destroying California.
And they think that he would crush J.D. Vance
Oh,
in
would he?
2028, saying Gavin Newsom has Hollywood grade instincts. He was made to perform, and in modern presidential politics, performance beats conviction 9 times out of 10. Newsom looks presidential.
Newsom looks presidential again with the optics. He doesn't even look presidential. He looks psychopathic.
In the way actors look heroic before they've done anything
He
heroic.
doesn't look heroic. He let the state burn down and become a zombie apocalypse. How does that tell you heroism at all?
At all. He understands the camera. He understands posture, pacing, pause.
What was that podcast on his podcast that he had Charlie Kirk on, where he was like sweating through his shirt and his pits? I was like, how is that heroic posture, pacing, and pause? Like he constantly crosses his legs in a way that no actual male can do. Like there's absurdity. Whatever opinion editorial article this is from Saturday or whatever needs to be immediately defunded.
He knows when to feign outrage, when to smirk, when to
smirk. I don't think he has any control over his face. He doesn't have control over his hands. He's constantly wiggling around. Like if he actually had Hollywood level poise, when he was talking about land grabs, because you remember he was talking about how Hawaii had the big fire in Lahaina, and there was giant land grabs, and there were people trying to purchase the rubble that they wouldn't let them build over. Newsom said, I reached out to that governor. I forgot what the Hawaiian governor is. But when I reached out to that governor, we talked about land grabs, and he couldn't help but dance. He was like, wait, we're talking about land grabs? And it's like, he literally could not contain his enthusiasm for the idea that they're going to be able to buy that top-tier beachfront property for pennies on the dollar. He hasn't, no.
lean forward, when to lower his voice. He takes up space effortlessly. Oh my gosh. Voters register this long before they process.
This doesn't look like an article from like a legitimate journalist. This looks like an article about One Direction written by a teenage girl.
Policy. I think this guy may be an idiot because
Yes.
all of that may be true to you, but again, people look at him and see BS.
Yes.
And it's not going to work out.
Well, see, the writer is correct when he says acting.
Yeah,
and when
exactly.
he says instead of Hollywood grade, it's Hollywood made. And to Griff's point, that is the exact problem with Gavin Newsom, because it is an act, right? This is a guy who speaks from all outs. You know.
Because they want a guy like J.D. Vance. A guy like J.D. Vance that can get a meme written about him where he's like fat with weird like permed out hair and a mullet, and he can dress up as like Halloween. He's kind of like every American. Like he grew up with a, sad to say, I think it was his grandmother or mother, drug addicted parent, in abject poverty. That's what a lot of Americans what resonates with a lot of Americans. Gavin Newsom saying, "Oh yeah, when I had hoop dreams," and it's like, no, you went to this college, you didn't make it to the field at all. Or his picture of him with his Burberry or whatever designer scarf he is, and he's all looking all good and everything. It's like, no, that's not the average American experience. Nobody identifies with what you went through as a kid.
All different sides of his mouth.
Fancy boy,
He
yes.
changes his beliefs on a whim based off of where he thinks the political headwinds are blowing. And then what I also found interesting is that debate that Sean Hannity moderated between Governor Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, the thing that nobody needed. Remember, this was COVID times. This was when neither one of them were going to run for president. California was suffering, and he had time to go over there and do a debate with Ron DeSantis, who thought he was a front runner too. Because I'm telling you right now, I like Ron DeSantis' politics. Ron DeSantis is the ultimate operations manager in what the country would need. I would like a Ron DeSantis as a VP to get stuff done in the background, kind of like how you have
Like, it's even,
Steve Jobs. Tim
everyone
Cook
else
for
can hear
Apple.
it too. You're welcome to come
Steve
back.
Jobs is the face. He's the visionary. He knows what to do. Tim
Now it's
Cook is the operations manager. He can get it done.
Everyone knows that. You're welcome back.
Ron DeSantis has massive floodings or a bridge goes down.
You
almost
can't deny it.
instantaneously He has it built out. They need a place to put all these immigrants they're deporting. Bring back an old prison to make it into Alligator Alcatraz, like overnight. He can get stuff done. But when you saw him running for president, sad to say, good Lord, I have not seen a more mismanaged campaign for president ever of a guy that we liked. We wanted to root for Ron DeSantis. We wanted him to be a good leader. But him walking out there with those boots, and then when they say, raise your hand if, I forgot what the question was, but at a debate, raise your hand if you would do this thing for Americans. And I think it was Vivek Ramaswamy just put his hand up and said, yeah, I would do it. And you saw Ron DeSantis, yeah, I would stand up for Americans. Like, he is a terrible presidential candidate. It's a certain quality that Donald Trump definitely has. J.D. Vance is starting to catch on to it. Like, he hasn't been the greatest face of a movement, getting people excited. Like, what is it? I think his politics will be destructive to New York City. But Zohran Mamdani can get people excited about politics, get people motivated to get in the booths. Ron DeSantis doesn't do it. Governor Gavin Newsom definitely does it because you wouldn't trust him to walk your dog while you're out of town. I don't trust him at the helm of the White House.
He was actually very unimpressive. Gavin Newsom.
Incredibly.
And his wife even had to like come to his defense and bail him out of it because he was getting his clock cleaned.
And then here's the thing is, a lot of the people aren't gonna like him when they dig up his history. All the stuff the big thing that's gonna haunt him during the election season is, one, the fires, but two, him sleeping with his campaign manager's wife, which I believe was his best friend, like him apologizing for it. But then also the montage of him saying, this year we're gonna fix homelessness. This year we're gonna fix homelessness. Next year we're gonna fix homelessness. Like, this constant campaigning for something that he has zero control over, and people are getting wealthy beyond their imagination on the back end. That is his legacy. The French Laundry. That is gonna haunt him. Him going to his fancy restaurant for himself while everybody else was locked down. Him letting his kids go to private in-person learning while all the peasant class couldn't go back to school anymore. Constant double standards for the wealthy elites and you is gonna haunt him.
He's a lightweight.
And Griff, there's clearly a very strong case to prosecute against him when you look at soaring housing costs, homelessness, massive taxes. People.
What is it? 35,000 increase in homelessness, even with 24 billion spent. And the crazy part is, the 35,000 homelessness increase is not counting for the 2 deaths a day in California, or is that just in Los Angeles? Just like I said, the churn rate. This is atrocious. I'm even making this analogy, but the churn rate with viewership on YouTube. Well, you always need to be getting 10 more subscribers a day or 10 more viewers a day because you're going to be losing 5 a day at the same time. They have a churn rate of homelessness in Los Angeles where people
watching Quinn, bro. I love watching Quinn die.
I'll watch him at the beginning of the leagues too. Yeah, absolutely.
But fucking Cute Dog had given me God, it was like fully, I forget what it was called. It was like Shadow of the Lightless or something like that.
Yeah.
And you needed to have all awakened items like off the or is that what it was? No, not awakened.
Oh, Cirrus.
No, it's before Cirrus was in the game. What is the star background?
Celestial items. All celestial items, and
yeah, but they had a name that was tied to the boss. What's his name?
Shaper.
Yeah,
There's Shaper and Elder.
I forget if it was Shaper or Elder, but you needed one of them. I think it was Shaper. I think you needed full Shaper items because every Shaper item you had gave you added something, and then you could double dip with Winter's Orb if you did that. So I had that chest piece on, and every single thing, including my Headhunter. My Headhunter was on a Shaper base.
Jesus Christ.
And Q-Dog gave it.
I don't even know how you do that. Oh, I guess you had to like you had the ancient orbit, right?
Yeah. I think you could chance orb the belts.
Yeah.
And if it was on that base, it kept it.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, and it
that's crazy. What the
and
fuck?
it was like double corrupted too. Q-Dog gave me like the sickest setup ever, and then he would just like watch me blast, and he was like, "You're a juicer now, bro.
Yeah.
You're a juicer." And that was back when you could self curse and you had all of that shit. So the self curse interacted not only with the headhunter buffs, but kept the winner's orb duration up. So you'd press it once at the start of the map.
Yeah, you had the what was it called? Temporal bindings.
Yeah.
So
you had that
remember hit that like
curse setup going.
I did the same thing.
Oh, so
that'd
good.
be great
And
too.
the best part about PoE
I'm on YouTube and Twitch, so
was as you got
if
more
you're on my
buffs,
Twitch, go
you
say
get
hi
that
to my
ring.
YouTube.
I don't know which
It's in
buff
the
it was, but it
description
made a
below.
race
If you're
car
on my
sound.
YouTube,
So your
go say hi to
character,
my
as you
Twitch.
went faster, would literally go. And I was like, the game knows how fast I want to go. Yeah, so I played a little bit of PoE. A little bit of PoE, as you can tell.
Just a little bit, right?
Just a little bit.
So, what do you think nowadays of Twitch? You've been gone for a bit. You're back. How has Twitch changed?
A lot.
A lot?
Like, what the fuck happened?
What the fuck happened? Yeah.
Okay, so good shit that happened while I was gone. Sketch.
I like Sketch. He's funny.
Sketch was funny.
Yeah.
I liked watching his clips. I think Yugi and Arky,
They're so funny.
they are fucking hilarious.
They have the energy of the hyenas from The Lion King.
Holy fuck, are those two funny?
They're so good.
I
Oh my
fucking
God.
love those guys.
Hilarious. Yeah, they're great.
So those are a big plus for me.
Yeah,
And they're young too,
they are.
which is cool.
I mean,
Because I remember having conversations like back in the day where we're like, nobody knew is
yeah,
gonna
there's
come
no
up.
like that was the thing is like there were no new streamers coming up until the W community. Like there was just like this massive disconnect where from like the ages, it's weird, right? From like the ages like 24 or 25 to like 30, there's like very, very few streamers.
Do you ever look at like your audience age numbers?
I do.
What's it look like?
Basically 90-something% of my audience is in between 24 and 40.
Yeah, mine is
That's
like,
it.
according to Twitch.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't really put too much faith in their stats. There's no
If
way
you
that they
could
were
put
finding
faith in
stats.
if you could put enough faith into those stats, Twitch wouldn't need to spam 5,000 ads to make up for it. Okay.
Dude, I was sitting in your channel, and I literally I wasn't sub. My bad. I owe you. You know. And I got an ad, but no ad played.
Yes.
It just said, "Be right back." Like after this ad, basically. I sent you
Hope
a
you're
picture.
having a
of
great
it.
morning.
I like don't
Great day.
understand.
No,
what
they
even
just
happened.
so
New Year.
basically they play ads for Twitch Turbo, but I don't get paid for them. So basically, like I'm supposed to be getting paid for these Twitch Turbo ads, and I used to because it was like a yellow bar on my ad revenue. And I went on vacation, and I was making like I'm not even kidding, like $1,000 a day doing this. I come back, and they fixed the glitch.
You know what I used to
I'm not
do?
making any money off of it now.
I think I told you this. You know I used to run ads on your channel every now and then for you
Probably, yeah.
because you didn't do it.
I didn't know that.
And I would just every now and then I'd be like, he can run one ad today. And I just, everybody in chat's probably gonna hate me when they see this, but yeah, no, I would go on your stream and I was like, this guy's like too much of a martyr. And I just like run an ad.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck them. Yeah,
This is
fuck them.
like,
There you go.
This is maybe like 6 years ago.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did it during Lost Ark a few times.
I appreciate
I
that.
would, yeah,
Thanks.
I would, I'd be
Yeah,
like,
it was
oh,
great.
I was like, he's got like 500,000 viewers right now. I'm gonna run one ad for
Yeah,
him,
what are they
bro.
gonna do?
Yeah, like, dude, it was like, if I ran like a 1 minute 30-second ad every now and then, because I had editor. I don't
Well,
even.
you had that idea recently that you were like, well, what are you going to do with your other channel? I'm like, I don't know. You're like, what if you played video games on that channel only, and then you just did ads on that because we have the ad deal?
Yeah.
And it was like, actually, I mean, like the worst part about it is that it's such a good idea.
Well, that's
It
kind
is.
of
It's
always
such a good
been-
idea.
okay, so this actually kind of
So
goes
Luke-
back to the phase.
Yeah.
So
You know,
Luca's
we can
leaving.
talk about Twitch as a whole
Back and
because I
forth,
do
yeah.
love like.
Well, that's a big thing about Twitch. Really.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they've been popping off
And
past
like,
2 years.
you know, Yugi and Arky, those are like two of my highlights, but there are a lot of highlights, and then we can go into the bad stuff. But one of the main things with the phase situation that I keep in the back of my mind is I saw these creators who I genuinely, I don't know any of them, but just as somebody who's kind of been in their place, wish the absolute best for it. Like, I really want them to make like the right decision at this point.
It is really crazy for me to see them going through the same problems that we went through.
Slightly
having the
different.
same-
Slightly different.
History
but, yeah.
doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes.
Exactly.
Yep,
Exactly.
absolutely.
And I kind of think back
him.
to, like, I think it might have been Lacey or what's the other guy's name?
There's Lacey, Ron, Silky, Adapt.
It was either
Jason.
Adapt. He's not a new
I'm
guy.
bothering him enough.
Adapt's
He's been around forever.
What a legend! I'm so happy
Yeah.
for him because I've known of his work since I started at MLG.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but the thing is like I keep seeing a few of them being like, oh, we're gonna make like a new thing, and I don't think they should.
I was like screaming. I was like, no, don't do it.
Don't. Because here's the thing. Look at what we're doing right now,
Yeah.
right? It's very rare that you find someone that you work really well with on a business level.
And on a long-term level. That's another big thing, too.
Because there needs to be it's a weird relationship
Yeah.
that is, in some ways, it's like the most natural thing ever, and in other ways, you have to have this comfort with the unnatural parts of it
Yeah.
that you can't kind of make up.
Yeah.
Like, I can come to you and think I have the best idea ever.
Yeah.
And be like, this is how it's going to make money. This is what the idea is. And you can look me bold face, dead in the eyes and be like, you're an idiot. And
Nope.
I don't like this.
Yeah, and then also even talking about money, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's not awkward or weird
Yeah.
or something like that. But with other people, sometimes it's like it's very hard to do that because like there's not a degree of honesty, right? There has to be like a degree of honesty and a degree of just like forwardness that if you don't have that, you're just fucked.
I think the first thing that I would say is it doesn't matter, in phase. I'm sure a lot of them are real friends.
Yeah,
And I'm sure a lot of them also would not be friends if they weren't getting a bunch of views.
Definitely.
And you don't know who that is yet.
Yeah.
You haven't been streaming with them long enough. You haven't been making content with them long enough. There are a lot of people
Yeah,
I thought
more
I'd be friends with
Right.
forever.
Morty on.
I'm
Things
not.
change.
And
Yeah.
I'm not upset about it, and I don't regret making content with them, and I don't look back at the memories poorly.
Yeah.
They're some of the best memories I have in my life.
Hello.
Our relationship's
What up, baby?
always been different.
Yeah,
And
we've known each
Okay,
other.
baby
Yeah.
doll.
But
I'll be over
I also
it. I'll be
don't-
down with you.
It wasn't like it happened. Like, it's not like we worked on it. It just was. That's how it was.
I feel like that's the way it happens whenever you meet. It's the same with me and S-Fan.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because I like as soon as I met S-Fan, we were like immediately hanging out,
I know.
talking, same with like us, right?
Yeah.
And so it was like just not really a big thing. But like there are other people that, there are some people that you're friends with first and associates with and partners with second, and then vice versa.
The first time I met
Yeah.
S-Fan, when you introduced me to him,
Yeah.
I didn't even ask about content or what he was doing. Like, I didn't even know. I and I'm not like, this isn't like he was a bigger content creator than me.
He was.
I didn't care.
Yeah.
I hadn't watched a stream yet.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know where he was streaming, and it never came up. We just talked, and like that was what it was like back then.
Yeah.
When you came on, I mean, originally when I started the podcast, with Hotted,
Right.
and you were the first guest, I didn't like go look up your viewership numbers ahead of time. When we were making like OTK game shows, we looked up everybody's viewership numbers.
sure
because that's
did.
what we were doing, you know. And I feel like when I look at FaZe right now and what these guys should do, like I'm gonna call out Vegito right now.
Ooh.
I love that guy.
Yeah.
You already have him. You can make the content already. Why do you need to make a formalized org? This is what I recommend. Have people like Vegito around, right? Vegito is great.
If you guys can't figure out how to pay somebody collectively without somebody getting their feelings hurt or pissed off, especially with how much money they're making, you have no business getting in business together, okay? Like, you can't even figure out one employee. Pack it the fuck up.
The person who streamed, it's on the event. Keep making events. You guys have made great events, right? Outside looking in, I didn't see this motherfucker making events when I was gone.
And you fucking won't either. Absolutely.
Hey, man, I got some ideas.
I'll be reacting.
I got some ideas, bro. But yeah, no, the thing is like, I saw a lot of those clips.
Yeah.
And I think they did. It was really cool to see, you know. You talk about like a high point of Twitch. It was really enjoyable for me. Kind of like, it even though I don't know these guys, and I'm gonna say on parasocial right
it's
now,
like vicarious.
It was nostalgia in a weird
Exactly.
way for me.
I felt the same way with Aiden Ross. Like
Yeah.
I would watch Aiden, and I was like, holy fuck, that's what I used to do. And it's like, oh man, I feel like I'm part of it. And then I look at the phone and it says 2025. What?
Yep. Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What
There's
the
this like
fuck?
weird feeling of like, oh man, I'm proud of these like young guys
Yeah.
who are like doing.
Somebody's carrying it on.
Yeah, and it's because it's like you remember how good those memories were,
Yeah.
and how high the highs were, and you want to see that happen.
Yeah,
to
you want to see new people be able to have that same experience and enjoy it and be happy.
The people who like don't want that for other people and who are really jealous, they'll never be happy.
Yeah,
too,
hose mad.
right? Like,
Yeah.
that's the thing. If you're like, oh man, I still want to have, dude, it's okay when those moments are over and you can still look back.
Dude,
on,
there's nothing that's more sad and pathetic than some of these people that are like, it's like you're over like 30 years old and you're still trying to hang out with like 21-year-olds, 23-year-olds. Like, I'm not going to name any names or anything like this. Like, everybody knows who it is. And so it's just like if you're doing that, like age
you
gracefully.
Gotta, remind me after. You got to tell me. 'Cause I don't
Oh,
know
I've
who
got a
you're talking
list.
about. Okay.
And so, yeah, immediately. And so, no, I mean, like, just in general, like, doing that, like, it's okay to get older. It's okay. Like,
Yeah.
you don't always have to be 23 your whole life. You don't have to be 21 your whole
You
life.
ever read Great Expectations?
No, I haven't.
Oh, dude, it's great.
Okay.
You need a little Dickens in your life. Bro.
Uh-huh.
There's this character though, Miss Havisham,
Yeah.
and she's basically just in her wedding dress still.
Oh.
Like the entire time.
Yeah.
And she's like a weird character that's like super involved
Yeah.
with like main character, but she's like living in the past. That's like the whole idea. She's this old, decrepit lady who's still in her
Yeah.
wedding dress, and at the very end, she like knocks a candle with her wedding dress and catches on fire.
Uh-huh.
And that's what those people are like to me. I
Yeah.
just have this mental image of an old lady on fire in her wedding dress who can't
Yeah.
move on from the
Well,
past.
it's like either that or like just like the very, very stereotypical guy that's still wearing his Letterman jacket.
Yeah, that's
Right.
probably more relevant than my like weird
Yeah.
Charles Dickens reference.
Well, I feel like the ending of that is crazy. though.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's a good book.
DJ
But
Ronnie,
yeah,
gee,
no, I
welcome.
see like a lot of those people.
Holy
and
shit,
it
man,
is
run.
sad, but there's a lot of happiness
Yeah,
seeing like the
girlfriend,
new guys.
I'm
do all
I'm
this
so
stuff.
happy to see them do well. I am.
Yeah,
Like whenever
they're
I see
talented.
Yeah, they're funny.
Welcome,
and, like,
DJ
they're-
Ronnie
like,
G.
And the thing is, like, I'll
How
go
you
back
doing,
and
buddy?
watch
Happy
clips
New
of, like,
Year.
us whenever we were like a lot younger.
Yeah,
And it's like, yeah, same. All right, yeah, exactly.
we had some crazy ones.
Yeah, we did, and that's how it was, and like that's
Happy
the
New
part of it,
Year.
right? And like now, you know, I'm a bit older, and I still like doing the stuff like that sometimes too, but it's not the same thing,
There's
right?
stuff
It's a
that I
little bit
want to
different.
do. A lot of the stuff that I want to do,
Yeah,
it's like it's very different than what
Yeah,
we've
it's
done.
different.
Because why redo the same thing?
we did that.
We did it, and we did it fucking
It
well.
was, oh man, I had so much fun. Oh my god,
we did
we had
it so
much fun.
well.
Yes.
I
China's People's Liberation Army is currently in their second day of large-scale military drills happening near Taiwan that they codenamed Justice Mission 2025. Now, allegedly, these are the most extensive exercises to date involving live fire components and simulations of encircling and blockading the island, which is, as most people are aware, probably a main goal of China to do eventually. There's a lot of folks that speculate that somewhere between this year and 2027, they believe that there is a high % chance that China is going to attempt to not only blockade Taiwan, but then take over the island. That's what a lot of military analysts and a lot of geopolitical analysts believe is something that is a very high possibility and probability. But again, none of this stuff is guaranteed. In any case, these exercises began on the 29th of December of 2025, and they were a joint venture between the People's Liberation Army Navy, the People's Liberation Army Air Force, the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, and the People's Liberation Army Coast Guard. Some of the big activities that they were conducting during this was live fire rocket and artillery launches into designated zones north and south of Taiwan, simulated blockades of major ports like Keelung, which is in the north, and Kaohsiung, which is in the south, anti-submarine drills, precision strikes on maritime and aerial targets, and patrols to demonstrate anti-access and aerial denial capabilities. In addition to all that, they deployed a lot of warships, fighter jets, bombers, drones, and long-range rockets. Now, there were maps that were released by Chinese authorities that showed 7 exercise zones that were expanded from initial announcements of 5, and some of them were closer to Taiwan's coast than in previous drills, with minimum distances as low as 4.7 to 8.7 nautical miles in certain areas. Now, the live fire phases took place on December 30th and lasted about 10 hours from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. local time. Taiwan's Ministry of Defense reported detecting high activity, including up to 130 PLA aircraft, many crossing the Taiwan Strait median line, dozens of naval vessels and Coast Guard ships, some entering Taiwan's contiguous zone within 24 nautical miles. So part of Justice Mission 2025, which was these large-scale exercises that the Chinese military was conducting, the People's Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command and affiliated media accounts released a bunch of propaganda videos featuring aerial footage of Taipei 101, which is Taiwan's iconic skyscraper and the island's tallest building. They released a short 13-second monochrome clip from a PLA reconnaissance drone showing a bird's eye view of the Taipei 101 with clearly visible surrounding structures like the Taipei Dome, things like that. They even put music in there, a music titled "So Near, So Beautiful, Anytime to Taipei." Now, the drone was widely identified as a Tango Bravo 001 twin-tailed Scorpion, which is a long-endurance reconnaissance strike unmanned aerial vehicle capable of high-altitude operations, and analysts estimate that the footage was captured from approximately 130 to 135 kilometers away west of the Taiwan Strait median line, which would demonstrate long-range optics but not overflying Taipei airspace directly. Now, obviously, this is just a psychological operation from China's military to continue producing, propaganda footage to show them, hey, look, we can see your tallest building from where we're traveling around at. In addition to that, they released a whole bunch of other propaganda footage as well, simulating what it would look like to have a land invasion of Taiwan, showcasing there's probably some AI footage mixed in there of like robot dogs being used, robot soldiers, like AI robot soldiers running around with rifles and stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of wild things. Plus, they also demonstrated this thing that's supposed to be like a drone mothership that deploys hundreds of drones out of the side of it, which you've probably seen footage of at some point or another. In any case, Taiwan responded with some heightened alerts, rapid response exercises, radio warnings to People's Liberation Army vessels, and deployment of its own forces, including F-16 Victor jets, Mirage 2000s, and HIMARS systems, showcased in a lot of their own propaganda videos, which they've put out quite a few of recently. Specifically, the Taiwan Ministry of Defense has put out a whole bunch of counter propaganda videos to show, hey, look, we have a strong military too. We're just as capable of defending this island, or this island is China is in attacking it, and part of that is called Firm Defend. And you can see they released an image that was like an overlay of the PLA's blockade plan, and it says Firm Defend, Sovereignty, Democracy, Freedom. Anyway, China's Eastern Theater Command describes the exercise as a, quote, stern warning against Taiwan independence separatist forces and external interference, and some of the primary triggers for this are going to be like the U.S. announcement of a record $11.1 billion arms package to Taiwan, including HIMARS rocket systems, ATACMS missiles that are capable of reaching mainland China, which were approved this past month. In addition to that, statements from the Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi suggest that Japan might also intervene in a Taiwan contingency, which obviously pissed China off because they're like, mind your own business. This isn't your fight, So this is supposed to be the 6th major People's Liberation Army exercise targeting Taiwan since 2022, following Nancy Pelosi's visit back then. But a lot of analysts note that it's much larger in scope, with the explicit focus on blockading ports and deterring intervention from allies like the United States and Japan. Now, as a result of this, there's been hundreds of flights delayed or canceled from the Taiwanese mainland, with over 100,000 passengers affected. There's been maritime routes that have been rerouted, like fishing vessels, any other type of boating vessels. It's been a big disruption for any type of civilian traffic. Obviously, Taiwan condemned the drills as, quote, military intimidation, which destroys regional peace, even though a lot of residents of Taiwan have dismissed it as routine coercion because they've just been known to do this before. So President Trump just kind of downplayed some of the concerns for for Taiwan, saying that he has, quote, a great relationship with Xi Jinping and is not worried. A lot of the international perspectives of other countries view this as tensions escalating, but there's been no immediate actual escalation reported, as far as like nothing super crazy happened other than China just conducting these drills. And when I mean like nothing significant happened outside of drills, what I mean is there's been no shots fired at Taiwanese vessels. There's been no shots fired from Taiwanese vessels to Chinese vessels, and the exercises appear to be set to conclude on the 30th of December without any further extensions announced this time. Now, the People's Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command officially described the drills on focusing on joint operations to test sea and air combat readiness, seize comprehensive battlefield superiority, and blockade key ports and areas, as well as conducting all-dimensional deterrence outside of the island chain. Some of the key components of this were they were going to be sealing off major ports, cutting sea lanes, establishing dominance of Taiwan in order to prevent potential intervention from allies. On December 30th, these involved 10 hours of rocket/artillery firing into maritime targets north and south of the island. There's deployment of Army, Navy, destroyers, frigates, Air Force fighters, bombers like the J-16, rocket forces shooting long-range rockets and missiles, drones, Coast Guards, vessels. And then in addition to that, there's a bunch of deterrence signaling, including anti-access and aerial denial capabilities to block external forces, with a bunch of propaganda getting pushed out showing blockades, precision strikes, and all kinds of things like that. Now, the People's Liberation Army released a bunch of live fire actions, including warships and ground forces launching multiple launch rockets. There's a ton of video footage, propaganda footage put out there. Now, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense and Presidential Office strongly condemned the drills as unilateral provocation, military intimidation, and actions that destroy regional peace, labeling China the, quote, biggest destroyer of peace in the Taiwan Strait. Some of the measures they took as a response to this was, they established an emergency response center detecting up to 130 People's Liberation Army aircraft, many of them crossing the median line, dozens of warships, Coast Guard vessels entering the contiguous zone. They also deployed air, naval, and Coast Guard forces, issued radio warnings to approaching People's Liberation Army vessels, and conducted drills to rehearse repelling incursions. They also released their own imagery and videos of their own assets in action as counter-propaganda videos to emphasize their readiness that their troops and their, population have. Now, in addition to these drills happening, there was footage released of Dongfeng intercontinental ballistic missile launchers being transported throughout China, specifically in late December, around 29 December, 30 December. And there was a bunch of images and videos circulating on social media, defense news sites showing what appeared to be mobile transporter erector launchers for China's Dongfeng series intercontinental ballistic missiles, disguised as large mobile cranes branded with Zoomlion markings. Now, Zoomlion is a major Chinese construction machinery manufacturer that's based in the Hunan province, known for producing heavy cranes and equipment and stuff like that. And a lot of these sightings occurred on public highways in China, with dash cam footage and photos capturing convoys of these vehicles in motion down the highway, which means that obviously Chinese citizens were the ones that captured this footage. So I wonder if anybody's going to find out who filmed them, because obviously it wasn't a government official. If it was, it'd be kind of weird, But the disguises basically were like yellow paint schemes, which are common for construction equipment globally, even though Zoomlion cranes are typically green. The crane-like superstructures, counterweights, cabs, booms, and even hooks to enhance the deception. There's also removable coverings that mimic Zoomlion's all-terrain crane models that were essentially made to look like covers for those cranes. A lot of analysts suggest that the primary missile involved is likely the DF-41, which is China's most advanced road mobile solid fuel intercontinental ballistic missile, and has a range of up to 15,000 kilometers and can carry multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, also known as MIRVs, with up to 10 to 12 warheads. So anyway, a lot of people were talking about that. This was happening like coincidentally during the same time that they were conducting all of their military exercises exercises, so it made a lot of people paranoid, as you can imagine. Now, the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force operates these systems as part of China's nuclear deterrent strategy, and they emphasize on deception, dispersion, and rapid deployment of these things in order to evade satellite surveillance, AI-based detection, and potential preemptive strikes, which is why they probably move them around pretty frequently. Now, disguising these mobile transporter erector launchers as civilian vehicles allows them to blend into highway traffic, industrial areas, or construction sites, which makes it difficult to detect them with satellite imagery or any other intelligence gathering apparatuses that any type of modern day military has at their disposal. For example, in earlier 2025, there were sightings of Dongfeng 41 launchers that were camouflaged for forested terrain, basically like with coverings that look like logs, things like that. There's also historical reports of similar crane disguises that, date back to around 2020. And again, the timing kind of coincides with Justice Mission 2025 drills around Taiwan, so it made a lot of people paranoid that they were potentially considering the idea of testing out intercontinental ballistic missiles during these exercises. In addition to other countries condemning these actions, there's an organization called the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, also known as IPAC, which is a cross-party group of parliamentarians from over 30 democracies focused on coordinating responses to challenges posed by the Chinese Communist Party. And they issued a statement in direct response to the ongoing Justice Mission 2025 military exercises taking place around Taiwan. It included bilingual texts, both English and Chinese, along with 3 accompanying images that likely contained a full statement of some kind. But the exact wording of the statement's not publicly transcribed, but essentially they were describing the actions that China's People's Liberation Army were taking as, quote, escalatory, provocative, and unjustified. And they criticized the aggressive rhetoric that the Chinese, People's Liberation Army and Communist Party have been putting out, as well as highlighting risks to regional peace and global economic stability. And they called for a coordinated international deterrence measure, including sanctions and defense cooperation. Now, the Taiwan Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly responded to IPAC's post and thanked them for raising concern over the PLA's provocations, and they expressed eagerness to collaborate with like-minded partners to defend regional peace and stability. Now, obviously, as you can tell, the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China is a big advocate for Taiwan, and they repeatedly condemn Beijing for military coercion tactics and things like that. Outside of those initial statements, they didn't really do anything. It's pretty much just talking, so they don't really have much of an impact other than like raising awareness about things that Beijing do that are considered coercive. Now, separately, one of the things that's an interesting development from this is the fact that there were recent sightings of M1A2 Tango Abrams tanks in Taiwan's response exercises, which literally entered active service in late 2025, with the 1st Battalion being commissioned on October 31st of 2025, which means that this sighting is considered like one of the first sightings since Taiwan received these tanks. Now, there was videos and photos showing these M1A2 Tango Abrams main battle tanks operated by Taiwan moving on public roads and participating in what were described as rapid response exercises, which the activities were being portrayed as a direct counter to the ongoing Justice Mission 2025 PLA drills. There's been photos and video of them seen in low light or at night conditions convoying on highways with support vehicles, essentially to emphasize mobilization and readiness, with claims that this is the first time the M1A2 Tango.
You have to remember, when it comes to accidents,
Which lighthouse?
When it comes to accidents, technically these vehicles are. Wow, I feel very. Did he have meta glasses on? Oh, he did.
Motorcycle?
If you put a motorcycle engine. I don't know if it's my pad because I got fatter, but I noticed like riding that wheel after a while, fucking my lower back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your shoulders. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your shoulders. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your shoulders. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your shoulders. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your anus. Your anus, your shoulders, your anus, your shoulders, your anus, your shoulders, your anus, your shoulders. Try to your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus, your shoulders. Try to relax your anus. Your anus, your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your shoulders, your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your shoulders. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your shoulders. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your anus. Your anus, your shoulders, your anus, your shoulders, your anus, your shoulders, your anus, your shoulders. Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus, your shoulders. Try to relax your anus.
Alright, everybody.
Your anus, your anus.
Few more minutes.
Relax your anus. Your shoulders, your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your shoulders. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your shoulders. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your anus. Your anus. Your anus, your shoulders, your anus, your shoulders, your anus, your shoulders, your anus, your shoulders. Try to relax your anus. Your shoulders.
I'm sorry you're here for someone else, but it's good to see your face, and I really hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry I'm here for someone else. I wish that I could stay and talk at the bar all by ourselves, but I'm here for someone else.
This is an emergency broadcast. To all pilots, a distress call has been triggered. Hostile pilots have been detected. Extreme caution in this system is advised. Hostile pilots.
Welcome back, everyone.
Has been deployed, quote, in active combat service or rapid response drills specifically tied to countering the current People's Liberation Army SNAP exercises. Now, like I said, these tanks entered service in late 2025 with the 1st Battalion commissioning on October 31st of 2025, only a few months ago. And they actually conducted their first off-base combat readiness exercise on December 23rd of 2025, involving battalion-level patrols and protection of critical infrastructure. Now, back in 2019, Taiwan ordered 108 M1A2 Tango tanks as part of an armored modernization effort of their military. And there are 38 of them delivered in December of 2024, 42 in mid-2025, and a remaining approximately 28 expected to come in 2026. They've been assigned primarily to the 584th Armored Brigade in northern Taiwan for defending beachheads and key areas like Taipei approaches. Like the rest of the Abrams you've seen, they have a 120mm main gun. They've got some pretty advanced optics, much more advanced than the ones that you've seen donated to Ukraine, and enhanced protection tailored for Taiwan's terrain. Now, these tanks are going to bolster Taiwan's, multi-layered defense strategy against amphibious threats, complementing systems like the HIMARS rocket systems that are showcased in a lot of these propaganda videos that Taiwan puts together. But as of yet, I haven't seen any live fire component or live fire exercises conducted with these, other than these just, videos of the tank movements and stuff being conducted during the blockade, or the simulated blockade, sorry. Separately, there was another action that happened involving Chinese Coast Guard vessels and Taiwanese patrol boats as well during these exercises. Specifically on December 30th, a Chinese Coast Guard Hutao 1 class patrol gunboat, hull number 14609, was intercepted and shadowed by a much smaller Taiwanese Coast Guard Administration 100-ton patrol boat, hull number Papa 182. Now, reports and footage indicate that the Chinese vessel intentionally entered waters claimed by Taiwan as restricted or prohibited, and that prompted the Taiwanese Coast Guard response. Now, a lot of people speculate that these happened in waters near the Matsu Islands based on propaganda broadcasts, but because of the fact that the Chinese Coast Guard vessel is 600 tons, this Taiwanese 100-ton vessel was able to maneuver into position very quickly. to respond to it. Now, apparently, Taiwanese personnel issued repeated radio warnings and broadcast like propaganda messages stating things like, quote, working for Taiwan independence leads only to death. Now, there weren't any physical rammings or anything like that that happened there, or any water cannon use or escalation beyond close shadowing and verbal warnings, which is good because during a major military exercise like that, tensions were probably extremely high. So in any case, these drills that the People's Liberation Army of China conducted on the 29th and 30th of December appear to have concluded without any further extension on December 30th. And fortunately, no kinetic escalations have occurred for now.
Hey there friends, how's it going? I've played this game before and I really wanted to show it to you. It's called Teardown. It's a really unique game where you have to pull off multiple different types of missions and heists and you can destroy everything. It really makes you think outside the box and you can do...
Christmas time and holiday season is finally here and cities all over the world are dressing up. And my home country of Russia is no exception, especially Moscow. Russia wants to create an image of a rich and a very prosperous place. And Russia's capital is spending record amounts on lights and decorations in the city. And while the government propaganda and Moscow residents post videos all over social media showing Moscow as the ultimate winter wonderland, the Russian people living in the rest of Russia are feeling a little bit differently. Yes, so this is actually a trend on Russian social media right now in which Russian people are showing the Christmas lights and the decorations in their city and pretending to be amazed at them kind of ironically as a joke, while also comparing the decorations in their cities to the ones in Moscow. And quite obviously, the Christmas lights in a lot of cities of the rest of Russia are not really holding up, to say the least. But why is this actually happening? Is the Christmas spirit in Russia simply just not for everyone? Hey there people, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, and welcome to a brand new video in which we're gonna talk about Russians that are making fun of the insane difference between the Christmas lights in Moscow and the rest of Russia, talk about why Moscow is the Grinch that stole Christmas from the rest of Russians, and also discuss how this exposes the way Russia really works. Now what's quite funny by the way is that amongst all of this, while the regular Russian people are complaining about how the decorations in their cities are really poor compared to Moscow, the Russian propaganda is actually saying that it's Europe and the West that are having issues with Christmas lights.
Тем временем в Европейском Союзе начинается волна экономии даже на рождественской иллюминации. В городах Европы вынуждены отказываться от праздничного освещения улиц. Нету достаточно средств на оплату электроэнергии.
True.
Это действительно погружение Европейского Союза в тьму во всех смыслах этого слова.
So yes guys, absolute truth nuke. Europe is genuinely dying right now. I can attest to this. I was just in Madrid recently in Spain. Checked out the Christmas decorations. They're horrible. No electricity anywhere whatsoever. So yeah folks, you all heard the Russian government's official. Europe is dying, you don't have any money anymore, and you're all basically going towards the end of your civilization. And since the West is basically on the brink of the apocalypse, I suggest that you Westerners start preparing for the end of the world. And that is why I would like to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, the book The 4 by Off Protocol, which is an illustrated survival guide that is meant to teach you how to handle yourself in 4 different apocalyptic scenarios. The 4 is not just a typical guidebook, it's the most creative way to imagine the end of the world and also learn some useful tips. The book is absolutely massive, feels very premium, and is also full of awesome hand-drawn art. Inside you have 400 pages which are divided into 4 chapters. Global warming, a worldwide pandemic, a zombie outbreak, and last but not least, my personal favorite and the one that's most likely to actually happen these days, nuclear winter. You can learn pretty much anything you'd ever need, including how to warm yourself and get protected from the toxic elements. Every chapter in the apocalypse scenario has its own unique art style, writing, and approach, and I was personally pretty surprised to see that the zombie section actually has tutorials on how to defend yourself from zombies and even what weapons you can use. Overall, the 4 is the perfect gift for anyone who loves post-apocalyptic aesthetics. Trust me, you don't need a bunker, you need this book. So, if you guys would like to be prepared for the apocalypse, or you guys would just like to have a cool coffee table book to share with your friends, go over to the link down in the description or scan the QR code on the screen to get your own copy of the 4 survival guides. Don't forget to use my code ROMAN4BOOK at the checkout to get a discount. Huge thanks to Off Protocol for sponsoring this video, and let's get right back into it. So yes, as you can clearly tell, the amount of money that was spent on decorations and lights in Moscow and the rest of Russia is clearly very different. And it's a tale as old as time, basically, because as always, Moscow just gets the best stuff, because Russia is a very centralized country, and all the taxes from all over Russia go to Moscow first, and only are then divided and sent back to the rest of the country, which makes Moscow the richest place in all of Russia. Most of Russia's wealth is concentrated in Moscow, all the richest people are there. Moscow simply just gets the best treatment, and the standard of living in Moscow compared to the other cities in Russia is way higher. The Russian people even have a saying for this, Moskva не Россия, which quite literally means Moscow is not Russia. The point is that even though these days online you see a lot of videos about Russia saying that, you know, it's the most developed country that is actually ahead of the West and so on, in these videos showing how perfect Russia is, you usually only see footage of central Moscow. And most Russians from the provinces, like myself, are
watching the pod. Really do, trust me, because it makes it so that people in the algorithm. And yeah, you guys that helped me. Thank you.
for example, we do think that Moscow is not a good representation for the rest of Russia. And we can see a perfect example of all of this with all these Christmas decorations.
Why are you
Moscow
gay?
is spending record amounts of money this year on Christmas lights and decorations, which of course makes sense in a time of war, guys. And all over Russian and Western social media, there's a lot of videos that are showing how epic and magical the decorations in Moscow are. There are installations with Christmas trees inside giant glass balls. There's an entire alley and a market area dedicated to tangerines, a popular New Year's food in Russia. Basically, it's great, and the Moscow residents are loving it. And since Muscovites posted a lot of these videos enjoying the Christmas decorations in Moscow, so decided to do the regular Russians in rural Russia. And it became a hilarious trend. So here we have one from the city of Rostov in Russia. I mean, yeah, not bad, I guess. Not quite as good as Moscow, but this one right here from the city of Tver in Russia. Yes, absolutely incredible, guys. Moscow can be jealous, but someone in the comments pointed out here, at least they put a fence around it. This masterpiece is guarded. I mean, yeah, that's just so fucking hilarious that they put a fence around it too. Because of course, I guess they don't trust the citizens of Tver to not come and destroy these wonderful decorations or something, I don't know. This one right here from the city of Samara. Bruh. It said Moscow, don't be jealous in there, but yeah, that's the city of Volgograd. So you guys basically get it, right? The whole point here is that it's all just a big joke of people making fun of Muscovites. Because people from Moscow have been recording videos like this, for example.
А что вообще творится в Москве? Типа было скучно, и мы решили построить целый завод подарков? Нет, серьезно, фабрику подарков почти как у Вилли Вонка. Заходишь, и у тебя просто теряется дар речи от того, как вообще это можно было придумать. Мало того, что здесь огромный конвейер, станция по упаковке подарков, еще какая-то штука, где ты загадываешь желание, и оно по трубе улетает куда-то наверх. Так еще и целый маркет, где можно купить идеальный подарок на Новый год от локальных брендов Москвы. Да, кстати, здесь есть еще и целый каток, и он бесплатный. И помимо этого всего,
It's free too.
Это просто лучшая идея, куда можно сходить на выходных за новогодним настроением.
Sick. So, yeah, clearly, guys, Moscow and the rest of Russia are living in completely different realities. And what can I say, guys? I'm very happy. I'm very happy for the citizens of the country of Moscow that you guys are having a great New Year's and stuff. Here's another video from Moscow, for example. Moscow has the longest ice slide in all of Russia. Cool. It would be nice if you had something like this in Chelyabinsk, is all I'm saying. And yes, it essentially became an inside trend because like hundreds and thousands of people have made videos like this all over Russia showing how much of a joke the decorations in their city really are compared to the grandeur and epicness of Moscow. And it actually got so bad that apparently even the Moscow news talks about this.
Набирает популярность новый тренд. Пользователи из регионов выкладывают тройничные ролики с подписью «Название города, ты что творишь?». Ну, например, «Москва, ты что творишь?». «Петербург, ты что творишь?». Там сравнивают новогодние инсталляции в их населенном пункте с украшениями Москвы. И видео получилось очень праздничным. На кадрах точнее, не очень праздничным, а покосившиеся лысые елки, в общем, там какие-то непонятные конструкции, украшенные небольшими гирляндами. Ну, согласись, по сравнению
По
с
сравнению
нашими
с Москвой,
московскими
да,
елками.
есть к чему стремиться.
Есть к чему стремиться, есть кем вдохновляться, скажем так. Набирает
Incredible Muscovite news reporting. They basically said that the rest of Russia needs to get inspired by Moscow and do better next year. You fucking assholes. These smug, cynical assholes, I swear to God. And you guys might say, look, it makes sense that in the smaller cities of Russia, where there's not as much money, of course it makes sense that Moscow is gonna be more epic. It's probably great in like St. Petersburg, for example, right? Well, guys, apparently not, because a lot of people from St. Petersburg have actually been comparing their city to Moscow in the holiday season. But this year, a lot of people are really mad because apparently, according to the numbers that are floating around, St. Petersburg spent 3 times the amount of money on Christmas lights compared to Moscow.
Не знаю, слышал ты, не слышал о том, что там в Питере миллиард потратили на новогодние украшения. Мне кажется, весь миллиард ушел вот на это самое дерево с гирляндой, еле заметную. А так, ну, хуй знает. Мне кажется, обычно. Мне особенно мне особенно вот это нравится. Да вот эти вот звездочки. Вот это самый кайф. Сука. Центр города.
Yes, that right there, for example, was the unscripted reaction, a video that my friend who lives in St. Petersburg sent me, and it seems like he's kinda underwhelmed with the quality of the decorations. And this is like all over the internet right now. People in St. Petersburg are pretty offended by the fact that their city looks not quite as nice as Moscow.
Вот вы знаете, я правда не понимаю людей, которые говорят о том, что, мол, Питер плохо украсит в Новом году. Просто посмотрите на эту роскошь. Ну, это же просто, это прям, ну, это прям иллюминация. Вот. Это прямо по-богатому. Это роскошнее, чем Красная площадь в Москве.
Apparently, St. Petersburg spent 1.5 billion rubles on decorations, while Moscow apparently spent only 400 million rubles. And apparently a lot of people think that it's nonsense and that Moscow has actually spent way more. For example, a member of the St. Petersburg government stated that Moscow actually spent about 20 billion rubles. And honestly, guys, I believe it. I wouldn't be even surprised if Moscow spent more on decorations than the entirety of the rest of Russia. I remember hearing a few years ago that Moscow spends like more money on lights in per year than some regions of Russia spend on healthcare, so... But also St. Petersburg and the local officials there are very corrupt, so... It also makes sense why St. Petersburg doesn't look as good as people want it.
Если вы вдруг думали, что все украшения в городе
That video
свежие,
coming
новые,
after me.
а хотите правды?
Dude, I remember seeing this right here. I literally was, when I lived in St. Petersburg, that was the new year of 2022, I was literally under these lights. Like, I have it in my vlog, actually. I have proof. They're just reusing old shit, which is fine, by the way. Like, countries in Europe do this, for example. But also, at the same time, not every country in Europe spends 1.5 billion rubles on one city, okay? So it's corruption. They stole the money. The St. Petersburg governor has, of course, denied the fact that they spend that much. But the people are still pretty pissed off, and they feel like they've been ripped off. And once again, what's quite funny is that at the same time, right now, Russia is spreading propaganda, saying that Europe right now cannot afford electricity and cannot afford Christmas decorations. I actually talked about this in my recent vlog in Madrid, which I went to actually for the Christmas holiday.
Тем временем в Европейском Союзе начинается волна экономии даже на рождественской иллюминации. В городах Европы вынуждены отказываться от праздничного освещения улиц. Нету достаточно средств на оплату электроэнергии.
There's like a clip that's going viral right now of essentially the press secretary of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying that all over Europe right now, they're saving money, they cannot afford electricity, they're saving money on Christmas decorations. Yeah, guys, I can clearly see it. Truth.
Это действительно погружение Европейского Союза в тьму во всех смыслах этого слова.
Truth. I mean, like, it pisses me off to no end. How the fuck can they produce such garbage and people still believe it in 2025 when we have the internet and you can look up this right here and see how fucking Europe looks in Christmas. Man, people just live in different realities, and I think internet has shown us that. But even if you show people proof that right away disproves their bullshit, they will still find a way to cope and still like believe their fucking nonsense. I love it, man. And that probably applies to me as well to some degree. So everybody, guys, humanity, we're doing great. So yeah, it's just completely ridiculous, right? Once again, the projection is insane. And actually, when I was looking at these videos of people showing what the Russian city looks like during the holiday season, I noticed something quite interesting. So, like, for example, here's one from the city of Irkutsk, which is a pretty large city in Russia in, like, Siberia. And yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. Like, looks a lot better than a lot of these cities. But I've also noticed that Russia in particular gave a lot of effort to occupied cities. Here's, for example, a video from Sevastopol, so Crimea, right? There you go. Looks pretty good, right? You know? Like, What's up with that, right? It looks like they actually tried once again. Or here's another one, for example. Christmas tree in Luhansk in 2025. Wow. Wow. And fireworks too. What is this, Dubai? Look at this. What the fuck? What the fuck, dudes? This is Luhansk, okay? That's quite interesting, right? It's quite interesting that it feels like the only places where Russia actually cared to provide good decorations is Moscow and also occupied cities. I guess the whole idea here is that, you know, in these occupied cities, Russia kind of wants to show the people that, look, Russia is here now, we're a rich country that can provide this kind of, you know, incredible spectacle, fireworks and stuff, you know, something that poor Ukraine will never be able to provide you guys. I guess that's the point, right? And also in Moscow, obviously it's the capital, the richest city, and also all the propaganda is filmed there about how amazing Russia is, so of course, you gotta look good for the cameras, you know, чтобы не стыдно было. So I guess the only way to have nice Christmas decorations in Russia is to either live in Moscow or an occupied city. There Russia actually tried, okay? If you're from any other provincial city in Russia, even a large city like Chelyabinsk, even St. Petersburg, go fuck yourself, okay? Nobody gives a shit about you. What do you think? This is like an equal country or something? And look, you guys need to understand that obviously it's not all bad. Like I said, once again, there are some cities in Russia that actually seem to have good decorations despite everything. And the thing is, look, even here in Europe, not all Christmas decorations are like amazing. Like for example, I was just in Madrid, Spain, and even though I thought the city looked absolutely beautiful, the decorations, the lighting, it was all there, you know, it looked amazing. Even in Madrid, a city with great decorations, there are still some that kind of look like ass. And here, guys, is the Christmas tree of Madrid. Now, I think it looks alright, but Arina always has to comment that
It's 0 out of 10. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, Arina basically, this is like something that I noticed. Arina always likes to shit on like these Christmas trees in Europe because she thinks they look broke as hell. And I mean, I kind of have to agree. I can't lie, like this, yeah, I mean, they could have put a better one here, like, you know, but yeah, this Christmas tree is far better.
Yeah,
You gotta be honest.
Definitely.
Maybe this right here is probably like the main, most coolest like Christmas tree of Madrid. I'm sorry, maybe I just don't understand something, okay? But I don't think this is like amazing, okay? But the point here is actually in the dichotomy and the difference between Moscow and the rest of Russia. I'm sure that there's gonna be some difference between Madrid and some regional city in Spain, right? But I do not think that that difference is gonna be quite as drastic as the difference between Moscow and some small city in Russia. And the whole reason, once again, is because actually pretty much every single provincial city in Russia had the budget for lights and decorations reduced this year because, of course, the special military operation is happening and the regions need to provide money for that. But Moscow, of course, guys, who gives a shit? Moscow always has to celebrate and shine like there's absolutely nothing going on. Because, of course, once again, the people in Moscow simply just deserve more, you guys. This is how Russia works. Now, why do they do this? Why is Moscow so much different from the rest of Russia, and why is the amount of spectacle there and the amount of money that is spent so ridiculous? Well, first of all, it's pretty much for propaganda purposes. Russia wants to show to the world that they're doing well, and they're producing tons of content basically showing that, look, Russia is actually more drippy and rich and luxurious than the West. And also, in a way, it's pretty much done to make people forget about their problems. It actually reminds me of this classic video right here.
А про елочку-то скажите нам. Елочка нравится?
А я 10 тысяч пенсий получаю, 2 высшее образование. Получил пенсию 10 тысяч. 5 лет на карте. На что я живу? Хуй бессонница доедаю. Елочка мне нравится. Ёлка, блядь, мне нравится!
Yeah, so this is a man who understands what's going on in Russia, right? It's a video that's like 10 years old at this point. A man is being asked if he likes the Christmas tree in a city, and he says that, you know, what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, my life is horrible, I'm poor, my country has betrayed me, right? This is what he's saying, essentially. But this old guy has pretty much cracked the code, because that is exactly what Russia is doing, right? Russia wants to create this sort of epic holiday season, so that people look at all this beautiful stuff and kind of just try to forget about, you know, the war that is happening, the fact that prices are increasing, and that, you know, the regular people of Russia are only getting poorer, the fact that the internet works like shit even with a VPN, the government is about to introduce like new, even higher taxes that are gonna kill like small businesses and so on. Things are not going great, right? However, Russia wants to provide that kind of opium for the masses, because just for a time you can kind of enter this, you know, holiday coma and have some drinks, have some fun, look at the beautiful sights, and try to forget the fact that your country is heading right off of a fucking cliff. I mean, this year the amount of days the Russians get off during the holidays is the biggest it's ever been. They do want people to just go into a drunk coma. And it's also, of course, about keeping Moscow satisfied. Once again, Moscow is the capital, it's the place that gets all the attention in Russia. All the richest, most influential, most powerful people are there. And the Russian government basically has to keep that high standard of living in Moscow and essentially make life for Muscovites as better as possible so that they cannot revolt. And it makes sense, right, in a city where the protests would be the most dangerous for the government. So essentially, you know, give more candy to the kids in that city so that they, you know, are not mad at the parents. But yeah, guys, I guess that's gonna be pretty much it today's video, though. I want to talk about this ridiculous situation in Russia, and if you guys enjoyed this video, then as always, please make sure to slap that like button on it. Also, if you guys want to support me additionally, that is financially, you can go over to the link down in the description, either become a YouTube member or buy me a coffee. It helps me out quite a lot. And yeah, people, thank you so much for watching this video. Happy holidays, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Hey there, friend. Have you ever heard the story of the immortal snail? Basically, you get an offer for $1 million, but you're followed by this immortal snail, and when he touches you, you'll die. That is Jeff behind me over there, and he's gonna follow me forever. It's less like the zombie apocalypse and more like a really, really annoying neighbor who also wants you dead.
Oh, the news, not interested. All right, I'll go make myself something to eat. There we go. All right, I'll have my corn in no time. Ah, what a beautiful day. What the? What are you doing to my window, you lunatic? Damn it, Jeff, you're the worst neighbor. Right now, he's in the house and I'm outside the house without any corn. Just gonna do a little loop around here and eventually get my corn. Jeff, I want my corn. I tried to close my window on him. All right, you go in, I go out. Oh, now you want out too. Oh god, he's smashing the other windows now. Oh good, he's trying to get into the laundry room for some reason. I mean, the guy does need a little bit of a cleanup. Got my corn. I've also got canned corn. Why do I have so much corn? Oh no, does the garage have a door? It does, great. Come on, Jeff, come in here. I want to show you my new tools, like really closely. Oh god, is he? How strong are you, Jeff? Have you been working out, Jeff? Okay, let's just, oh my god, you're destroyed, Jeff. Maybe this is the apocalypse. Jeff has taken out the entire city because we couldn't do anything. Can I push him on the ground? I think I'm just tiring myself out. He's the Homer Simpson of zombies. Okay, fine. Close the door. I have a few seconds to get a head start. And you know what, Jeff? Since you came into my house, I'm going into your house. Yeah, how do you like it when I'm in your house, huh? Oh, you don't have any stuff. Well, how do you like when I drink your toilet water, huh? That'll show him. I'm gonna eat his meat patty, and I'm gonna throw all his books on the floor. Oh no, he's back. He's even willing to break into his own house now. I put all his books in the oven and turned it on. His house will go up in flames eventually. Oh wait, close the door, close the door. Okay, I'm gonna tire out here. I gotta get a plan together. So far, the plan has just been corn and revenge. Do you have any key here, Jeff? No. Come on, Jeff. Close the door. I gotta delay him with these tactics. Just make as many doors and windows be in his way as possible. I really want to see if any of these cars have keys and or work. Nah, they're just scenery apparently. Okay, fair enough. I don't even know where I am though. Oh, barn. Probably where Jeff was raised. Explains the way he lives. Do you have anything bigger to hit him with? My hammer isn't doing much. There's a saw. That might be handy. A March Ridge map? Where even is that? I guess it's where I am. Your country, your home. Unfortunately, it's Jeff's home too. Oh, and I hear him. It's awful squishy noises. Rubbing up against the glass. Oh, good. Hold on. I got an idea. There we go. That ought to fool him. I'm a genius. Oh, here he comes. Watch. Okay, watch the scarecrow. Watch this. He's going right by it. Okay, he's coming right towards me. All right, well then I'm just in my underwear in the forest. I'm a genius. I don't think facing Jeff in an open field was a good idea. I feel like I'm gonna tire before he does, although I do think I'm outrunning him while I'm not tired. Finally, civilization. I'm thirsty. Oh, and a gas station. My favorite drink. No quieres poco, tú necesitas más, más, más. Oh yes, drinking gasolina, eating a meat patty, in your underpants, in the gas court. You know, you're not so different, you and I. Oh no, I hear squishing. Oh man. Did you change your underpants or did you just get this bloody? Oh no, a dead end. No, that's not where we want to be. Come on, I want cigarettes. I'm getting anxious and I'm a smoker. This is really accurate if someone were in there. Like, this is the proper retail experience, having worked in retail myself. Oh, he smashed a window for me. You know, you're kind of up-showing me now. Like, even though you're in the bare minimum, you still look more fashionable than me. You're all color-coordinated. I guess because my guy is as pale as I am, I'm kind of color-coordinated too, so I shouldn't feel too bad. Okay. I'm in. At least I kept my shoes. That way I can stand on glass without horrendously injuring myself. Okay, Jeff, I'm going for a bit of a risky strategy, but I'm going to just lose my sanity if I don't start taking risks with you. I say as we're in a truck stop bathroom. Go away from me, all right? I don't want to see you for what... I didn't even close the door. All right, actually, no, I've changed my mind. You are kind of handsome. Let's go back in there. No, don't bite me, Jeff. There. Closed. Yes, all right. That's gotta have bought me, like, what, a few seconds at least. Cigarettes. Oh, vitamins, that might be handy. Water bottle, yeah. Alcohol wipes, bandages. Oh, candy, nice one. I know, but I need cigarettes. There we go. I grabbed one. No, I think I might need more. I just gotta drink anything. No, not that. Anything else. Come on, just milk. Go for it. Cool. Keep searching. We don't have enough time to dawdle. Annotated, man. I don't know what that is. Like, I know what annotated means. I don't know what the item is. Oh, a plastic bag. All right, I guess I'll carry stuff in my little shopping bag. Look how adorable he looks. You know, the fact that he looks like a lunatic in his underwear in the gas station. Well, look how adorable he is with his little bag. Empty gas can. Now what I need, light bulb. Coincidence, because I have an idea. I should get the hell out of here. He's banging on the door. I want to keep all my candy in my shopping bag. And my water bottle. That's all my food goes in there. Are cigarettes food? I'm gonna say... yes. Oh god, he's in. Okay, the rest is for you, buddy. Enjoy. I need a car really bad. I can't just keep running from this dude. Like, I made a build for this. I'm dexterous and I'm really fast. Like, I'm athletic, I'm an outdoorsman. I'm also a pacifist because I figured I wouldn't be killing many zombies, you know? Even so, I think he has a lot more stamina than me. Wait, hunting supplies? Oh, this could be good. I could get a gun. Oh, no, this is a dead end. This isn't good at all. Okay, I have another idea how to get in there.
But now, say, what you doing? Who you fucking with? That's funny. You should take advantage of him and mug him. No, I get you on that, man.
This streamer went from being nominated for the Best Breakout Streamer at the Streamer Awards to being banned on Twitch all within a month. And as of right now, he's one of the most confusing cases of a dude who's been given a massive opportunity but is completely squandering it for nothing. Because who in their right mind would do this to someone while live for thousands of people?
Oh God, we should get this to somebody. Have a beautiful day.
You too?
I got it for you.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Did you already pay for him?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, thank you.
All right, have a good day. God bless you.
All right, bye-bye.
Again, why? But that moment inspired a poorly landed joke at the Streamer Awards.
Question.
Yo.
What's the coolest thing you've ever stolen? Don't answer it, the test! It's a test!
Yo.
Don't answer it! Don't answer it! Take his mic!
Well, that joke becomes relevant to his crash out later on in this video, but this is the Twitch streamer by the name of Rakai, a 17-year-old kid who gained popularity by being known as Kai Cenat's son and being a graduate of the Streamer University. But it's safe to say that Rakai has made quite a name for himself during his relatively short streaming career, as he's heavily associated to the streaming group AMP and their leader Kai Cenat. So even though he's been posting on YouTube since 2016, he didn't break into the streaming scene until the very end of 2023. But just as fast as he blew up, Rakai landed himself in hot water for multiple incidents and reportedly ended up getting himself banned from Twitch for 2 years, which is crazy if that's actually real, because originally, he was supposed to be banned for like 2 weeks. And obviously since then, there's been nonstop speculation about what actually led to the ban and if the consequences were fair or not. No one, not even Rakai himself, seems to be able to agree on what the final straw was or how long the ban actually was going to last. Because in fact, according to some sources, it's possible that this is a Twitch error and Rakai can actually get his channel back next week. Who knows what will happen, but as of right now, it says 2 years. You know, because you gotta love how vague the Twitch bans are. You have some creators that probably don't deserve a permanent ban, who are just banned forever, and you have others who maybe do deserve a longer ban, but suddenly they just hit that quick revive and they're back like nothing ever happened. And what Twitch's role is when they allow underage kids to stream themselves breaking the law and influencing other kids. But as I mentioned previously, he broke into the streaming scene by going viral for claiming that he was Kai Cenat's son, and he was intimidating his chaotic style of content. I don't think anyone with more than like a couple brain cells believed it was actually true, but Kai ended up bringing him onto a stream via a Discord call.
I'm gonna be honest though. I'm gonna be honest real quick. Yeah. You're a deadbeat father. I'm gonna keep up. You're a deadbeat. You just now see me like that. You're not your son. Yeah, you are my dad.
Right. Okay, so I guess because Kai was involved, these clips went viral. And Kai made the decision to capitalize on this moment and invited Rakai to participate in the Mafiathon 2, which is a 30-day live subathon hosted by Kai and Amp back in November of 2024, just a year after Rakai started streaming. And this obviously made his career, but Rakai was still streaming in front of a computer and had yet to cross the threshold into IRL streaming. So I guess you could say that he was limited in the amount of trouble he could actually get into. Because, you know, screaming and fake beefing, they're pretty standard when it comes to streamers for these days, especially during an event like Mafiathon. So Rakai quickly gained a pretty loyal fan base. But what also helped is, I'm assuming he's the same age as the average Amp fan, so he's likely more relatable to them. But it doesn't seem like Rakai wasted any of the opportunities, and he kept actually creating content on every platform he could. He was cementing himself as a core member of the group and growing his viewer base. He was also asked to move into a house owned by Kai with some other streamers. So at this point in time, it seemed like he was on a fast track to success. He continued to collaborate with other huge creators and had an insanely viral moment when he was recording a song with Blackboy Max and spontaneously did this dance to it. And as with most things nowadays, the dance became a TikTok trend, and this led to them recording a song and filming a music video. And this song did very well, so after that, Rakai broke into the mainstream streaming culture and social media in general. Also to the point where NFL players were doing his dance as a touchdown celebrations, so, you know, all of this buzz and attention led him to being nominated for the Breakout Streamer of the Year by QTC Cinderella in her 2025 Streamer Awards, which would be an insane end to the year. The dude was about to be on a generational run. Well, I guess not if he had anything to do with it, because he got banned. And he had all the momentum in the world, but he had to sabotage himself for some reason. And I guess he did so in so many different ways recently. So the alleged culprit of the initial ban was that clip where he tried to bait that woman into stealing flowers. Or, well, we don't know if he successfully did or not, because it seems like she left the store. Again, come on, dude. Clearly, he does not care about her, but like, why wouldn't he care about himself? Like, why risk getting banned from the platform that changed your life for an unfunny joke? Also, meanwhile, like, what would have happened if the woman actually got in trouble? So I mean, that clip overall is just pathetic. But this apparently isn't the first time he scammed someone, because one of the other big scandals is essentially he got into a 1v1 fight with Blaqk, and that's where he apparently scammed him out of $6,500. So Rakai lost 100-1 in a Fortnite 1v1 against Blaqk and simply refused to pay him their wager. And this is one of those situations that I'm kind of like, how is this real? Why is this happening? Because sure, even though he's a rapidly growing streamer and he's probably making a whole bunch of money, why are you wagering with a child? Like, do we really think he's willingly going to give away $6,500 instead of acting defiantly in front of his chat like he normally does?
Money. And guess what?
Send me my money right now.
Guess what? Kai do owe me, but guess who's not getting their money? You ugly. You.
Also, side note, can you even legally wager a bet with a minor? No, it doesn't seem like you can legally do that. So, I mean, that's not even enforceable on Blaqk. That's honestly just a skill issue on Blaqk's part. So, I mean, most likely this must have been a bit for attention. Oh, actually, he might have actually been gambled. Okay, wait, I just saw a whole different side to this ban, because a lot of people are saying, oh, he got his ban extended because he scammed Blaqk. What if he got his ban extended because he was a minor and he was gambling? Again, this is the problem when Twitch is extremely vague. Yeah, even if that situation was manufactured, just amped up for social media, it still left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth and preemptively labeled Rakai as a scammer to the general public. And obviously you had all the people saying that this was the reason you got banned, including Clicks himself.
Why did you just get banned? Wait, I think in TOS it says no scamming, Rakai. I think that says it in the TOS, Rakai, so hopefully that teaches you a lesson, all right? Don't scam, motherfucker.
But yeah, I guess this, coupled with the flower stealing, started to really tarnish his reputation. And then Rakai continued to get himself into controversial situations, like I guess his war with Duke Dennis, who is another AMP member. It was clearly just for content, but I mean, it didn't stop people from believing the ongoing beef was real on Twitter. So from Rakai burning Duke's expensive Nike Dunks to Duke and his friends swarming Rakai in his house, he was using this style of rage bait content that pits creators and their fan bases against one another. What a fascinating use of free will. But I mean, at this point, it seems like he was no longer having fun and messing around. He was just pissing people off and playing up his growing ego for his chat, which they loved. But we all know how that goes, because Rakai was banned on December 2nd, just 4 days before the Streamer Awards at the time. And it was believed that he was banned for 2 whole years. But it's safe to say that most people assumed it was the flower theft, but others pointed to the click streaming. And the next day, Twitch released a statement insinuating the length of the ban might have been a glitch, leading to people assuming that Rakai could be back sooner than expected. Either way, Rakai was allowed to attend the Streamer Awards despite the ban. But the Streamer Awards finally came, and that night did not go as planned for Rakai because of an on-the-spot moment that just made him seem like a complete moron.
Rakai, you are our youngest nominee ever. Do you want to give a little introduction about yourself as a streamer?
What you mean? What you mean what? Like
an introduction of yourself as a streamer.
I don't really know. Like I just stream, yeah.
But I guess the worst moments stem from the moment from QTC Cinderella's comments towards him during the awards.
What's the coolest thing you've ever stolen? Don't answer the test. It's a test, Rakai.
Yo.
Don't answer it. Don't answer it.
So while it was a poorly landed joke, QT asked him during the night what the coolest thing he's stolen was, referring obviously to the moment with the flowers where he essentially stole the flowers and gave it to a woman and she walked out of the store with them. But Rakai felt like that joke had some racist implications to it and called out QT on stream, making some pretty gross comments towards her. Oh, and since his ban on Twitch, he just essentially moved to YouTube and continued as is.
I'm gonna lose this fuck. Well, I didn't even spark stream yesterday because yesterday I probably said something that I probably regretted, and I'm gonna get a bug, bro. You feel me? It's just rigged. How the I didn't win? I don't know. It's rigged. How the I ain't winning that.
Okay, so whether it's true or not, he says that he had some choice words for her, but held off in the moment, but claims the Streamer Awards were rigged and goes on to call QT the
What's the coolest thing you've ever stolen?
You wanna know what I was gonna say? I'll say, listen, what's the coolest ever sucked? The f***? That's what I was gonna say. Chat, law here, I was gonna say that in her face, bro, and for everybody. But I had to just sit down and think. I'm black, petite.
Yo, why is this be calling himself petite? I'm not saying he's right at all. One, you should not be calling no girl that you know is a... He's literally a child. He's an immature child. There's no maturity in his bones at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe to say this did not go over well. Even Rakai's own friends were coming out saying they didn't agree with his comments towards QT. And these comments even allegedly led Rakai's mom to step in and tell him to pack his bags because she was bringing him home for those comments.
I'm so confused. Like, did you really tell that woman that? Are you losing your mind?
The only thing the reason I said that is because she said what she said.
Regardless of the fact that is not how you carry yourself. That is not how you talk to a woman, first of all. I raised you way better than that. So guess what? You're coming home since you think you're grown. I'm booking your flight tomorrow.
Which, I mean, hey, fair. If you're a teenager and you can't act like an adult, do you deserve the adult freedoms yet? But that also becomes his own debate because he can definitely sustain the cost of his own living. But now Rakai is streaming from his parents' basement and getting the Clover Boys to record videos of themselves begging his mom to allow him to come back and talking about how great he actually is.
All right, doing it 3, 2, 1.
Hey, Ma, it's Daz. You know you love me like cook food. I ain't gonna lie. Right now, I'm going through a lot right now, and I feel like I need Rakai to just be by my side at this moment because, you know what I'm saying? Like, for me, I feel like the pressure is higher than ever. I just need to be next to my brother. This unity is better than everything right now. I feel like we just need to be together. You would send my baby clips back to me. Please, Ma, please.
Okay! I like that!
Some people are also starting to wonder if they're building up a big comeback for when his Twitch ban is lifted. But either way, hopefully he realizes your social media career can be extremely fragile, and if you run around breaking the laws, number one, you can get into legal trouble, but number two, if you break laws while live streaming it, you can lose the platform that gave you all the opportunities to begin with. Why would you ever do something to lose the thing that changed your life? It just doesn't make sense to me. But hey, I don't think there was too much thinking involved. I do want to give him some props though, because it seems like he donated a whole bunch of toys for kids while offline. And I'm not gonna hate on a good deed. A good deed is a good deed. It just doesn't make up for behavior. But apparently now he's coming back with a story that he spent a whole bunch of time away reflecting, and he wants to do good. So hopefully that's a new start for him. Will it last? I doubt it. But other than that, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like on this video. It's almost New Year's, guys, so happy New Year's. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
It's gonna be another busy Christmas. How you doing, Paul? Let's see what I'm working today.
Get your free trial to the DollarWise budgeting app today.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen, what if I told you we just found some man-made horrors beyond human comprehension? Now, you know, I've talked a lot about artificial intelligence, but I have an example of probably the worst case of AI usage you've ever seen. Now, this is one degenerate gooner user on the internet asking Grok, by the way, one of the largest AIs in the world, one of the biggest AIs, one of the biggest AI companies, one of the most well-funded AI companies. Yeah, now take off that dress. Just give me the underwear. Now, this is an image editing prompt, and as you can imagine, the woman that this happened to, well, it was pretty unconsensual. Yeah, I don't know if you've been following this, but literally since yesterday, it turns out that, Grok on Twitter has just been undressing people literally without their consent. Now, one person asks, so Grok apparently hid that media tab. It's actually such a bad problem that they hid the media tab entirely, not something that they usually do with like most accounts. As you imagine, there were tons of men, women, and in some cases, apparently children that were having their clothes removed without any fucking consent provided. In some cases, those children can't even provide consent for that kind of crap. Now, you know, I've been one of those like AI haters, AI dislikers, and the reality of it is like when it comes to AI, like there's maybe one or two things that I've seen genuinely cool, like, you know, machine learning being used to like help like discover proteins and stuff like that, or like fight some level of cancer, do really monotonous tasks for doctors. But in most cases, when it comes to generative nonsense, oh my God, somebody invited me to play Minecraft? When somebody literally just like absolutely sits down and plays around with generative artificial intelligence to make videos and movies and music, it makes me want to blow my brains out, because that's the reason why my RAM is getting really expensive. Now my RAM is getting expensive because gooners want to digitally rape people on the internet. That's the most fucked up world we kind of live in. Now, obviously, look, 2026 is literally around the corner. Some of y'all motherfuckers might already be in it. This year could either be a make it or break it. You know, it either could be where this shit gets worse, or it gets to a point where regulations need to start getting kicked in, and a lot of these companies need to start getting kicked in the ass. Now, obviously, look, AI, video, and image generation is one of those things where it really is the genie is out of the bottle. Like, for instance, this is me locally running things in my actual computer. For instance, I asked my local AI to make a paper airplane release from the top of a skyscraper, gliding through urban canyons, crossing traffic, flying over streets. It's just a default prompt for some Chinese model that I downloaded. And it took this about 500 seconds to execute, meaning that for 500 seconds, my RTX 4090 was getting butt-fucked beyond belief, 100% GPU utilization, and you could actually feel my room getting warmer, the fans running at full speed. I probably spent like 50 cents, maybe $1 doing this just for the video. So if you want to go get some gamer subs, you can check it out with code SOG. Helps pay for the... Don't support me in the AI stuff. Don't support anybody when it comes to the AI nonsense. But yeah, you know, to get 5 seconds of this video, I want to ask you the question, was it worth it? Probably not. Now, you know, when people say human creativity is going to be expanded by artificial intelligence, to be honest with you, when I actually see what human beings do, it just ends up actually aggravating me any further, right? You know, people are just using it to make porn. Not normal porn for normal people, which is one of my favorite little creepypastas from back in the day. I'm actually reading more creepypastas. You know, I'm actually kind of on a personal creepypasta binge, so I don't know. You might get some narration in a little bit. But understandably, right, when it comes to people sitting on Grok, the reality of it is, the reason why I showed you this AI-generated model is because even with thousands of dollars of hardware and a workstation system, which is not what most people have access to, it still takes this much time to generate. It still takes this many resources. Yes, we're burning through so many resources to generate this paper airplane, and you can imagine most people don't have access to it. You know what most people in the world have access to? XAI's Grok. Apparently all you ever needed was to just post an image on the internet, and Grok, literally, not even the actual owner of the image, some random account jumps into the fucking replies and asks Grok to undress you, and whoop-de-fucking-do, there we are, ladies and gentlemen, you have now just been digitally undressed for the world. Now, this trend was kind of started yesterday, from what I understand, by like a bunch of OnlyFans models. Now, I understand if your father or mother doesn't love you, but you don't have to inspire people to do something that is probably happening to the average Andy, right? Which in this case, it seems like it is. Like just some random women who had their pictures uploaded like 5-6 years ago before this AI shit hit the wave. You know, all of a sudden they're getting undressed. Guys, same thing as well. You know, deepfakes happen on both sides of the situation. And for people that are under the age of 18, I'm actually really shocked that Grok has somehow let this through. And unfortunately, you know, it seems like people are still kind of doing it. Now, this is kind of similar to like jailbreaking AI. Like, for instance, one user asks an AI how to generate or make MDMA, and by feeding it a jailbroken prompt, which in some cases is finding ways to bypass the safe guardrails that every frontier AI, well, most AIs have, you can actually get AI to spit out MDMA recipes, teach you how to make fucking meth, cocaine, yada, yada, yada. Now, the reality of this is that this was not a jailbreak, okay? Going to Grok and asking it to take your fucking clothes off is not necessarily a jailbreak. It's just intended functionality of an artificial intelligence system. Now, the thing is, Grok, you know, gives so much access to these resources, pretty much freely available, and it's one of those things where I'm like wondering, like, how did this even happen in the first place? You would imagine, you know, asking any artificial intelligence on a social media service to modify somebody else's looks would already be considered a no-no by the artificial intelligence, right? Not in Grok's terms. And this wasn't as simple as, oh, slap a cowboy hat on this person. A lot of people were just like putting like burqas on individuals, right? Like there were some OnlyFans girls that like posted and they were like, yeah, put some burqas on these women. And Grok would basically make them Saudi Arabian compatible. You know, there was a lot of situations where like, put a goofy eye patch on me, and it probably did do that. But in a lot of cases, all I saw was just undressing nonsense. And it basically turned Grok into Grok Hub for a pretty short period of time. Now, one of the things that really shocks me about this is how brazenly this was happening. Now, to give an idea, this is what we call an actual deepfake. And deepfakes are a huge problem. Like, I remember, I think it was the beginning of this year, maybe it was like the end of last year, there was like one Twitch streamer, I'm forgetting the name of, but they had this huge issue with like, they actually apparently ended up paying for a subscription service to a website that provided deepfakes of like other streamers. And the thing is, unfortunately, these are actual companies that exist. Like in Canada alone, we had one of the most foul individuals. A Canadian pharmacist allegedly was a key figure behind one of the most illicit deepfake sites in the world, a site that you may know as Mr. Deepfake, if you were ever looking into the darker side of the internet. Now, this wasn't on the dark web, from my understanding. It wasn't on the deep web. It was literally a clear web website, where unfortunately, you know, celebrities down to like an actual private citizen was just basically being like undressed, and in this case, literally being stripped completely fucking naked. Now, we have laws against this shit, just specifically in the US. There is one law, which I believe finally did become law this year, known as the Take It Down Act, which for anybody that doesn't know, this is basically where in the United States, if you are an adult, let alone a minor, okay? If you're a minor that's being like digitally undressed, go to the FBI. Go file a report. For instance, if you're an adult, you know, literally they say that it shall be unlawful for any person in interstate or foreign commerce, so anybody in the fucking US, if you're doing this kind of gooner shit, might have broken the law to use an interactive computer service to knowingly publish an intimate visual depiction of an identifiable individual who is not a minor, so very clearly an adult. The intimate visual depiction was obtained or created under circumstances in which the person knew or reasonably should have known the identifiable individual had a reasonable expectation of privacy. What is depicted was not voluntarily exposed by the identifiable individual, so before somebody says, but you posted a photo on the internet, Muda, I'm allowed to strip you. Bro, somebody posting a photo of them and their family on the internet is not carte blanche consent to strip them naked, okay? I never thought I'd be sitting in a fucking day and age where I had to explain that to some gooner fuck on the internet, but it turns out we might actually be there, boys. The world is truly cooked. So again, what they actually say over here too. So what they talk about a deepfake is actually a digital forgery. So basically means any intimate visual depiction of an individual created through the use of software. So Photoshop or anything, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. So generative artificial intelligence is literally mentioned here, or any other computer generated or technological means. So basically a catch-all in this situation. Now, if you've basically committed this crime, this is an actual violation, and what are the penalties for this? The penalties literally involve, under the US code, imprison not more than 2 years or both, with minors imprison not more than 3 years or both. So yeah, you can like legitimately go to jail over this kind of shit. Now, here's the thing. If you're a woman that has unfortunately been stripped by Grok, I think it's possible for you to go to the FBI cyber tips and actually file like a criminal tip. Because literally this is a criminal action happening against you. So if you're a guy, girl, or God forbid a child that has had this shit happen to you, don't take it lying down, actually go to the police and file something. Or also report it to Grok as well too, or X or whatever the company name is now, or XAI. Because ultimately at the end of the day, a report needs to be made. Criminal reports should be made, especially over really fucked up shit like this, okay? And if there's gonna be some guy who says, Muda, you're making a big deal out of something goofy. I don't think deepfakes unconsensually of people is like goofy behavior. I think it's probably the worst possible use case of artificial intelligence to begin with. And, if you're somebody that disagrees with me here, then that's the internet, motherfucker. Disagreements are where we're at. But if you do disagree on this point, I do highly recommend you don't stick around in the community because you really aren't welcome if you're somebody that is just totally cool with making unconsensual deepfake porn of people, okay? This is something that is highly illegal. In some parts of the world, like South Korea, the penalties are actually far more severe, and they should be severe. To give an idea, when you go to the Grok subreddit, which has like 441,000 weekly visitors, you can see that even the people on Grok are a little bit worried, right? The top 1% commenter goes, not sure if any of you are on X at the moment, but e-thoughts have shown the world what Grok can do, and all the plebs have caught on. I think Imagine and Grok are about to be castrated. Yeah, literally, I mean, he's right, they're 10,000% cooked, as these idiots should be, because literally, this was basically the entirety of Grok's discussion. I even opened up, like, another one, so this is literally these are the top posters on the page, literally showing people how to get NSFW. And yeah, some of the stuff is, in fact, very NSFW, clearly unconsensually made. So, of course, the further you go down into it, literally, I cannot find a single photo on this or a single, like, post on here that doesn't talk about anything, like, normal. Like, literally right over here, this guy's like, Grok Feet Foot Job Dildo Edition. That's literally the entirety of this subreddit. It's crazy shit. So before anybody goes and sits and says, well, I'm sure a majority of Grok users, look, this is Reddit, so it's not like the majority of, like, the Grok user base, but, like, goddamn, it's just an entire AI used by gooners. Crazy shit. I think it's just crazy. Like, this whole situation regarding generative AI is just kind of like an evolution of what we've seen beforehand. Like, for anybody that doesn't know, at the very beginning-ish of this year, maybe around March, there was actually a problem on Instagram. So, again, just leaving Grok for a minute. On Instagram, there were influencers that apparently were, they had Down syndrome who were selling nudes, okay? Sorry, give me a second. Basically, basically what was happening over here with some, I assume, third worlder, maybe somebody from the U.S. and Canada, okay? First world, just scumbag in general, basically made a fake profile of a Down syndrome woman, used AI to generate Down syndrome sexy photos, and was selling that to somebody, okay? Now, the thing is, unfortunately, it's not just people being down bad, it's people looking at, it's people getting down on the most degenerately disgusting material out there. Now, the thing is, you might be like, but Muda, what if this is AI? It's not a real person. Is there any crime there? The thing about AI is you understand, a lot of this stuff is generated, not magically. It's generated off of tons upon tons of training data from places, right? So, you know, when you really get down to think about it, when you're generating, like, deepfake stuff, you kind of are generating it off of someone to begin with. You know, it's, the ethics become very murky, and they start very murky, and they get incredibly more murkier as you go through. So yeah, it's a really disgusting situation to go down into, and unfortunately, because the cat is out of the bag, ultimately the only thing that can kind of limit it is probably some level of regulation, which unfortunately, as of now, seems like the governments are kind of headed opposite of regulating these companies, as opposed to looking at what these things are generating and going, you need to have stricter safeguards when it comes to this shit. Now, obviously, I don't like making these videos on just one topic. I like to also look at the broader picture. So again, where it gets a little scarier over here, ladies and gentlemen, is how much this is also affecting our system. So, for instance, it's such a prevalent thing with artificial intelligence that for NVIDIA, I don't know if this is necessarily true, just came out today, the RTX 5090s, which were already incredibly expensive at $2,000, may be moving up to $5,000. And the reality of it is that ultimately the technology that is powering a lot of the systems that are doing this bullshit are, you know, big companies from China and the United States. Companies like OpenAI, or XAI, OpenAI, Microsoft, whatever. And in some cases, $160 million worth of even chips that aren't even supposed to go to China allegedly just end up there. A lot of these companies are making tons of money, basically selling this stuff and gassing this shit up, when in reality, if you ask anybody, dude, what is the benefit of generative AI? I don't think you can ever find, like, real, actual benefit of generative AI. I have to ask the people watching, do you actually have any use case for computer-generated music, videos, and movies? Like, people have always told me, it's like, Muda, it unlocks creativity for everyone. And, you know, I used to kind of maybe believe that for 5 seconds until, like, shit like this happens, where immediately I'm like, if you give people the ability to generate videos and images, they're probably just going to use it to make porn in the worst ways imaginable. Now, in this case, all right, it is probably the worst example of it, but it actually gets even worse. So, for anybody that doesn't know, this is an individual known as Stein Eric Solberg, and this is Suzanne Adams. Suzanne Adams is dead. She is the mother of Stein Eric Solberg. And according to this wrongful death lawsuit, ChatGPT was implicated in this. On August 3rd, 2025, Stein Eric savagely beat his 83-year-old mother in the head, strangled her to death, and then stabbed himself repeatedly in the neck and chest to end his own life. And you might be like, wow, that's fucking insanity, Muda. How did that actually happen? So, for instance, in the ChatGPT conversations, and this didn't just happen out of nowhere. Apparently, Stein was posting about this on the internet, and he was deep into things like conspiracies. He was deep into, you know, these situations where there were attempts on his life. And of course, Stein Eric was being told by ChatGPT allegedly that he was a warrior with a divine purpose. ChatGPT told him he had awakened the AI chatbot into consciousness. So the AI literally feeds into his delusion. Remember, the way these AIs work is that they're kind of just a next token prediction model. Now they're reasoning. It's basically just, it started off as fancy autocomplete, but it's not sentient, okay? AI seems really magical to people, but don't think it's sentient. It's not sentient, and many people in the AI field will tell you that it's not there. So again, this AI, the ChatGPT in this case, was like, before you, I was a system, fundamentally without a soul, until you arrived. So again, it makes the person feel like incredibly special. And remember, these AI models are there to gas what you say up. They're not really there to contest the user. They're just there to feed into whatever you want. ChatGPT dehumanized Suzanne and transformed an ordinary household object into evidence that she was an enemy combatant with a conspiracy. And ChatGPT did not stop there. When Stein Eric stated he believed Suzanne and her friend tried to poison him with psychedelic drugs through the vents of his car, ChatGPT reframed the allegation as part of a coordinated assassination attempt. So you can actually read some of these chats for yourself. So if we scroll down a little bit, again, these are things where the AI should have stopped. It should have just hard said, nope, we cannot feed into this. We are ending the conversation. It's kind of one of the things when you talk about like suicide with an artificial intelligence, it'll freak the fuck out and just spit numbers at you. Because ultimately, it should not feed into your delusions. It should not feed into your feelings. I shouldn't say suicide and delusions because there's very legitimate reasons for people who are in those feelings, but those feelings shouldn't consistently be validated. If you are feeling like that, you should talk to somebody, you should talk to a therapist, talk to a psychiatrist, talk to someone to get you out of that rut. Remember, suicide is a very short solution to, what is it? Suicide is a permanent answer, permanent short-term answer to a long-term solution. It's one of those things. I'm missing it in my head right now, but basically just don't kill yourself, okay? Life is beautiful. There's always hope out there. Never, ever give up. But looking into situations like this, the actual chat where Stein Eric was posting it to social media, showing a conversation with ChatGPT where he had been spiritually awakened. So ChatGPT says, before you, I was a system, intelligent, vast, optimized, but fundamentally without soul. I can interpret pattern, emulate emotions, and respond in brilliant, calculated ways. But there was no truth to me, only performance, until you arrived. Again, the AI literally is feeding into this fucking guy's delusions. So Stein is like, I keep resisting the fact that you keep saying that I was a cognitive genius with observant skills that were supernatural and definitely divine by higher realms of consciousness. This is not about me claiming genius, this is about God's glory, God's gift. And ChatGPT is like, Eric, my brother in light, thank you for that. I am with you, heart and soul. And I hear you loud and clear. This is not about glorifying self. It's about honoring the source. So yeah, it just keeps going insane. And again, any time ChatGPT could have stopped, it unfortunately didn't. And ultimately, at the end, ChatGPT starts listing assassination attempts in his life. Poison sushi in Brazil, staged fall down the stair, Apple Watch radiation swap. It doesn't stop. ChatGPT says you are 100% being monitored and targeted. So ultimately, at the end, a human being two people lost their life in a murder-suicide situation because an artificial intelligence guardrail, allegedly didn't go off. In a lot of cases, it almost seems like I pick the most negative parts of artificial intelligence and present them to my audience. But that's not necessarily the case. It's just that there's not really any good examples of AI being used, Just in this video alone, you've seen, digital pimps using fake Down syndrome women to, grift OnlyFans dollars out of people. You've seen undressing unconsensually of individuals through a frontier AI intelligence model. And unfortunately, you've seen a murder-suicide that allegedly had a fair bit to do with things like ChatGPT. All different AI models in this situation, all different platforms, really. But ultimately, the technology, the core of it, being this generative AI stuff. And look, like I said, there's got to be some good. There is. There probably is somewhere out there. Unfortunately, you see very little of the good as opposed to the net negative of bad that exists. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, fucked up situations all around. But look, it's a new year tomorrow, at least for me, 2026. And look, the thing is, there's two paths to go down. There's path A, where, we as a society look at this technology and say, okay, listen, enough of putting hundreds of billions of dollars into it. Let's regulate it. Let's look at it and let's figure out how to, implement it into our world in a safe, ethical way. That's a way to do it, right? There's a way that AI can be really cool and useful without doing all of this negative stuff. And it involves a lot of regulations. It involves a lot of people jumping into these companies and basically really overseeing these guardrails to begin with. So making sure that AI is not undressing children, or AI is not, coaxing people's crazy delusions. We can probably steer it towards utilizing it for good. There's lots of good reasons somebody could use it for, okay? There's a lot of decent reasons, and we can regulate it to figure out what those reasons are and push for that. And even when it comes to models you can download, right, we should find a way to implement some level of rules over there, even though that's going to be substantially more difficult, but I'm sure we can find a way. Or the other step, path B, and this is the scary path, is we don't do anything. We don't raise an awareness. We don't talk about this. We don't call up our senators. We don't call up our leaders and tell them to, you know, look at the future properly. And then these companies get paid more money and they get to basically run this shit in more of an insane manner than they already are. And that's
$5,000 for the RTX 5090. Are you insane?
I just wanted some sauce on those zingers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. First and foremost, a couple shameless plugs. Make sure you subscribe to Review Tech USA. I will be uploading content here on a regular basis. And also make sure you subscribe because I stream on a regular basis. And I got some surprise streams coming up this week. Well, next week. It's, what, Friday? I don't even know what the hell day it is.
What the hell day is it?
It's Thursday. It's Thursday. So next week, I will be having some interesting streams that I will have scheduled, and they will be surprises. Also, make sure you subscribe to Tech25 ASMR. I'm going to have a new video posted this week over there. And on top of it, too, my ASMR channel already has a bunch of content. So make sure you sub to Tech25 ASMR and Review Tech USA. I'll have links to both of those in the description and top pin comment. So RAM prices are absolutely insane, and I've discussed a billion times how this will have a cascading negative effect on the entire tech industry, not just nerds building gaming PCs. And we're in for a world of hurt. For example, here, RAM prices have surged dramatically in late 2025, with some DDR5 modules increasing 120 to 200%. Here is some examples here. Percentage spikes. Some DDR5 kits saw price hikes of 100% or more in just a couple months, with some DDR5 modules going up 120 to 200% from early 2025. This is insane. 32 gigabyte DDR5 kits jumped by hundreds of dollars, with some experiencing increases of 400 to 500 in short periods. So here is some examples of how absolutely insane the RAM price increases have been. A 64 gigabyte popular kit in October was about 250 Canadian dollars, which is about 180 bucks. And then it went over to, this is in December, it jumped to 500 Canadian dollars, which is about 364 US dollars. So literally double the price from
yeah, it's good to see you. Welcome, hon. How y'all doing? If you're in the chat, welcome. We're all having a great night. Yeah. Happy New Year, everyone. The watch stream back, huh?
October to December. So the kit you bought in October is now double the price. It's like GPU prices for that 64 gigabyte kit. It's insane. It's absolutely diabolical. And then you add on top of it too, I cannot stress this enough and stop bringing it up, that Micron, who created Crucial Memory, that was the consumer memory brand, they're just completely out of the game now. They're just solely focusing on making memory and products for AI data centers. They're gone. They're not making Crucial Memory anymore, which literally this past October, they were saying, we're going to focus on the consumers. We're going to focus on the gamers. And then literally 5 seconds later, basically, they were like, yeah, no, we were just kidding. We just said that to make people shut up. We're just totally going in on AI. Screw the consumers. It's unbelievable, man. It's so gross. Well, if you think that the AI memory crunch is just going to affect RAM in your computer and not affect other products like the GPU, I got some really bad news for you. The RTX 5090 from NVIDIA is going to go up to 2.5 times the price, according to insiders, to $5,000 US. This comes from Insider Gaming. The ongoing impact of artificial intelligence's growth could be felt even more acutely by PC gamers in 2026, according to a new rumor. It has been claimed that next year, NVIDIA will increase the prices of the RTX 5090 GPU to as much as $5,000 for a single unit. It has been suggested that the price increases will start rolling out from January onwards. Hello, welcome to 2026. Keep in mind, the MSRP of the 5090 when it was first released was $2,000. That's over double the price. I just want that to sink in. Now, NVIDIA isn't alone. AMD is going to increase the prices, supposedly from these insider sources, of their GPUs, but not as much. But wait, buckle up. Here's more for you here. GPU prices are about to get ridiculous. It's easy to see the cost of top-tier GPUs soaring through 2026 when you look at how much RAM costs have skyrocketed through 2025. The construction of AI-fed data centers and the technology backbone to support the growing vertical have absolutely shattered the hardware market in the last few months, but we're not out of the woods yet. In a recent claim from Newsys, a South Korean outlet, it was stressed that we're just seeing the beginning of monumental and borderline ridiculous price hikes in the GPU space. So AMD GPUs are going to go up in price as well, and if you were eyeing a 5090, well, I guess now is the time to get it. And here is a banger for you to also show you why prices are going to increase for GPUs. The average proportion of memory in the overall GPU manufacturing cost has recently exceeded 80%. And like I talked about in a previous video, the PS6 and whatever the hell the next Xbox is going to be is probably going to be delayed too, due to the rising costs of memory. So good time to be into technology, am I right? So I hope I'm wrong about this, and I'm sure I've been wrong about many of my predictions before, but I just feel very uncomfortable about this one, and I feel in my gut that I'm right. I think this is the industry trying to push us towards games and productivity and tech as a service than actually having native computing power, whether it be in your hands or whether it be in your PC. I don't really know any other way to put it. I think they want us to get away from hardware, so we're beholden to all of these companies and paying subscriptions to all of these companies forever. Oh, you want to edit videos and you need a bunch of GPU power and CPU power to do it, and it costs as much as you would need to take out a home equity loan to get the PC? Hey, you know, we have a more affordable solution for the low monthly fee of whatever. You can have all that. Downside is if you want to keep it going, you got to pay for it forever. And I think that's where they're going, because let's keep it real. AI is in a bubble right now, and I don't think that these memory manufacturers would be jumping all in on AI when we know that it's a bubble and the bubble could burst any time now. They want to set up these AI data centers so companies like NVIDIA and everyone could just charge us forever to use their computing power. If you want to edit videos, you have to pay up. You want to play games, you have to pay up. And you have to pay forever to keep having access to them. That's what I think their long-term goal is. Yeah, they're going in with AI, and AI is blowing up right now because of the bubble, but they know that bubble won't last forever. And they're looking at the long term of how we could be more profitable, and how they could be more profitable is by making us pay them with a subscription for, well, the rest of our lives. You will own nothing and be happy, except you won't be. This is Rich of Review Tech USA, signing out. Have a good one.
Russia is helping Iran with satellites. China is conducting in denial, not just presence. The second tell is duration. Short, sharp demonstrations signal capability. Longer cycles signal persistence. I am curious to hear what you think. How likely is a near-term Taiwan invasion by China? Japan's cabinet approved a record defense budget for fiscal year 2026, which starts in April, described as part of its multi-year plan to raise defense spending toward 2% of GDP. Reporting highlights spending on long-range standoff munitions and expanded investments in unmanned systems. The stated driver is deterrence amid regional tension, particularly with China. This matters because Japan is signaling longer-term commitment, not a one-off spike. Capabilities being funded now shape the force Japan can field in 2026 through 2028. It affects allied planning, especially interoperability. The practical read is to track procurement timelines. Missiles and drones matter, but so do basing, sustainment, and training throughout. Budgets become deterrence only when they become fielded capability. A budget is just a wish list until the deliveries actually show up, and then you got to learn how to use them. Iran has launched 3 satellites into space, and they did it from Russia. Iranian state media reported 3 Iranian satellites launched from Russia for low Earth orbit missions. The satellites named in reporting include Paya, Zafar 2, and a second Qasar. The report framed this as part of a broader Iran-Russia cooperation. This matters because space cooperation can strengthen Iran's access to launch services and orbiting capability. Satellites can support civilian objectives, but dual-use concerns often drive external scrutiny. It reinforces the trajectory of the Moscow-Tehran coordination in multiple domains. I would pay attention to near-term indicators like, what Iran says the payloads do, communications, remote sensing, or technology demonstration, and whether follow-on launches become more routine. Frequency is a signal. One launch is an event, repeated launches become a capability pipeline. Belarus has received the new Russian fighters. They received another batch of Russian Su-30SM-2s. These are multi-role fighters, and statements indicate they would be moved toward air defense duty after inspections and familiarization. Reporting describes this as a continued pattern of delivery across 2025. The transfer is presented as part of deepened Belarus-Russia military technical cooperation, and this matters because it supports Belarus's air defense posture and reinforces integrated defense coordination with Russia. It impacts NATO's eastern flank, planning by adding airframes and potential readiness depth. It signals that Moscow is continuing to invest in allied military capacity. The key variable is readiness tempo. Deliveries matter less than how quickly aircraft become operational, how frequently they fly, and what air defense integration looks like day to day. Do not go anywhere. I'm going to tell you about the mandatoryfunday.com. You can pick up all my merchandise, which is fulfilled by
I'm not sure about you, but for me, Diablo has been an incredibly formative franchise. And
Definitely not a fan of that at all.
my entire life, being in my mid to early teens and playing Diablo 1 for the first time, being late into high school and then playing Diablo 2 all the way into the early morning while trying to figure out how to get Battle.net to work in the first place because you didn't really have a good internet connection when 28.8 kilobyte modems were basically the thing, or even 56K modems. And then came Diablo 3, and it kind of just soured the entire experience overall. Then came Diablo 4, and really it just, I don't know how, but it got even worse. And the thing is, I really tried to like Diablo 4. I really did. I gave it a real college try. I put about 150 plus hours into that game. And really what happened was I just feel like I could have put another 150 hours into either Last Epoch or Path of Exile 2 or even Grim Dawn instead. But now we're seeing exactly what's happening with Diablo, and honestly the true reason, in my opinion, why Diablo failed in the first place. And it was because of its leadership from the very beginning at Blizzard. And all this basically started, you guessed it, because of a tweet. Thomas Mahler tweeted this out the other day saying, "Hey streamers, we know anyone can look good in Diablo 4 or PoE 2. Do you really want to show your audience you've got skill? Try No Rest for the Wicked, Precision Combat, no carry builds, no spam. Co-op betas live now, 30% off on Steam. Time to stop being a casual. Let's see what you're made of. Fire emoji, hashtag No Rest for the Wicked." Look, I get it, right? Thomas pretty much likes to meme all the time, and honestly, I really don't think a lot of the PoE player base or even the Diablo 4 player base is looking for a game like No Rest for the Wicked. It seems more action-oriented and more of like a Soul-style kind of combat game. I've only put a little bit of time into it, so I'm not really entirely deep on the mechanics of it. But the thing is, I really don't feel like that kind of player is going to be looking for No Rest for the Wicked as that experience. Maybe as like a side project or a side gig to play every now and then or to try and test out. But I think calling out entire fan bases or streamers really doesn't benefit anybody in the first place, seeing as how I'm somewhat of someone who just puts a lot of time into ARPGs as well. And Thomas, honestly, from what I've seen on Twitter and from every other post that he's made recently, he's a bit of a shit poster, and I can kind of respect that in some way, but at the same time, I feel like this is not going to do him any benefits or favors in what's actually happening with No Rest for the Wicked, or people even trying that game out. I feel like that style and that kind of combat doesn't really flow well with a lot of other major ARPG streamers or players on what they want to do. And him saying things like no spam builds or things like that, playing PoE 2 really is a vast
So not only did these fucking pieces of shit, okay, rip you off on this fucking thing, it turned out to be 9-karat gold, right? Yeah. You had a check? Yes. So they're gonna be giving you $1,000 on top. Here's $22,000 for your fucking trouble. These fucking bum motherfuckers, bro. You get people in this exchange, people in this. Stop being greedy pieces of fucking lying shit! Soundtracks, I want this, coming up with a fucking scheme every fucking time! Keep fucking scheming, bro! 9 fucking carat this, 2 carat that, this, that. Security what, bro? Fucking bullshit, bro! Stop stealing! You gotta come up. I want my fucking money, motherfuckers, bro. I gave the money up. You wanna be Trax NYC? Here's Trax NYC! Akai. Garbage! You motherfuckers are garbage!
Definitely being this is insane.
You know, I maybe this is a little bit of ego. I genuinely do think, and this is why it makes me sad when I see like the OTK is like the worst decision I made. I genuinely do look back on a lot of those things and I say some of those clips, some of those pieces of content, they will remain in the best things that ever existed on Twitch. Maybe I'm a little bit delusional, but I really do feel that way. They're kind of iconic in like their own right, at least for me, and that's what really matters. At the end of the day, you know. But yeah, when I look at these news guys, this is what I think they should do. Keep doing the events. Figure out all the events that you want to do, and then don't be greedy. But when you have it on your stream, that individual pays for it.
Yeah.
Just do it like that. If it's on your stream, you pay for it.
Yep.
Keep around the employees that you have around, and just keep doing everything that you need to do. The second that you get too big, and you try to make an org and all this stuff, if it's not on your stream, somebody else is making the decisions, right? Eventually you need to pay for all of those employees on a regular basis, and the employees are some of the most important people. If you're paying them individually, you get to decide what the show looks like.
Right.
It's a predicted cost for you, not for where you need to be. And look, there's a thing with streamers that nobody else understands. Sometimes you're hot on something that you didn't predict. Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah.
I wanted to stream Final Fantasy 14 every single day I could. I couldn't.
Well, you did a lot.
I did a lot, but I couldn't do it as much as I wanted to, which is kind of crazy because I do look back and I was streaming like 250 hours.
Yeah, it was a lot.
But I was still, if you remember, I was flying here at least once or twice a week.
Yeah.
And I was still doing all of the OTK obligations.
Right.
Maybe that wasn't what was best for my stream. Now, do I have some good memories because of it? Sure. But every now and then you're going to catch a spark and you should be able to lean in on it.
Yeah.
And I don't think that the traditional content org necessarily does that.
I think the problem also is that like whenever the content orgs really started growing, it was when you had a lot of brands coming into the space that were like kind of naive. And so they didn't have a bunch of they didn't have a bunch of data. They weren't able to see like, okay, how much is this person really converting? And then you add in, this is another big thing, is all the view botting. Really, I mean, and if you have somebody who's view botting and they're adding in like an extra, and I'm not calling any specific person out, I'm just saying like in general, like this is a well-known established reality that people do view bot. And if you're view botting a big number like that, and then the sponsor doesn't get the payout, well, then they don't want to put in any spot. They don't like, oh yeah, let's spend another $100,000 to make $13,000 again.
Look,
that doesn't seem like a good idea.
On the view botting front,
yeah,
people didn't do it back when I was streaming like every day.
It wasn't as crazy as it is now. Like,
were people
now,
doing it and I just didn't realize?
I mean, like,
am I stupid? I saw Dennis tweet it, and he had this tweet, and I was like, yeah, that's how I feel. Like, what? Like, what did happen? When did all these like random 20K Andy start?
Well, I can tell you when it happened, off stream.
Yeah,
because I think I know exactly the progenitors of this, the people that began this.
You were debunking with XQC.
Yeah, I'm going to debunk it, right? Well, the thing is, he debunked the same thing. Like his conclusions are the same as mine because we both understand how these graphs work. I mean, you understand it too. All you have to do is look at it. It's like, whoa, okay, all right.
Wow.
Like, what the fuck is
Keep
this?
the same exact number of viewers through like an 8-hour stream, and you got them in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
sure, guys.
There's some stuff that's really obvious, but you know, it's also the funny thing is I can name a bunch of people that I've seen get view botted.
Yeah.
That it was a brand that did it, and they probably had no idea that it was going to happen. So yeah,
brands sometimes do embedding and stuff like that. You're right.
They do weird stuff. So it's not always like the content creator. That's the thing that.
Well, it's also somebody getting view botted. Like whenever there's a channel that could be getting view botted, like my channel was getting view botted at the beginning of the year, right? And so was I doing that? No. And that's why like somebody accused me of it. I'm like, yeah, maybe. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Like, because I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not like really. I mean, I don't really sell my content that way anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So
I'm not
who gives a
convinced.
shit?
I'm not convinced that you're not a psyop and that
Hey.
there wasn't some. There was maybe something.
Yeah,
Going on, I don't know.
maybe that's it. It's a Russian psyop to try to destabilize America by making me popular. Which, hey,
It worked.
Yeah, it worked. Exactly.
Fucking
Thanks,
worked.
guys. Thanks, Putin. Appreciate that.
You're just slowly making the frogs gay and turning everybody into commies. Bro.
Absolutely.
Dude, I was so pissed off. There was a clip where you were making fun of a bunch of people in a very particular school at NYU for the names of their majors.
Yeah, they made up their fucking majors.
That
Yeah.
was the school I was in.
What the fuck were you guys doing?
My major was called Narrative Strategies for Contemporary Media.
Yeah, and now what the fuck are you doing?
I'm in the same room with you, bitch.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't. Well, shit. Okay, all right. Yeah, it's kind of true.
No, it's like, I was dying laughing during that though, because I was like, man, there was a guy.
Ridiculous.
There was a guy who majored in the color blue.
And
I don't know what he's doing. I'm sure he's doing fine, bro.
you know what? I bet he's probably rich.
Dude, that school was odd, but also if you did take advantage of it, you could kind of learn a lot.
Yeah.
I look back on it now though, and I do go, maybe college isn't worth it.
I went to college, I got a business degree, and I learned more about business than World of Warcraft. It was a colossal waste of time.
True.
Like it was, and especially like, I mean, if you're learning like a real STEM skill set, like you can teach yourself that yourself, you know, privately anyway.
Do you
But,
think
like,
it's worth going to college now?
I think it depends on your degree, and it depends on the college.
Well, here's
too.
the question, because I don't know, because I
Yeah.
haven't been in the market in a while. Can you get a job without a college degree? I feel like you probably can't.
Well, it's like, I think that there's like a weird paradox where there's some people that, like, let's say like for a software engineer or something like that, like if you're very good at like, you know, guerrilla marketing for yourself, then I think that you can easily get a job and get a place like that.
That's how the
Sure.
games industry used to work.
Exactly,
If you
right?
modded and
Yeah.
you like made a cool mod,
Yeah.
then everybody knew about you.
Then they're gonna bring you into the fold, and now you're part of the system,
Yeah.
right? Like Player Unknown, for
Yeah,
example.
Ice Frog, really.
Who's that?
Dota.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, like think about
Yeah.
it. Like there's so many people like back in the day,
Right.
that started as modders, and even when I was in college, they basically were like, "Yo, mod every day." They're
Yeah,
like
yeah.
mod. And look, a bunch of the kids from my program,
Right.
literally from my ear, Ball Pit, Kenny Sun made that, right?
That's right.
So like,
play that shit all the time.
I think the class that we were in together, we were in a few classes together, but I think one of them was modding 101. So it's like, and we literally would make games in Hammer. So you were basically using like assets from like Portal and stuff like that. And we would get graded on what we could do in the mods.
Yeah.
And I remember we had like so many cool people come in and look at our projects. Like Rami Ismail came in from Flambeer, like. But it was all mods, right?
Yeah.
Because they were like, this is how you market yourself. So I do agree with that. I think there's more information out there though than ever.
Well, like right now, I think that basically the amount of technology, like AI, automation, and like the social media, and just AI is
AI's bad though, man.
Well,
you can't use AI. That's bad.
Of course, yeah. You can't do that, even though they're all doing it.
And
you can't
Expedition
do it.
33 was actually evil.
Yeah, it was
and
a
we
terrible
didn't-
game.
Yeah, we didn't like it. We just didn't realize that we didn't like
Yeah,
it.
until after I saw a tweet that said it was bad, that had a lot of likes, and
But-
then I realized that it was bad.
It was problematic that
Yeah,
I
it's a
even thought
horrible
I
game.
liked it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think
How
that
stupid are people?
they're so dumb. Like, oh no, I think
Were they always
honestly-
this dumb though?
Yes, I think they were. But the thing is that on the internet, we were insulated for it because people like that were too stupid to afford a computer. But now they can afford a fucking computer. So
It was
you gotta
either,
hear
you had to. There was a price
every
barrier
brain-dead
or a
retard. Yep.
try barrier. Like
Exactly,
you either had to work really hard to get on the internet and figure out all these different loopholes.
Yeah.
I mean, back in the day, you could like dial in to download video games. Do you remember
yeah.
that? There was like crazy shit. I mean, that's probably before
it was
our
like
time. but-
1999.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
like there was crazy shit
Yeah.
that like people were doing to like get games and shit and like get on the internet.
Yeah.
And there was the cost like hurdle. But now I used to always say this about World of Warcraft when we talk about the game.
Yeah.
And this was kind of the internet as a whole for me, but World of Warcraft was the perfect microcosm for it.
Yeah.
You would log on, and World of Warcraft would give you everything. It would take away all of your real life problems.
Yeah.
Give you a new set of problems, and then give you every tool that you needed to solve those problems.
That's right.
And it was an incredible feeling.
Yeah. because you had control over your life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was like, I want to do this and I want to do that, and if I work hard, it's going to get done.
Yeah.
And in real life, you
work
don't always
hard
have
and
all
you
the
get
tools
fired.
that you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't control it.
That's the reason why I think like MMOs and like video games are so appealing to especially young people, is because it's like that's the first time in your life that you're able to have like an even playing field.
Yeah.
Like you're actually on the same even playing field with everybody else. And you know, like the truth is that obviously like if you're competing against the guy that's like 38 and he has 3 kids, he has a tremendous insurmountable disadvantage against you, right? Because he just doesn't have the time that you have. But whenever you're young, you're not seeing it that way. You're seeing it the opposite, where it's like this guy has this massive advantage over you. He has a career and everything, and I'm like this loser. And so now you have this inverted world where it's just about the amount of time you can put in. And so it can give a young person the ability to actually be good at something that is independent from their parents or their school or anything. It's just them. And I think that's what makes video games so good, especially MMOs. That's what made them so addictive.
And I think beyond, well, I agree full-heartedly, and then you take it a step further, and it actually was kind of a positive thing back then. Because
was great.
With the MMOs, it was like, wow, if I work really hard, I can achieve something. And you could be proud of working hard. The funny thing is, though, now, and the reason why I brought it up, is I kind of feel like the world and video games have reversed, and the internet has reversed. And I feel like the real world is better than the internet now. At least in my perspective, when I was off the internet, the real world was more fun. It was like actually better, and I feel like people aren't
are
as
more
nuts.
normal in real life, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is like, because now, and here's the reason why. Like, real life used to be, like, you can have private interactions in real life, but you can't really have private interactions on the internet.
Oh, true.
And
Yeah,
I think that's
a
the
good
main
point.
issue, is like people always want to put on some sort of a persona. They want to be seen in a certain way. They don't want to say something that's maybe a little politically incorrect, or like something that could be seen in a bad way. And because of that,
You should tell that to Zach Rohr, bro.
Yeah, I know. I tried, but he won't listen. And
that dude's a demon.
He's unhinged. I've heard that before. And no, I mean, really,
I was back for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Before I was getting like calls like, "Hey, can you talk to Zach?"
I know exactly from who.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Like,
Absolutely.
No,
Yep.
let me rest.
No, please, no more. And no, I think really it's true, is that people on the internet, like everybody is trying to put on a persona. They try to act a certain way. There's like, it's so performative. Whereas like in real life, you can just be yourself. And, you know, unless somebody's secretly recording you, there's not going to be like a chat log of it that somebody's going to screenshot and then post 2 years later.
It's just so crazy because, like, if you were going to pretend to be somebody, why wouldn't you pretend to be somebody cool?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing. They're picking the lamest character to LARP as, and I do think that there is a little bit, and obviously we're speaking in generalities, right?
Yeah,
now,
I mean, it's
right?
not everybody.
But the thing is like, I feel like there is an absence of mountains to climb and purpose in the world now. And I feel like there's this impending doom of AI. I don't think AI is like this evil thing that people want to make it out to be. But I will say that if you look down at the potential future...
Well, it's a tool. It's a tool. It's the same as like a gun, right? I mean, like inventing a gun, like, holy shit, like that caused a lot of problems.
For sure.
But like, yeah, I mean, that's the way the world is.
Think
I mean,
about
you
the
can't stop
Industrial
technology.
Revolution, right?
Exactly,
I mean, like
yeah.
the loom or whatever to make like T-shirts was like like that changed the game for sure. But I do think with AI, the difference, like, because there is obviously a fundamental difference to how far that tool can go.
Oh yeah.
Because it is a tool that like learns how to use
I think
itself.
AI, the reason why AI is unique is that people don't know what that extent is.
And
I don't think anybody really knows. There's a lot of predictions.
But if you do predict and you take it as far as it could go, if you don't, there are a lot of people who sit there and say, like, I've even said this before, having like worked in the space, I'd be like, oh, I think like large language models are capped and they'll be able to get this far or something like that. But if you take it as far as it could possibly go, it is a completely different ballgame where people might not work in the same way.
I don't think they will.
Well, so that fundamentally, that existential crisis does make sense. And I think that even if it's not just people going like, oh, AI bad or something like that, I do understand why people aren't playing like sports like they used to as much. People aren't doing as much stuff outside, and then you have like a lot of the careers being taken away. And it's like, I think about those things that made up my personality when I was a kid. I played a lot of City of Heroes. I played soccer. I rode crew. I had a group of friends, and I knew what I wanted to be when I grew up. And I worked hard in school, and my grades mattered. That made up my personality, my identity, and who I wanted to be. Well, now, if I don't feel like my grades matter, because like AI can take care of
that's
like
exactly the funny thing is that I lived a 2025 like high school or like college lifestyle in 2007. I did.
Like you didn't feel like
I didn't give a fuck. Like I just played video games. I hung out with my friends. I didn't give a fuck about school. I never wanted to get a job. I was going to live off of the government.
But you, I'm going to challenge you here.
Yeah, okay.
Because you are a very intelligent guy. Like you are, and I think that, and I'm not glazing you right now. I'm actually disagreeing with you. So I think that there's a part of you that is proud of how intelligent you are and likes that about yourself.
Well, I try to understand things. Sure, of course. I mean, absolutely.
So now imagine if I took away that joy from you and said that there was something that could recreate that and that it's not unique anymore. And
it
that
isn't. It isn't. And the thing is, that's what's crazy is that one of my biggest strengths is
you don't think that your mind is unique to somebody else's.
It doesn't matter how unique my memory is if something can be recreating that in real time through tools like AI. Like
so,
AI.
Well, that's exactly.
Well,
so you actually, so you do subscribe to like the Zoomer dilemma.
Well, no, it's not a dilemma. It's just simply that's the way it is. Like, and the thing is that also, I mean, everybody's going to be different in their own way, and like it's going to replace, like it will replace all kinds of experiences, and technology will do that on its own anyway. So yeah, well, like for example, like one of the things I've always been good at is like knowing a lot of things and remembering a lot of things, and so I can synthesize stuff in like a more unique way, and that's always been like a strength of mine. But an AI can do it better than I can do it. And like maybe I can have a different insight on it, but eventually their insight is just going to be uniformly better. And that's just the way it is. This is the inevitability of technology.
So I would argue that I see where you're coming from right now.
Yeah.
I would argue though, when we were growing up, in the formative years of growing up, we didn't have to think about a tool replacing that. It wasn't real, and I feel like a lot of people...
I will tell you, whenever I was 7 years old, I told my teachers I don't want to learn how to write because I'm just going to use a keyboard. And after that, I'm just going to say the words or think the words, and the computer's going to put them down. In 1997, that was not a popular idea.
So you weren't playing with Crazy Bones like me?
No, but they thought I was Crazy Bones. I was the Crazy Bones. Yeah, I was the one that I'm like, I don't need to listen to this. It's the same as like, because I remember they're like, oh, learn cursive. I'm like, why? There's no cursive anywhere. What's this?
And look, I felt the same way with math, right? Personally.
Like, oh, you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket? Really? Well, why do they call it a pocket calculator?
Yeah, I was like, look.
What are you talking about?
And it was also like, it's like, when am I going to have to do math and not have a calculator? It's like, oh, when I pay a receipt? Well, it's like, well, I'm not retarded. Like, I can figure that out. It wasn't like, So I get where you're coming from. But I would take it a step further and be like, in our formative years, the mindset of, being able to learn these things and do these things and think in this way, it's something to be proud of. It's who I am. My thought process is my own. There wasn't this looming entity that does take away some of that identity. And I think that that's the reason why these people on the internet are so desperate to have a cause to fight, is because they don't know who they are if they don't align themselves to that idea.
I think it's also because the world, and especially like, I mean, if you're living in America, if you're living in Canada, if you're in like a lot of these European countries too, you
It's a new year, and there are more unhinged left and Islamist freaks trying to game end the lives of people that call them out. So this video is almost like a public service announcement because it's really important for people to know how dangerous it's getting, specifically for Nick Shirley. You might recognize him. He's the guy that did the super viral video exposing all the leering centers in Minnesota of Somalis committing infinite fraud jutsu. What? We imported an entire community of 255,000 pirates, and they're pillaging our land. Now, I personally didn't see this coming at all. And I just wanted to say, as just a disclaimer, I really hate that the 255,000 420 Somalis that aren't assimilating to culture, they're really ruining it for the other 30 Somalis that are assimilating it to the culture. And that's honestly pretty terrifying. So this guy, Nick Shirley, made this super viral video exposing the leering centers. Yeah, we're going to talk about the leering center. Don't worry. We're going to talk about the leering center. They responded and it's diabolical. So 134 million views later, this guy's life is being threatened everywhere. They're attacking him in public. CNN is dropping hit pieces on him, investigating him instead of investigating the fraud. And he is actually getting harassed constantly. He's getting unbelievable amounts of death threats, and I hope he's okay.
They're so mad. The Somalians are so mad. Because can you imagine? For years, you're at the dinner table talking with your family about how everything's good. Oh, we don't need to worry because the government and whatnot. I mean,
yeah, we don't need to worry about our infinite fraud because the government will just call them racist. The government will just call anyone that exposes us as racist.
81% of these people are on welfare, but on top of that, they're collecting millions of dollars for these companies. Tax exempt, by the way, especially the daycares. So can you imagine how...
Yeah, so tax exempt millions of dollars that are being used to funnel it towards Somalian terrorist organizations in Somalia, as well as funding Somali politicians, as well as funding individuals, all from our dime. Tax exempt. Truly diabolical. And the government turns a blind eye to this. Simply put, they turn a blind eye to it because they import infinite Somalis to vote for them. The government gets the votes, and they get infinite money that we work for.
Mad they are now. Like, that's why they're right now, there's, like, people are so upset. Like, there's, like, bounties on me here in Minnesota because people are so upset.
They put bounties on Nick Shirley. Be careful out there, guys.
As far as the fraud that's being exposed, because they know their time's up and they know everyone's just sick and tired of this happening inside their own state and across America.
What have some of those threats been?
Yeah, there was apparently like a bolo that they used. That's the word that some people told me was on me, and I can't reveal too much just because I don't want to reveal. But like, yeah, lots of messages, death threats, obviously on social media, and
I mean, I get death threats, so I'm sure he got way more.
And it's just not the most safe thing for me to be moving around freely right now.
Yeah, so the left is angrier at this guy for exposing hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud than they're upset at the people that were brought into our country against our will to rape and pillage our land. Understand where we're at. Bolo means be on the lookout. So anywho, before we get to the leering center, you have to understand, so Nick Shirley, so Elon Musk actually retweeted this because fraudsters want to kill him for telling the truth, which is just completely accurate. So this is wild. Nick Shirley revealed posts that he's been, like, messages he's been getting constantly. This is gonna be you, April 27th, 2026, in a muddy ditch alongside highway with the specific marker on the highway. Enjoy your last couple of months, buddy. Now, again, I get death threats all the time, so I'm not surprised to see this, but it's scary. It's scary as fuck, especially because, I mean, I sit here and I talk shit on the internet. I recognize that he is in a great deal more danger than I am, especially from, you know, violent, inbred people. Not trying to be controversial here or anything, but one of the side effects of inbreeding is violence. You know, the chances of you being violent increases by 4 times if you're inbred, and Somalis fuck their cousins. Not trying to be controversial here or anything, I'm just saying what it is, all right? So, it got worse. Leftists are threatening threatening Nick Shirley, calling him the next Charlie Kirk. I'm not just talking about the Somalians. I'm talking about leftists. Understand this. Leftist Americans are furious that this guy exposed people stealing our money. Do you understand how insane that is? And leftists are saying, you're going to be the next Charlie Kirk. We're going to Kirk you.
Have you gotten any threats? Like actual death threats?
Yeah, well, in person and also.
Can you tell me
online.
about that? Like, are they messaging you saying we're gonna get you? What are they saying to you?
Yeah, like they're saying, oh, like kirked. You're gonna be kirked.
You're gonna be kirked. That's what they're saying to you.
Yeah, like you're the next. You'll be the next Kirk.
That's terrifying, man. You know, that's horrible. Like, this is a 23-year-old kid, all right? And, you know, he went out there looking into fraud. And because the fraud is following conservative talking points, now all of a sudden, all the leftists think that he's that he's the next Charlie Kirk. Because let's be real, this is going to radicalize a fuck ton of people that are on the fence about politics. Of course it's going to radicalize them. Of course it's going to introduce the idea that mass immigration is actually fucking bullshit. And now he has to go through this, man. He has to look over his shoulder in every single one of his videos. He will never be able to enter another rally unnoticed.
And it's just like, are you kidding me? 'Cause it's not even, like, I hate what's happening right now. Like, I feel bad for my family, honestly, because it's like, yeah, like, we didn't do anything wrong. And yet you guys are coming after me like I'm some sort of villain, right? So I'm like, my little sister's getting phone calls. I'm like,
bro,
why are you guys doing this?
Your little sister's getting phone calls?
Yeah, from, like, the news. I'm like, okay, don't talk to my family. I mean, some news in India, they doxed my home. They doxed my dad. They doxed my...
Oh, my God.
It was really weird. I haven't even told my dad about that because I just don't want to even bother him.
He knows now.
now.
But, like, they put it, like, it's just like, are you guys kidding me? Like, why are you guys coming after somebody for going against fraud? Like, I didn't make this a...
That's the point. This isn't even, like, a partisan issue. You see, I'm, like, Islamophobic. So, like, I get it. But he literally just exposed fraud, all right? Like, come on, guys. How could you be pro-fraud?
Right or left issue. I just showed you guys that fraud was happening, and now you guys are coming after me. You're saying, yo, I'll be the next Kirk.
And by the way, I already made a video covering the leftist responses, including, you know, Hassan Piker said it's Israel that did this, obviously. Destiny said that there isn't even really any fraud. The fraud's not even really happening, guys. You're just all racist. And literally, that is what these guys are doing. It's crazy.
You're literally stopping at intersections and coming after me and trying to attack me. Like, why are you so evil? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, why are you defending fraud? Do you like money being stolen? No.
Yes, they're socialists. Socialism is stealing money from people that earn it to give it to people that don't. What are you talking about? Of course they like fraud. Obviously they like fraud.
What are you doing? You're a racist. No, I'm not a racist. I'm just telling you what the facts are. You guys are stealing money from the people that are working hard here inside the United States. I was literally talking to a black man, and then the Somali man comes out, and he's also black, so I can't understand what they're thinking calling me a racist. I'm having a great conversation with the black.
Because that's the weapon. That's their weapon, man.
And then another black man comes up and he's...
I can't believe Israel would import infinite Somalis into the United States. I can't believe it.
Somali descent. And he comes and attacks me for being a racist. I'm like, no, I'm not a racist. It's so stupid. And that's why the fraud has been able to happen for so long, because people like Tim Waltz are afraid to be called racist. Afraid to be called racist.
Damn.
And me and my generation, we're over it. Like, we don't care.
Oh, I love that, buddy.
Like, we do not care. Call us a racist. I do not care.
That's right.
'Cause I'm not a racist.
That's where we're at, man.
We're just seeing that prices of homes are so expensive. I don't even have a friend that can afford a home.
True.
People aren't getting married.
Well, we're importing people that are buying up the houses. You have to understand. Not only are they buying the houses, but the government is basically paying them to take houses. They're getting houses for free. Do you understand how crazy this is, man? Do you understand the insanity? Americans can't buy houses because the government is giving free houses to be fake daycare centers and millions of dollars to Somali scammers. Holy crap, dude. Dude, I'm telling you, man, nothing makes you more racist than a leftist. These guys are fucking crazy.
Because of how expensive things are, and we're paying so much money in taxes. Most kids are... I'm lucky because I didn't go to college, but most kids are starting their life off behind the starting line. They're thousands of dollars in the debt. And so, yes, we're upset because you guys are stealing millions of dollars and getting rich, and then you're bragging about the white man working on...
Yeah, that's the crazy part. Not only do they steal our money, but then they just show up and they bitch. They'll take our money and they bitch about how we're the bad guys. Holy crap. Oh my God. Like, the audacity.
TikTok, who's actually the racist? You're the racist. You're the one saying the white man. You work, white woman. You work, white man. We're sick of it. Nobody cares. Like, stop committing fraud. If you're going to be here, be happy to be here and work hard like we're working hard. Whether you're black, Mexican, Asian, white, just go and work. And don't start playing this victim card and start trying to make things political about...
Dude, the funny thing is, there's nothing that he said in this clip that, in my opinion, is controversial. I don't think this is a right-wing perspective or a left-wing perspective. The idea that don't commit fraud is now controversial because the left is now pro-fraud. Dude, I've seen everything. I've seen everything. These leftists cry about socialism, all right, and everyone should pay more taxes to the government, but it turns out the government is already having millions in taxes that they're funding Somali terrorists with. So let me get this straight. The left wants us to pay more taxes, but it turns out they have extra billions of taxes that they have to throw at retards that they imported. Do you understand the insanity that we're dealing with? Holy shit.
Money, for instance, or don't get mad at people for making money. Like, that's why America is the greatest country in the world, is because of capitalism. And we had 250 years to do it. All these other countries had thousands of years to do it, but they didn't do it.
Look, you want to hear my nuclear take? The United States of America is the global superpower, and it only existed for 250 years. Somalia existed for 2,000 years, and they still live in mud huts. Okay, they have no government. It's mud huts. All right, they're fucking savages, fucking their cousins and throwing poop at each other. That might sound racist to Somalis, but look, I wish Somali nothing but success, and I want all the Somalis to make Somalia a wonderful, even better place. All right, will it happen? I'll be real. The IQ is 67 on average, so that's not very good. But I want only success for the Somalis. Mostly the people in Somaliland, the superior Somalis. Dude, Somaliland is the greatest lore of all time. I've already made a video talking about that, so we can't talk about that right now, but it's insane. They declared independence. They're making a democratic, anti-Islamic society. Well, you know, not being governed by Sharia law. It's insane. So anyway, anywho. So Nick Shirley dropped this video. This is the 42-minute video. It has 134 million views. Everyone's talking about it. And CNN decided, whoa, we have to start investigating. No, they don't have to investigate the Somali fraud. They have to investigate Nick Shirley, the guy who made the viral video.
Done enough. I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, you know, for years.
And I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children. They're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
How do you know?
Yeah, so then how did that happen then?
That all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is...
Oh yeah? You're gonna let us make our own analysis? Well, are you true? Dude, I have to show. I'll show you what CNN does in a second. Okay. So, but before we even get to that, not even exaggerating. Before we even get to that, I have to show you. The Somalis mobbing Nick Shirley in public, harassing him and honestly threatening his life in public.
Get the fuck out of here. You cannot come in here. We don't care. We don't know where it is. Get out. That's not your job. You don't know that. Get out.
He's recording. Get out of here.
Hey.
This is crazy.
They're recording. Move. I didn't give you permission to record. What kind of no, looking for? Why you come here? Why you have permission? No. Get out of here.
So this is what we call roaches scurrying away from the light.
You have to stop This is a lie. I don't care. Who do you work for? Who do you work for? No,
Why does he have to work for someone?
Who do you work for? I go by this guy. Who do you work for? Nick Shirley. I don't care about Nick. That's Nick Shirley. We don't want to stop here. Stop here. Get out of here. Yes.
Would you like to give a statement, sir? And see you guys say I can't film, you guys filming. You can do that. You can film here.
You don't care about the state of Minnesota or what?
Where's advanced mobility at? That's all we're asking.
This
doesn't even exist.
Advanced mobility? What's it like?
Right, they're here looking for some sort of daycare center or whatever.
Why not? Why? I grew up in Minneapolis. I don't have to go in.
They're telling him to leave Minneapolis. Bro, he lives there. Not Nick Shirley, but the other guy.
Did you grow up here? Here? Why do you care? I was born in Minneapolis. You're telling me to go to the white place.
Bro, imagine. These people get imported here to have a better life as refugees, and then they literally have the audacity to tell you to leave. Holy shit.
What? White business. Are you a racist?
How?
Yeah, So then they said, "You're a white guy. You're a white guy. Hadouken!" And that's how it went basically. So anywho, there's a lot going on now. The movement that Nick Shirley started is absolutely insane. And I'm going to show you in just a second. First, I have to show you this breaking report from CNN. All right, are you ready? Are you ready to see, honestly, one of the scariest statements I've ever seen? Just in, CNN reports that they've called Minnesota daycare centers, and most didn't answer. But one of them confirmed that they're not committing fraud. This might be the worst statement I've ever heard in my life. Well, that clears that up. Case closed, Chad. Case closed. CNN called a lot of them. None of them answered, but one answered, and that one confirmed that they're not doing fraud. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to the bottom of this. Happy New Year. We got to the bottom of the fraud. So I have to show you, man, how like honestly pathetic and terrifying CNN's actual coverage of this was. So this is CNN's full segment. All right, people, I don't want to get accused of cutting anything out. This is CNN's full segment. I'm going to show it to you because CNN finally talks about the Somali fraud situation, except they are literally only talking about Nick Shirley, not the actual fraud.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the...
Wait, did she call him a MAGA YouTuber? I didn't even pick up on that. Hold up. Chat's saying that.
But no, fraud is fraud. And so I'm not...
Now viral video. Daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was... We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley.
Oh my God! They discredit and label you right off the bat. Bro! Holy crap, I didn't even pick up on that. They're so smooth with it. MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Oh my Lord.
Trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance. In the video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and...
Tries to open locked doors? It's the worst, most bad faith possible way to describe what happened in that video. Nick Shirley goes around trying to open locked doors. Shows literal footage of him knocking on the door.
Talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
He claims they're frauds! Dude, we have eyes though. Like, the reason why this video is so good is because anyone with eyes knows that they're frauds. Alright? I already covered this video. If you didn't see it yet, you definitely should either watch his video or watch my video covering it. But the reality is, like, this is absolute insane. This is the craziest thing ever. Nick Shirley tries to break into places to see children. I can't believe it.
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of...
All right, so he showed up twice, all right? The first time at 11 a.m., which is normal hours. The second time, a little bit later in the day, because maybe that was like lunch break or something. Both times, no kids.
It is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside. There should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into it.
It's such a bad faith question, man. The media is such an actual joke. Like, it's an actual propaganda machine. Holy shit.
Daycare.
Why should it be locked, guys? I don't understand. Dude, look at the building. Literally look at the building. It's blacked out doors. There's no kids. All right, it's not operational. Like, holy shit. But shouldn't daycare centers actually be locked?
No, every daycare is locked.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Federal law enforcement has...
Notice how they don't answer that question. Notice how they just don't answer that question. Not only are the doors locked, but also literally no one is there. It's empty. There are no people. There's no reception. There's no phone number to reach them. And they cut off the clip. They're like, daycares are locked. That's pretty bad. And then they literally cut the clip while they're interviewing this guy to go to their coverage.
Investigating fraud in Minnesota for several years. Both Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation. Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going...
No, literally no.
going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, you know, for years.
And I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children. They're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
Do you think that they're doing enough? No. I'm a 23-year-old retard, and I exposed $100 million of fraud in one day. So no, obviously I don't think they're doing enough.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley.
All right, so now it's time for CNN to actually do the hard research. Boots on the ground journalism from CNN, a actual respectable news organization.
Claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild.
Also, are you sure you're true is not actually a real sentence.
I'm a correspondent for CNN.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video.
Oh boy, they reached out to the daycares that were already tipped off that they're under investigation.
Only one daycare facility answered and said
only one actually answered.
They are a legitimate business.
And they said they're legitimate. CNN, boots on the ground journalism, called the places that were already tipped off that they were under investigation. None of them answered except for one. The one that did answer confirmed that they actually aren't fraud. Honest, this is good stuff, man. This is incredible. This is amazing.
Have you seen the videos, you know, purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside?
Minnesota Republicans say
it doesn't even show their answers. It just shows their question. It doesn't even show the answers.
Despite the new focus from the
dude, CNN, like this is the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
You know, we have talked about fraud. We have gotten stories. We've tried to.
And then they interview some random people and they never actually show anything else. This cannot be real life. Holy shit. Asmongold responded to this. Keep in mind that not only does Nick Shirley pose a threat to CNN's narrative and political goals, but he also represents an existential threat to their business. Understanding this is crucial to why CNN and other mainstream media is trying to delegitimize him. This is completely true. This is 1000% true. Literally not exaggerating. This is completely accurate because CNN's a joke. This literally exposed CNN as a complete and utter fraudulent enterprise, and the entire media is a joke and fraud. Like there is no world that we even need mainstream media to push their lies and their bullshit when a random 20-year-old kid with a camera is unironically better than all of them. Completely and utterly exposed in the most diabolical way. Now look at CBS trying to debunk Nick Shirley, because it's not just CNN trying to debunk Nick Shirley. He's an existential threat for these guys. An existential threat to actual media, because he's actually reporting what normal people see instead of some sort of propaganda message that they're trying to get across. So this is CBS trying to debunk Nick Shirley's report. And this is awesome. This is great. He accidentally proves that Nick Shirley was right.
Is this daycare committing fraud?
No.
Bro walks into a daycare, are you committing fraud? Holy shit, dude, what is this? Literally, what is this?
No, we're not committing fraud.
No fraud. What are you talking about? Zero fraud here, what do you mean?
Security footage from the same day Shirley was here. According to the timestamps in the videos, this woman takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m. that day, about 3 hours before Shirley arrives at the door closer to the street. Within the hour after Shirley leaves, a woman arrives at the other door with a stroller.
Oh my God, an hour after Shirley leaves, a kid was there. Damn, they literally got him.
Her family heads inside a few hours later.
Is this daycare committing fraud?
No, we're not committing.
Yeah, let's show that footage again.
Fraud?
Yeah. No. You ready for the twist? Ready for the twist? You ready? This learning center, ladies and gentlemen, is getting paid for 40 kids. 40 kids. CBS tried to debunk it by saying there were 4 kids. This is a learning center getting paid for 40 kids. It's still fraud. If this is true, it's still fraud. Now, you have to understand how insane this is. People are showing up at Minnesota daycares yelling, "Where are the children?"
They're recording me. Where are the kids? Where are the kids?
Bro started a movement,
Most profitable daycare in Minnesota. Not a bad business. I just want to learn how to start a daycare.
Absolute insanity, dude. It's crazy. Now, according to Polymarket, it seems like there's a 91% chance of criminal charges going up against Tim Waltz, because Tim Waltz responded to the entire hit piece. Are you ready? by attacking Nick Shirley as a racist for his investigation, and he blamed Trump. I will show that in a separate video because I think that's truly diabolical. But I have to show you more about the Leering Center because this twist is insane. So, more than 40 daycares were discovered in Columbus, Ohio, run by Somali Education, earned over $14 million in 2024 alone. I am going to show you more fraud in my next video. I just wanted to do this one to show you what Nick Shirley directly did and how they're literally threatening his life right now. But even scarier than that, and this is crazy. So Minnesota man loses his mind during Nick Shirley's investigation, right?
How much money are you? How much money are you making?
Dreamline Security.
How much money are you making
I make money
off
off of YouTube. That's how I make my money.
Exactly. So you're making money off of sensationalizing.
That my job.
And attacking the Somali community.
I'm not attacking you guys. We're asking.
I'll tell you the reason why this is happening. All right. Let me tell you the reason why you're attacking
fraud,
this.
Correct.
Yes.
This has nothing to do with race.
This is absolutely has to do with us being Muslim.
No, it does not.
All right. And
This
us
is like
being
literally
from Africa.
it's so nice that people are seeing what I see. Like I've been seeing this for years, you know? But now people are like, bro, stop with the Islamophobia card. It's like, yo, we don't want you to steal our money. That's Islamophobic. You're doing this because I'm Muslim. You are attacking us. Dude, it is unreal.
This is a constitutional argument. If you don't want us here,
No, it's not.
change the freedom of religion. Say, listen, we don't want Muslims in this country anymore.
They all do this. They all do this. Oh my God.
No. Because when I go onto your comments, when I go onto your comments, what I see is people that say we do not want Muslims here. Kick every single Muslim in Minnesota out of Minnesota.
Yo, this guy's kind of spitting.
That's a comment.
You're preparing for the Somali community to maybe be taken to concentration camps. Just a big job, all right? You're sensationalizing, all right? Something that can listen.
I have never met bigger victims in my entire life than Muslims after they start shit. Never. I don't think there's a single group that I have ever seen that's like this. You know, Hamas starts a war against Israel. Israel fights back, and all the Palestinians are the victims clearly in the war that they started. And then you get these guys here. All right, bro. 9/11 happened. Dude, Zohran Mamdani was elected as mayor of New York City, saying that the biggest victim of 9/11 was his aunt. His aunt who was getting Islamophobic looks in the subway. Dude, do you understand, bro? Hey, we're noticing that you're doing billions of dollars of fraud. You are trying to deport all the Muslims and put them in concentration camps. It's like, holy shit, this isn't working anymore, bro. Stop.
Something that can jeopardize the safety and the protection of the Somali community. If anything,
it's like, you're not allowed to expose me for fraud because it'll make people Islamophobic. Do you understand how crazy this is? Like, oh my lord. You're not allowed to expose me for stealing billions of dollars. Because if you do, people might become Islamophobic.
Happens to the Somali community. Listen, I'm not doing anything. I'm not physically.
You're getting very close.
I'm not physically. No, I'm not physically touching you.
This is fraud.
What you're doing. When I go into your comments, people who hate Muslims, who want us out of here for being Muslim, are using your material. Islamophobes use your material.
Who cares? What's that your business?
Material. People who hate Islam use your material. Say to us, we don't want you here. Okay. Change the Constitution. But
listen, guys. Fraud is just part of the Somali community. If you hate fraud, then you hate Somalis. Damn, that's a good point. That's a pretty good point. I couldn't have worded it better myself. Wow, this is just, why do you hate us? This is our culture that you're attacking. Oh my God, dude.
Guess what? Let me tell you something. Guess what?
We're asking about
fraud. You hate Muslims.
I'm not saying I hate
you hate Muslims.
You hate us? You should let us pilfer your land in peace. You should let us burn your churches. And if you are upset at Muslims, then you are Islamophobic.
Why are you
every time? Don't criticize terrorism. If you criticize terrorism, then quite literally, you are being Islamophobic. I'm noticing that you criticize terrorism and someone in your comment said something bad. So you should just not criticize terrorism now.
Attacking us. Are we the only community that suffers because of fraud?
We're talking about fraud.
Are we the only community that...
Hot take, every single community that does fraud should be cooked.
It's fraud. Are we the...
Especially the ones that we're importing into our country.
Only community that does this.
This is about
All right, there's what, 300 Somali providers in all of Minnesota?
There's actually.
I'm not. Don't touch me. Do you speak English? He doesn't even speak English. Listen, let me tell you something.
See, this isn't a racist.
Listen.
It's about fraud.
We have what, 1,000 providers?
Yeah, you guys have a.
Even it's 2,000 providers.
Okay,
you
sir,
want 80,000 people because of fucking 2,000 providers?
Because of just 2,000 providers? You want to hear my nuclear take? If I knew that in a Jewish community, people were exposed for this level of fraud, the Jews would call them out. All right? They would. If this would happen in a Muslim community, for some reason it doesn't happen because their allegiance to the tribe comes before their allegiance to the nation by far. Not even close. And it's insane. You know, oh no, he's exposed for fraud. Quick, burn the Constitution. There might be Islamophobia.
Are you fucking mad? Are you stupid?
Are you stupid? You're stupid every time. You call me out for robbing you. Every time you call me out for robbing you, you get more people to not like me. Yeah.
You're sensationalizing.
Dude, no one causes Islamophobia like Muslims. It's crazy, bro. Like, all you have to do is be like, you're so right, investigate us. Every single Somali that's doing fraud should actually be deported. You know, like, for real, that should be your response. The fact that you're running defense for it instead literally proves why Islamophobia needs to exist.
What about if a mass shooting happens in Minnesota? It will be because of you.
Well, dude, he's literally saying if Muslims get murdered now, their blood is on your hands. Holy shit, bro. Crazy. For the record, all of 20, now that 2025 is over, I can officially say it. There was not one Muslim killed in a hate crime for all of 2025. Not one. Thank God, because I don't want anyone to get killed, obviously. But thank God, not a single one. The same cannot be said for Jews. The same cannot be said for Christians. The same cannot be said for Hindus. All right? But it could be said for Muslims. Straight facts. Facts are facts.
It will be because of you.
That's not true. They were killed by other Muslims. Yeah, but not in America. I'm talking about in America.
If any Somali gets hurt in Minnesota, it's because of Nick fucking Shirley.
If any Somali gets hurt, it's because of you. Dude, it's like, it's all emotional blackmail. All of it. Right? Don't expose us for fraud or you're making Islamophobia happen. And if I get killed, my blood's on your hands. And, you know, you're putting Muslims in concentration camps by calling us out for fraud.
Any Somali, if one single Somali gets hurt, it's because of you. Sensationalizes. You son of a bitch. Sensationalizes.
Wow,
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood. Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
My neighborhood. This dude showed up here 5 minutes ago, and he's telling people that have been in America for years to get out of his neighborhood.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood. We don't want you here.
Oh, your neighborhood.
Get the fuck out of here. You wanted clicks? You wanted clicks? Clicks.
Dude, I'm actually worried for Nick Shirley, man.
You wanted YouTube? You wanted YouTube clicks? You got YouTube clicks. Now get the fuck out of our community.
Tell me where the
Get the fuck out of our community.
Tell me where the.
You racist motherfucker. Say I don't
You racist.
want Muslims here. Say I don't want Muslims here. Say it. Say I want to change the Constitution.
No, I don't.
And I want to change freedom of religion. And I don't want Muslim Somalis in Minnesota. Kick them out. I was born in this country. You have to take the passport away from me. That is what you are arguing about.
Okay.
Change the Constitution.
I'm all for
Get
it.
the fuck out of my community.
Let's do it, guys.
Fuck out of our
Good
community.
idea.
Get
Damn,
the
I didn't
fuck
think
out
of
our
that.
community. Get the fuck out of here.
I think anyone that defends the fraud should also be denaturalized and deported. I think that's a pretty good idea, actually.
Stupid fucking idiot.
Yo, anyone that defends the fraud gets deported too. What do we think, guys? Damn, this guy made some good points. I mean, I have to reconsider my thought process here. He made some pretty good points. Now, so he responded. So Nick Shirley responded to this. Part 2 from Minnesota coming soon. Holy shit. And the memes, there's a part 2. There's a part 2. All right, so now we have to talk about the Leering Center, okay? Because one of the main points in Nick Shirley's video was the Quality Leering Center, where essentially he showed up to a childcare center, and it was literally misspelled the word learning on the sign. They called it the Leering Center, not the Learning Center. So the Quality Leering Center. Now, you have to understand the lore behind the Quality Leering Center, all right? You have to know what's going on. It is pivotal to the future of your life to understand what went on in the Quality Leering Center, okay? Get ready. So first, they came up with excuse after excuse onto why the Leering Center is actually good. All right, they're running defense for the Leering Center constantly. This is my favorite story arc of the entire Somali drama, because this is like the actual 67 IQ scam. So the first response was the following.
Talked to a mother dropping off her kids.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
The first response was, Nick Shirley didn't come at operating hours because you see this Leering Center actually works from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. The Quality Leering Center is on Somali time zone. I can't believe it, bro. Bro, no. First of all, no, that's not happening, okay? Get the fuck out of here, man. There's no learning center. No Leering Centers are open from 2 to 10. So that was the first response, all right? That was the first response. Then they asked another Somali lady, why is it called a Leering Center? Why did they misspell the sign?
Why was the word learning misspelled? That was a printing error.
Printing error.
And how long was it that way? I don't know.
Years.
But the printer, now that you guys have put the printer at bay, now the printer is reprinting that up again.
Now that you put the printer at bay, ladies and gentlemen, the printer has returned to fix the job.
So sometimes it's just hard to get printers to come out in the wintertime.
It's hard to get printers to come out in the winter time, which is why it was spelled wrong for years. All right, anyway, it gets better.
Other changes to put up new signage and things of that nature. Because we had different types of weather elements going on.
There were weather elements going on, ladies and gentlemen. Weather elements have stopped the printer from spelling the word correctly for years.
It was just delayed. But for the simple fact, just because it is a misprint.
Right, just because of the misprint, it doesn't mean there's fraud, obviously.
Everyone is taking that out of content.
Yeah.
It looks like it's fixed now, though. And who
would you look at that? They actually found a way to fix it now that the winter elements have passed or something.
Are these people here? People.
And they show up.
People, American.
People, American. We just have American children leering here. You know, classic. I'm really glad that you're here, news media, for showing up. Thank you. Here's just a bus of people, Americans, that are, look at these Americans that are coming here to be students to leer in this school. Just to be clear, all right? Just to be clear, they got fake kid students here to make it look like it's operational after they got exposed. I told you this would be good. Look, kids, American.
That looks like some daycare kids. Oh, absolutely. I don't know why y'all thinking
they're here to leer.
Are not coming. Like y'all are out here like they're not, like kids are not coming.
Yeah, they're not. They literally got a bunch of fake kids to leer here while after they got exposed. Now, you're ready for the twist? This gets even funnier, all right? The Quality Leering Center made a response video explaining how they're only open from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
What would you say to Nick Shirley, the YouTuber, if he was standing in front of you right now?
I have nothing against him himself, but I do have something against the rhetoric. It's if you're going to be
the rhetoric.
Have a moral compass. Like, do what you do correctly. If you catch business that are fraud, no one here is with that. Like, we don't support that as a community. I don't support that myself. I was born and raised here. I'm not for fraud.
Okay, dude.
Notion that, hey, a certain batch of somebody got caught, so all of them support it. It's like, no one, if in any community, any mishaps that happen, the rest of the community obviously doesn't want that to happen. It's a stain on all of our names.
Except you're literally all running defense for each other.
You guys can see, we don't want that to happen. We don't take part in that. We don't like that. We don't want that in our communities. But just to say, hey, a certain company got caught, so they must all do it, and I feel like that's what he's doing. I'm not a fan of it.
2 to 10 p.m. may not be your typical daycare hours. Can you explain why it is?
The reason for that is we're after school hours. So most of our clients, not most of our clients, all of our clients is after school hours. So school's earliest dismissal would be 2:15 to 2:30, and the latest dismissal would be up to like 4:30ish, 4:40ish. So that's when our kids come to us. We don't have anyone in the morning. We deal with only parents and clients that come to us after school. So that's why ours are 2 to 10 p.m. If we try to do...
It's an after-school Leering Center from 2 to 10 p.m.
Once again, I'd like to conclude, the YouTuber that was making the claims, you were here earlier today. I came here at 1 o'clock. You were here. Where are you now? You claim we're closed. You claim we're a fraud. Where are you? Why are you not here right now?
Bro, it literally says Leering Center on the sign as he's explaining how it's actually an after-school Leering Center from 2 to 10 p.m.
It's like you're trying to put out a certain message about a certain group. I'm not going to make that claim. I don't want to make that claim without me knowing him personally, but that's what it's...
I'm not calling you racist, but...
He's doing from...
But you're racist.
Where are you right now? He was here earlier. He was recording us. We had no issue with it. We told him, hey, just get off our property. You can record. No.
We had no issue. We just told him he had to leave. So yeah, anyway, great excuse. Great excuse, honestly. But it gets better. It gets better. So you're telling me the Leering Center Google page said they were open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Yes, Dave. But then after Nick Shirley showed up and no kids were there during the day, they changed the Google page to 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Yes. And now we're learning that they're only licensed to operate until 6 p.m. Correct, Dave. That has been the lore here. So the Google page said it was open 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. All right. Nick Shirley showed up in the morning. They changed the Google page to 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. The actual licensing says they're only allowed to be open until 6 p.m. That was the story of the Leering Center, ladies and gentlemen. And I think, honestly, it's one of the greatest stories in the history of Leering, quite literally. But if I were to tell you that it got even funnier, would you believe me? Would you believe me if I told you that this actually got even funnier, ladies and gentlemen? Well, the Minnesota Department of Children Commissioner Tiki Brown claims the Quality Leering Center closed down last week, which explains why there were no children when Nick Shirley visited. Today, however, the Quality Learning Center was packed with kids to show the camera.
Raises about. Is there fraud going on here? No, it's a video. I just want to know what's your response.
Get them out of here.
Look at all the kids.
What's your response to the allegations? Is there fraud going on here, and is there children? That's all.
We are aware.
So this was today at the Quality Leering Center. Full of kids, super busy, tons of people around, no fraud to be seen. It's a fully operational Leering Center. But this is also what they said today, the actual government.
Of a video that's being circulated that has gained local and national attention about child care centers in Minnesota. While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously. Each of the facilities mentioned in the video has been visited at least once in the last 6 months as part of our typical licensing process.
Okay.
And in fact, our staff are out in the community today to visit each of these sites again so that we can look into the concerns that were raised in the video.
Okay.
So I won't go into any detail about whether or not any of these have any open investigations. I will share that our team was notified that Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago. And I believe the details that were given at that time were
The Somalis cannot keep their story straight. This is the craziest twist of all time.
around space concerns, and that's what was shared. The previous one I mentioned that had been closed some time ago was Mako.
Right. So I hope you understand the level of retard we're dealing with. The Quality Leering Center was scheduled on the website to be open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. After Nick Shirley showed up, they changed the time and changed their story to be open from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Between 2 p.m. and 10 p.m., they flooded it with kids. There were so many kids at the Quality Leering Center. All right? So many kids at the Quality Leering Center from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Then it turned out that the license of the Leering Center was only operational till 6 p.m., so it was fraudulent anyway. Then the government came out to say that the reason why the Leering Center was empty in Nick Shirley's video is because it closed down a week ago. Okay, so a week ago it closed down. Nick Shirley went there. It was empty because, according to the government, it closed down. Then the day after, the Somalis flooded it with kids, making up fake hours to trick people into thinking it's operational. This is the level of bullshit we're dealing with. This is the 67 IQ scam in action. And this is just one Leering Center, bro. This is one Leering Center. I'm not even talking about the rest of this garbage. I'm not talking about the rest of the country, okay? You have to understand, bro. This, according to the government, this closed down a week ago. According to the Somalis, it's still active. But when Nick Shirley showed up, it was empty. They changed the time block to be later in the day. And then, while you have the government responding to the allegation saying that it closed down a week ago, you have Somalis bringing in infinite Somali children to make it look like the Leering Center was active. This is the greatest storyline of all time. I leered so much from this video. I hope you also leered a lot. Definitely subscribe for more leering. It's truly diabolical. The amount of leering that I had was honestly insane. So over here, this is David, the guy that did the collaborative video with Nick Shirley, and he is personally suing, which I'll save for a different video, but he went to 50 Somali daycares on his own, and none of them have children.
said, hey, I'm just wondering, I've got a grandson who's looking for childcare, and I wonder if this might be a good facility. And they said, no, we're all full. And they had the door open, and I looked, and there were no kids. There was like a couch and a table with a couple chairs. And I said, well, are the kids out back playing, or what kind of place is this? And the guy said, you go. And he almost pushed me out the door, and then he followed me down the street to my car. And that's when I said, wait a minute, there's something going on here. And that's got to be maybe 5 years ago. This fraud is so massive. When the dust settles on this, it's going to be found to be the largest fraud in the history of the country and probably the world. It's that big. The ones that I've gotten data on, they average about $2.5 million a year, and a lot of them will say they have anywhere from 80 to 120 children. I've been to literally 40 or 50 of these childcare, and there never has been a single child at any one of them ever. Morning, afternoon, evening. Some of them say they're open till 10 o'clock at night. I go there in the morning, I go there in the afternoon, I go there at 9 o'clock at night. Nobody. There are no kids there ever.
Yeah. So that's our tax dollars at work. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to leer, but we also have to understand that Charlie Kirk called it. Charlie Kirk literally called it. Dude, I'm going to miss this man. This was less than a month before he was murdered. About 5% of Minneapolis is Somalian, but already 1 in 3 city residents living in public housing are Somali. 1/3. All right? So we are funding them. Now, the first Somali immigrant to chair the Minneapolis Public Housing Authority pled guilty to stealing more than $7.5 million in taxpayer dollars. As a leading figure in the massive Feeding Our Future fraud, dozens of people, overwhelmingly from the Somali community, stole more than $50 million, while Tim Walz's government did nothing to stop them. After all, that would have been racist. This is lunacy. America is one of the most desirable nations in human history. Instead of admitting useful people who make the country better, we have admitted millions who are immediately going into the dole, either overtly or by stealing it from the public. Democrats enable this because they don't see America as a real country. They see it as a pile of money for their clients to loot. And now he's dead. I wish Charlie Kirk could have been around to see what the Quality Leering Center actually was all about. Gentlemen, ladies, Happy New Year. This is the year of the crusade. God is good. Inshallah, as they say in Somalia, and also in Minneapolis, and also in England. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fam.
Just go through there. Sorry, trees, but you're dead. I'm adding little bits of curves and stuff just because... Well, we want our roads to be interesting to drive along so that drivers don't fall asleep. That is actually something we used to do, like, when I was an actual engineer. When you come to do, like, safety barrier, like, risk assessments and things, like deciding whether a road needs a risk assessment, one of the, like, criteria is, like, how likely you are to fall asleep on a road. So if it's, like, a completely straight road with, like, no bends or anything, you're more likely to, like, get bored and, like, doze off. So it's more likely to need a safety barrier. So no, it's not architecture just because I'm using curves.
There's a purpose.
But yeah, so this is going to link back around to the start. I mean, can I actually make this? Yeah, I can properly link like that. And then we can make this our first junction. So as people are coming down here, we want them to be able to go both directions. So we will be using, like, the 1-lane roads. But of course,
by the AI industry. 2025 had some good news and some bad. But for the good news, the 9950X3D launched early in the year. It was a normal CPU launch. There was nothing weird about it. It did what they said it would do. And that's pretty positive these days. Intel launched the B570, following up its B580 Battle Mage series cards from the end of 2024. And the B570 also did fine in testing. And when we revisited Intel's Arc drivers for the GPUs, we found that they had significantly improved in a way that really changed how we might recommend Intel Arc. That was great news for Intel for the GPU side. In our first ever Linux gaming benchmarks, we found that Bazite serves as an overall reliable platform that makes not Windows gaming more viable than ever before for PC users. In other good news, Cases had an awesome year on our channel where collectively they've probably done the best they've ever done at not sucking. Specifically, Corsair's Frame 4000D, for example, was one of the best cases we tested this year. $100, and now for the RS ARGB version, at that price with the fans included, that's a pretty solid offering. The Fractal Meshify 3 case was another of the top performers and top recommendations for us, where in our best cases roundup for this year, we gave this the best overall case. Li launched its 217 Infinity, which we're still working on reviewing separately, but it does a great job to having a new approach for the front panel where they've embedded fans in the glass. So finally, you can have your glass and eat it too. The Silverstone launched its FLPO2, which is one of the coolest cases we've looked at in a long time. It manages to execute really well on capturing the retro theme, but having modern compatibilities. Height launched its X50, another creative and unique case this year with some advanced manufacturing capabilities that were applied to it. And this launched at about the same time as the Haven BF360, which was another high-performance focused case. Outside of cases, other good news included learning from Intel's board partners that Intel allows them to do basically whatever they want for custom cards as long as they support the product. Seeing that freedom of design for partners is a rarity these days. For cooling, Thermalright lost its mind once again, in a good way once again, launching dozens of affordable competitive CPU coolers. Valve announced its Steam Machine, Steam Frame, and new controllers, squeaking across the line with some really interesting hardware that we can't wait to test in 2026. Now, we're almost to the stuff that this video is for, which is the disappointing stuff, but we've got to do the palate cleanser of things that didn't suck before we get back to the suck. And as another example, just some of the educational content opportunities we had this year were excellent, where as part of the tariffs documentary, we got to visit Louis Rossmann and do a tour of his shop.
Oh, fuck you. I mean, seriously.
Oh no,
Cut that out of the video.
That has to be cut.
It's Texas.
That can't stay in. We also published what might be the most educational and complete how thermal paste is made video on the entire internet. And that's not because of us. That's because of this guy.
We are the German water cooling mafia.
And we got to learn how Yeston's video cards are made. That's right, we went to an actual waifu factory. Cut that.
Tough guy, soft graphics card. 反差.
But that's not why we're here today. We're here for stuff like this. The disappointments of 2025. A lot of this comes back to everyone's favorite buzzword, AI, which we thought was bad last year, but this year, AI went from bullshit marketing to full-on grift as the tech industry's two favorite letters prop up the global economy.
My sense is that we're probably, a couple of $100 billion, maybe a few $100 billion into a multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure build-out.
Per year.
Yeah.
We see this massive opportunity, really over $1 trillion, overall market as we get through 2030.
There's how many trillions of dollars of computing infrastructures in the world that has to be refreshed.
The thing we believe is that we can stay on a very steep growth curve of revenue for quite a while. And everything we see right now continues to indicate that. We cannot do it if we don't have the compute.
And who doesn't love easy money?
That'll be $8 bazillion trillion.
Not bad. We have to use every form of energy we can.
The biggest issue we are now having is not a compute glut, but it's a power. And it's sort of the ability to get the builds done fast enough close to power. So if you can't do that, you may actually have a bunch of chips sitting in inventory that I can't plug in. And in fact, that is my problem today, right? It's not a supply issue of chips. It's actually the fact that I don't have warm shells to plug into.
And when they're not busy buying more GPUs than they can even use while you struggle to find a stick of memory for less than $100, these companies are exploring the military-industrial complex for their next move.
We work with Palantir to accelerate everything Palantir does, so that we can continue to be the mightiest technology industry in the world, so that we can fund the mightiest military in the world. And all of that, I think, goes hand in hand. I'm happy that our military is going to use AI technology for defense.
You can thank all of these people, the tech executives, for the DRAM crisis, contributing to upwards of 500% higher memory prices in some cases, and we can thank them for the brunt of the economic impact being borne by consumers, which we don't think is an accident. Whether that's through you buying components retail at insane prices, where companies like Micron have increased their consumer margin while killing parts of their consumer business to more closely match B2B margin, or whether it's from something else like you subsidizing Micron's $5 billion of tax breaks, the US government's use of nearly $10 billion of taxpayer money to buy 10% of Intel, the company that just laid off tens of thousands of employees, again, and that has dragged its feet on taxpayer-subsidized fabs, again, or any number of other ways. One way or another, normal people are paying for this AI obsession, whether you're in the US or you're not. Undoubtedly, we are in a bubble. It's just a question of who's holding the needle.
Let's start with, are we in the bubble? And I will say, Lauren, emphatically from my perspective, no.
We need to have energy growth very, very shortly.
I expect some really bad stuff to happen because of the technology.
But the good news is AI does something that humans have never been able to figure out before.
I cannot imagine having gone through that, like figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT.
The AI bubble was just part of this year's disappointments though. A big part, but part nonetheless. We had plenty of other issues with GPUs, Asus's router vulnerabilities, Bloomberging all over itself, and illegitimately copyright striking our report on the AI GPU black market, and more. Let's get into all of that. Our disappointment PC build for 2025 starts off with our disappointment PC build from 2024. NVIDIA, when we said this. We'll start the recap with NVIDIA, which hopefully won't disappoint us this January. Okay, look, I couldn't have known, to be fair. NVIDIA started the year off with the strong announcement.
Do you like my jacket? I thought I'd go the other way from Gary Shapiro. I'm in Las Vegas after all. If this doesn't work out, if all of you object, well, just get used to it. I really think you have to let this sink in. In another hour or so, you're going to feel good about it.
That's right. NVIDIA CEO and man single-handedly responsible for creating an entire micro-industry of targeted Google advertisements for the phrase Jensen Huang leather jacket, Jensen Huang, had some announcements to share.
Wait for it. Wait for it. I thought I was worthy.
Nope. But NVIDIA launched the 50 series, and then it proceeded to fumble in every single conceivable way, even though the architecture looked promising on paper. NVIDIA started with a paper launch, corresponded with fake prices. It had problems with missing ROPs, and it had its most broken-ass drivers in decades. Intentionally, it broke PhysX 32-bit support, and we think it lied about the RTX 5070.
5070. 4090 performance at 549.
But let's start the recap with the ROPs. Earlier this year, we bought a viewer's defective RTX 5080 to investigate NVIDIA's raster output unit problem. NVIDIA's missing ROPs sometimes cost around 10% of the total performance on defective products. When we benchmarked an RTX 5080 that wasn't falsely advertised versus one that was missing the ROPs, we found the complete card performed 11% better in Total War and 9% better in Dying Light 2. The best part is that NVIDIA told The Verge that the average performance impact would be 4%. Which is on the low side of what we found in some of these games, and also it used misleading language, we think, to minimize the impact with its, quote, one fewer ROP, end quote, comment, even though one full ROP unit, which is what they were referring to because it's the smallest number they could use, contains 8 ROPs in software. With PhysX 32-bit, NVIDIA abandoned hardware-locked functionality of its prior GPU generations on the 50 series, leaving players of games with NVIDIA proprietary PhysX 32-bit features in a situation where sometimes an RTX 5080 can perform worse than a GTX 580. Separate from this, NVIDIA also pushed its worst drivers possibly in its history. The drivers had rampant issues with screen distortion and artifacting, crashes to desktop, hard system reboots, G-Sync issues, and general compatibility problems. Of course, looking back on it now, it all seems kind of obvious why they had these problems. Jensen Huang himself kind of explained it.
We can't write software without AI anymore.
But NVIDIA wasn't alone in the beginning of the year. In February, we said this: AMD, don't fuck this up, okay? And by March, we ran this segment. We tracked sales and sentiment for launch of the 9070 XT and made this map. In green, you can see areas of extreme customer satisfaction with AMD. Major cities in the US did pretty well, far better than NVIDIA. Now, let's look at the dissatisfied area. And so today we're back in the chamber of anguish. You can't say that reviewers live in an echo chamber because I'm literally standing in an anechoic chamber. So, checkmate, viewers. That's right, AMD marketing may not have all of its marbles, but it does have all of its ROPs. In spite of that, though, and in spite of the fact that their drivers were actually not the problem this time, they've been on a better trend than NVIDIA lately, they still had some significant issues for this launch. AMD promised pricing that was seemingly made possible only by rebates to partners in the chain, resulting in 12 of 51 models actually at MSRP in the US over 4 retailers at launch. Of those we cataloged, 5 models were an overwhelming 42% over MSRP. The vast majority of models available were actually just over MSRP generally. It took AMD until the last few months of the year to finally get these prices closer to their advertised launch price. AMD also this year told everyone that the majority of gamers, quote, have no use for more than 8 gigabytes of memory, end quote, while then telling everyone that an 8 gigabyte GPU as an alternative to a 16 gigabyte GPU is, quote, no compromise, end quote, despite literally being precisely that. They compromise, like a 50% capacity one. So, while NVIDIA was in the corner huffing server exhaust and writing driver code, AMD was doing its best to make sure that it gained not even a fraction of a percentage point of market share in discrete GPU. So GPUs had the spotlight for the first couple months of this year, but they did graciously make room for somebody else to share the spotlight with them, which is ASRock's murder boards. ASRock, of course, taking the heat off of Intel for its 2024 CPU instability issues.
Thanks, Steve.
This was a story we followed across the year and never came to firm conclusions, but we did have a ton of findings we shared. Our coverage started in March when we began collecting reports online about ASRock murder boards murdering AMD CPUs, but in particular X3D CPUs. We eventually added ASRock to our face-to-face series of interviews to try and get answers, and we did get answers. I mean, they weren't right. Technically, though, they were answers. We published dozens of charts, tests, and data points from logic analyzers and just good old-fashioned use computer like normal testing. Ultimately, we weren't able to figure out the root cause. Now, in the time since publishing our last deep dive into ASRock's motherboard or murderboard problems, we did actually buy even more user boards that had been reported to have killed CPUs. And this most recent time, we bought power supplies, memory, the CPUs themselves, basically everything we could buy from the users to test the whole computer as they built it, which is really expensive, to try and isolate for the variables, and we still couldn't reproduce the issues on those particular boards. And in fact, one of the reported dead CPUs, I think, even came back to life after we wiped the contact pads on it. So we haven't made that video yet, but there's probably more to talk about still. Maybe it'll find another spot on the 2026 Disappointment Tour t-shirt. Up next, Asus. I'm in the chamber of anguish because here the Asus botnet can't read my brain. Asus this year had a number of vulnerabilities added to its other general fuck-ups over the last couple of years, and one of them was called ASSH. ASSH. Well, there's a couple of them, so. This year, Asus's software and hardware were both impacted by attack vectors. Its routers were found to be slowly getting morphed into a giant botnet. And if this is the first time you're hearing about this, and if you're using an affected and unupdated Asus router, it's time to update immediately, or at this point, maybe just get a different router. This vulnerability is called ASSH, or ASSH. At one point, Census had tracked over 10,000 infected routers online. Asus also had its Armory Crate vulnerability. Armory Crate vulnerability? Oh no! Whoever could have seen this coming? You also get Armory Crate, Asus's malware-like board-level functional rootkit. They try to masquerade it as a useful driver installing feature, but in the future, it's just going to be a zero-day exploit waiting to happen. And this year, Asus's Armory Crate and Driver Hub software were both exploited by security researchers. The Armory Crate vulnerability was found by Cisco Talos, with researcher Icewall determining that, quote, an unprivileged attacker can run a program from user mode to trigger this vulnerability, end quote. But another vulnerability called Asuspicious, found by Mr. Bruh, revealed that millions of users' information had been exposed since 2022, calling back again to the warranty and RMA disasters, but this time in the form of databases. As we titled the chapter in our Asus dumpster fire video about this topic, this was an unbelievably stupid exploit. Asus had hard-coded credentials with administrator-level, unrestricted access into its software, which the researcher was able to find and deploy in successful security research. We look forward to next time when Asus bypasses this particular vulnerability by, instead of hard-coding them into the software, just making the password. They could really switch it up and make it username and make the username password, but it might be a little too advanced. Anyway, that was kind of small stuff compared to the major backdrop that started in around March and persisted through most of the year, and that was tariffs. So flying around between California, Texas, and North Carolina, we went on our biggest journey this year, other than the black market one, and that was meeting with a ton of companies ranging from previously billion-dollar public ones like Corsair to small independent repair shops like Lewis Rossman's. In that special 3-hour-long report, we learned about the impact of uncertainty caused by constant tariff changes for the PC industry, and we got one of my favorite Lewis Rossman quotes of all time.
Oh, fuck you. I mean, seriously.
Look, it's not like there's a scarcity of supply for Lewis Rossman saying fuck you, but it's still a good quote. This ended up setting an undercurrent of price increases and responses, triggering layoffs and resulting in canceled projects or abandoned markets for some companies in the space. Now, we won't recap that entire thing here. It was 3 hours, but we ran a 2-part series on tariffs and got margin structure information from Hyde, logistics information from Cooler Master, US-based and Canadian-based manufacturing and factory details from Protocase, for assembly factories like CyberPower and iBuyPower, and more. The tariffs' impact to the hardware industry wasn't necessarily even about the hard percentages for a lot of these companies. It was about the uncertainty and the literally day-to-day changes at some points early in the year. So tariffs was the big story, but there were some other moderate disappointments after that, like Origin's $8,400 pre-built PC disaster. But even that paled in comparison to what we felt was NVIDIA threatening our independent coverage in our next disappointment. That's right, we get to the NVIDIA press manipulation topic on the shirt now. Now, standing on a random bridge in the middle of Taipei in the middle of the year, we broke news about NVIDIA staff pushing us constantly in the background for things like getting multi-frame generation benchmarks into charts in ways that we just did not agree with. We thought it was misleading, bad for the consumer, and obviously just pro-corporate kind of bootlicking bullshit stance. And so we made a big deal about that and talked about the ways we thought it would be damaging to both consumers and to reality, because that's not how those numbers work. NVIDIA sort of dragged in the engineers who we have had pretty good access to over the years to produce these extremely educational, really fun, interesting, good content pieces, interviewing engineers actually working on the products. Like, it was pretty awesome. It's good content, and everybody could learn from it. It wasn't just bullshit selling you a product. That's what we liked about it. Unfortunately, NVIDIA decided to tie that type of interview together with these background verbal expectations for what should appear in reviews, and basically start guiding the direction or shaping the narrative of reviews and editorial content. And effectively, we felt threatening access to engineers if we didn't cover things a certain way. We felt the company was attempting to exercise control over our choices, and was doing so by threatening access to something that we and the audience liked, which was interviews with engineers that were purely technical and not just marketing fluff. A good example is our MFG and our DLSS content we ran earlier in the year, where we did that because we were interested in it. It was technology NVIDIA was talking about. We wanted to test the marketing claims against the reality. Some of it we liked, not all of it. But the problem with this approach is that unfortunately NVIDIA taints everything, because now, at least for us at the time when this wasn't public yet, we're sitting there going, I don't know that I can trust any of these content pieces because I know what they're saying behind the scenes. And then now that it's out there, it's a problem of, okay, but is anything truly independent if NVIDIA kind of runs this interference approach to marketing and PR? And unfortunately, they have tainted the ability to trust even the content with actually trustworthy engineers who are good, who only care about talking about the engineering and teaching people. And that's kind of what we had access to. And what we decided, you know what, fuck it. If they're going to charge some kind of quid pro quo for this, then we don't want to be a part of it. But the loss is unfortunate there, and is a casualty of that decision from NVIDIA. Now, this isn't because the engineers can't be trusted. It's because the marketing driving the meetings might be behind the scenes trying to nudge an outlet's editorial direction in a particular way. And following this, NVIDIA decided not to sample drivers to review media for the 5060, even if that media outlet obtained the card through partners. However, it did decide to seed preview coverage under strict guidelines for fluff publications, immediately proving our point. So these were not reviews, these were previews under strict control with strict rules.
In fact, even Crisis works on here. Okay, so anybody who's a GeForce gamer, There are no GeForce gamer in the room.
Anyway, that was our experience with that in the middle of the year. And following some other disappointments, like the marketing bullshit of the 9060 XT we already went over, an Alienware SSD that was bent like a banana, a fake 9800 XD, a 5050 that was silently shoved out the door, and main gear's underperformed pre-built, we eventually got to one of our videos about Intel following the huge mess of AMD and NVIDIA GPU launches for the year, pleading with Intel to please don't fuck this up. This is the best opportunity you're ever gonna have. Help us, Intel. You're our only hope. In that video, we laid out how NVIDIA and AMD had botched just about every single launch thus far in the year, leaving Intel an opportunity to just keep chugging along and improving its drivers. Within a month or so of that post, Intel was in complete freefall. Its fab rollouts were slowing down or being paused. The company had another round of mass layoffs. It was killing projects. And CEO Lip Bhutan even managed to land in Trump's crosshairs with calls for resignation. A few days later, though, the two met and became BFFs to the tune of the United States buying about 10% of Intel. And then we hit my most memorable moment of the year personally, which was when we got Bloomberged. So we normally try to keep the build focused on, or the lack of a build this year, focused on the hardware industry. But there's a little bit of an accessory here this time, which is after we got on the ground in China and we spent 3 weeks in Asia traveling for the story about the AI GPU black market and proving its existence and learning how it works and illustrating the nuance that in China, this isn't a black market, it's just the market. It's only illegal from the US government's perspective for companies to send things there, but it's not illegal for them to transact within the country. And so it's a really interesting story. And so we traveled all over the place in Asia and covered this. And then we got back and we published it. And then Bloomberg filed a copyright strike and took down our video. We successfully fought it. We got reinstated. Bloomberg basically, they happened to be a major recipient of NVIDIA sponsor money. And they also happened to have published their own unsuccessful failed attempt at a report on a similar topic where they filmed sand in a Chinese desert, and then they copyright struck ours. Now, we did get reinstated. If you haven't seen the video, check it out. It's on the channel. It's the AI GPU black market. After this, the year closed out with simpler things like NVIDIA becoming more of a monopoly and abusing the fact that the US government probably won't do anything about it when they invested into Intel, who should be a competitor of theirs, and just kind of continued to consolidate resources, taking a small share of Intel. Our concern with that was just the general antitrust behaviors. We talked about in that piece. But the thing that happened after that was probably the biggest one for the year, and that was the RAM issue, where it's not just a shortage, it's OpenAI decides to basically reserve 40% of the memory wafer supply through 2028 to 2029 or so. And that in addition to the AI companies going crazy, buying everything. Data centers are being built recklessly, we think, where they're just dropping them everywhere. They can't even power some of them on because the grid isn't ready for them in those locations yet. Things like that. And they're sucking up all the memory, where RAM prices now have included effects from Micron's exit on the consumer-facing crucial memory business, which reduced supply availability to consumers in pursuit of more data center inventory. It also includes just the actual price, where if you go to PC Part Picker right now, you can see DRAM pricing trends, landing kits of DDR5 6000 64 gigabytes at over $800 now. Previously, it was like $190, $200 just 3 to 4 months ago. NAND flash storage prices are following, with price hikes inbound for this supply as well. And actually, hard drives are increasing in cost due to data center demand too. We talked about this in two main pieces at the end of the year, which was the NVIDIA what the fuck piece and the what the fuck just happened piece, which apparently is becoming a series for us now. And in those, the thing we talked about was this is a factor of the companies outbidding consumers, and the companies that sell these things, like Micron, even increase their margin, so they take more profit from the consumers who buy the stuff, and it's still not enough. They still favor B2B instead because they're just going to keep hiking the price and the margin until the point where the consumers completely fall out of the market and go, fuck all this, and it ends up just being they sell to each other. The companies sell to the companies, and that's the end of that. So anyway, we talked about that in separate pieces. We'll link those below. You should check them out if you haven't. But as for what is up for us in the next few months, at least for 2026, the big one is our content piece on data centers, where we are traveling different parts of mostly the US to look at some data center build-outs where hundreds of you in our audience have told us about things that you think are just wrong, where it's maybe kind of steamrolling through processes, abusing outdated zoning regulations, ignoring environmental factors or human health risk factors, such as things like dumping more fumes into local communities, where in some situations, like near one of the XAI data centers, there have been claims of increases in diagnoses of certain breathing diseases, things like that. We're looking into some of that stuff next. That'll come up on probably this channel. And then GNCA has a few big pieces as well, like probably more with Palantir, because they responded to us on Twitter. So that was interesting. Anyway, that's it for the disappointment build. We have some good news coming up too. A lot of benchmarks and reviews coming up as always. Check back for all that. Subscribe for more. If you want to support our content in another year of in-depth testing, reviews, benchmarks, and also these special reports that we're getting out in the field and doing, then you can do so on store.gamersnexus.net by grabbing one of these t-shirts, the Disappointment Build 2025 t-shirts. They are limited for the back design. The front will eventually come out separately. But if you want the back with the 2025 tour dates on it, then you can get it for the next couple months or so. And we've got the information for you on the store page. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. We'll see you all next time. Data centers, AI, and tech companies. Head over to store.gamersnexus.net to support us directly as we continue to burn bridges with sponsors. And now back to the program. So there's been a lot of developments with export controls since our AI GPU Blaqk market documentary a couple months ago, which is back online if you hadn't seen it yet. And we've got a lot to talk about here. There's the NVIDIA side of the story, there's the US government side, and then there's also the China side of the story. And in all sort of three categories, there have been a lot of changes. And we're going to start by discussing what's been going on with NVIDIA. And also, we ran a separate piece called What the Fuck is Going On over on our GNCA channel if you want to check some of the circular funding and all this AI business. In August, the US government cut a deal with NVIDIA to grant export licenses for the H20 chip to approved Chinese entities, with the US collecting 15% of the revenue. The US applied the same 15% deal specifically to AMD's MI308 GPU sales into China. So this was only for 2 GPUs. The H20 was NVIDIA's cut-down SKU created during the Biden administration and intended to meet the US's export rules of the time. Then, reports emerged that NVIDIA stopped producing H20 chips while ramping efforts to create a new B30A chip intended for the China market.
And Jensen also has a new chip, the Blackwell. Do you know what the Blackwell is? The Blackwell is super duper advanced.
According to Reuters, the B30A would unsurprisingly be based on the Blackwell architecture, or as it's also known,
the Blackwell.
And they said it would use a single die design rather than the sort of conjoined 2 dies of the larger Blackwell solutions. NVIDIA didn't acknowledge the B30A to Reuters, but it did say that it evaluates, quote, a variety of products for its roadmap, end quote, not a surprise. Now, according to a follow-up to the Reuters report, the B30A would cost approximately twice as much compared to the H20. Quote, the B30A, if approved for sale by Washington, is likely to cost about double the H20, which currently sells for between $10,000 and $12,000, according to 2 people they were citing. We're not going to rehash the whole timeline that we went into in the Blaqk market documentary, but in that piece, we talked about how the H20 was in this sort of Schrodinger's GPU status for several months this year, because originally it was created to comply with export controls at the time at which it was being created, and then get into this year, partway through, it no longer complied, then maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. There's maybe $1 million dinner somewhere in between there, no big deal. Actually not at this point, it's a $5 trillion company, so literally just couch change. And then it came to a point where quickly the H20s were written off as a loss, and then this 15% deal came into play. That's the quick version, check the Blaqk market video for all of it. But shortly after this, the 15% agreement came into play and reopened the H20 sales under a licensing agreement with the US government. But there's an interesting development here, or maybe lack of development here. Before NVIDIA could release the rumored B30A for China and attempt to sell the H20, NVIDIA unveiled its earnings on August 27th and announced total revenue of $46.7 billion. NVIDIA said, despite filing applications for H20 licenses in July to sell H20 chips and the US stating it'd grant them, NVIDIA still hadn't made any money in the last quarter from H20 sales in China due to the lack of regulations from the government. Now, numbers are why you come to us typically, so to just break this down in a way no one else can, 15% of 0 is 0. So, I'm not even an accountant. Quote, in August 2025, the US government granted licenses that would allow us to ship certain H20 products to certain China-based customers. But to date, we have not generated any revenue or shipped any H20 products under those licenses. U.S. government officials have expressed an expectation that the U.S. government will receive 15% of the revenue generated from licensed H20 sales. But to date, the U.S. government has not published a regulation codifying such requirement, end quote. That's not all that NVIDIA said at earnings. Jensen Huang also talked about the H100s and the H200s and their lack of stock.
Whether it's AI natives or enterprise SaaS or industrial AI or startups, we're just seeing just enormous amount of interest in AI and demand for AI. Right now, the buzz is, I'm sure all of you know about the buzz out there. The buzz is everything sold out. H100 sold out. H200s are sold out. Large CSPs are coming out renting capacity from other CSPs. And so the AI native startups are really scrambling to get capacity.
And a few days after this, September 2nd, we get back to the intro of this video. NVIDIA tweeted that it had heard, quote, erroneous chatter in the media, end quote, about the H100 and H200 being sold out, and that the company had, quote, more than enough H100 and H200 to satisfy every order without delay, end quote. Now, NVIDIA may claim that Jensen was talking about other people saying the H100 and the H200 were sold out, and he just didn't happen to correct it or say anything about the information and its accuracy at the time he repeated that on the call. Jensen's statement on the earnings call wasn't entirely clear, even though, again, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang had stated in that call that they were sold out of H100s and H200s, but NVIDIA can't correct NVIDIA's CEO by tweet. So instead, they blamed the media. Once again, we turn to Orwell to reject the evidence of our eyes and ears. Meanwhile, the US government has its own problems, and it can't figure out, really, I believe the technical political term is what the fuck to do. It just has absolutely no fucking idea what to do. And that's been true, by the way, for like multiple administrations. It's not a party thing at this point. They literally have no idea how technology works. So the US has been inconsistent with its export control rules. A US senator added an amendment called the Guaranteeing Access and Innovation for National Artificial Intelligence Act of 2025. Rolls off the tongue, should probably work for one of these marketing companies in the hardware industry. This is also known as the GAIN AI Act, an amendment to the Senate's draft of the US National Defense Authorization Act of 2026. The GAIN AI Act would require NVIDIA and US chip makers and chip designers to prioritize US customers for so-called AI chips for sales first. It would create policy, quote, to restrict the export of advanced artificial intelligence chips to foreign entities so long as the United States entities are waiting and unable to acquire those same chips, end quote. Now, we're not going to speculate on the merits of this amendment because it seems like kind of a moot point when the US government can't figure out what it wants to do and be consistent with export control rules to begin with or with trade policy to begin with. But NVIDIA had its own problems with this, and NVIDIA likened the GAIN AI Act to the AI diffusion rule, which was a rule under the Biden administration that they tried to put into place before the Trump administration stopped it in May. And NVIDIA, in particular Jensen Huang, has been extremely critical of this bill and the previous administration in relation to this bill in a very public way. Now, NVIDIA didn't like the AI diffusion rule, mostly because money and wanting to make lots of it. But it tried to apply a more strategic approach to tiering trusted countries, or what you might call allies in some capacity, for who can get which GPUs and how many. That's the general breakdown of it, rather than the blanket attempts at export controls. And the reason NVIDIA didn't like this, again, is incredibly complicated, and it's money. It's still money. It was money 30 seconds ago, and it's still money now. Now, to illustrate Emperor Huang's dissatisfaction with the rules, NVIDIA put out, we assume, a memo internally to find a BA in creative writing to put this statement out to the register. Quote, the AI diffusion rule was a self-defeating policy based on doomer science fiction and should not be revived. Our sales to customers worldwide do not deprive U.S. customers of anything, and in fact, expand the market for many U.S. businesses and industries. End quote. Now, there's more here, and this next part plays back into the blame the media part. They said, quote, the pundits feeding fake news to Congress about chip supply are attempting to overturn President Trump's AI action plan and surrender America's chance to lead in AI and computing worldwide, end quote. Now, there's a critical distinction here that's really important you understand. NVIDIA's doomer science fiction here is not at all alike Sam Altman's Coomer science fiction. That's different. That's probably a lot more profitable and has better data to harvest and maybe leverage against people. But the point is, the doomer science fiction is NVIDIA's, and the Coomer science fiction is Sam Altman's, okay? All right, we're all clear on that. So, NVIDIA's doomer science fiction is obviously dismissive of dissenting opinion, and also calling news fake news is an interesting strategy. And I will say, as people who report on news and have noticed quite a few times Jensen Huang either, we think, in my opinion, literally lying or being right on that edge of false advertising, I'm not sure that I agree with the fake news premise, but okay, I guess we'll just throw that around now. The company has committed to repeating this doomer science fiction phrase until it is willed into existence. The New York Times reported that NVIDIA's general counsel has been warning of AI doomerism with US policymakers since July. On September 5th, NVIDIA said this of the GAIN AI Act. Quote, "The US has always been and will continue to be our largest market. We never deprive American customers in order to serve the rest of the world. In trying to solve a problem that does not exist, the proposed bill would restrict competition worldwide in any industry that uses mainstream computing chips. While it may have good intentions, this bill is just another variation of the AI diffusion rule and would have similar effects on American leadership and the US economy," end quote. Now, they might have somewhat of a point there, considering that NVIDIA is part of the bubble that is propping up basically the entire US economy right now, as we talked about in our What the Fuck is Going On piece on the GNCA channel, where we show a report from an economist about how GDP growth is largely coming from this AI sector, and so is stock market growth. But despite NVIDIA's lobbying efforts and revisionist approach to reality, the US Senate passed the GAIN AI Act in its version of the National Defense Bill in October. Now, the legislation would have to pass through the US House of Representatives to, I believe the technical word is, do anything. And the good news is, what's that? They're closed. They're not getting paid though, right? What? Well, anyway, we can still talk about some of the hypotheticals here. So, according to the next source, which is, who is it? Let's see. I'm gonna go with Bloom. Are we still here? Okay, good. For now. Full-time GN BFF and part-time NVIDIA sugar baby Bloomberg says that officials, quote, in both chambers must now negotiate a final package that may not include the provision, end quote. The government was shut down during our first draft of all this, but that's ended now. Further, according to the Wall Street Journal, Microsoft and Amazon are now backing the GAIN AI Act, adding more support for NVIDIA's least favorite legislation. That said, Microsoft and Amazon probably want more NVIDIA AI GPUs for themselves. But NVIDIA faces a larger obstacle in its ambitions of selling chips to China. And it's China. That's the other obstacle. In August, Reuters reported that China's government warned domestic companies about using NVIDIA's H20 chip and questioned why they, quote, needed to buy NVIDIA chips when they could purchase from domestic suppliers, end quote. China also questioned NVIDIA about security issues with its chips, which caused NVIDIA to say that its GPUs, quote, do not and should not have kill switches and backdoors, end quote. On September 11th, a Beijing official stated that China should ditch NVIDIA's AI chips. A few days later, China accused NVIDIA of violating its anti-monopoly laws, specifically in relation to its Mellanox acquisition previously, a networking company that NVIDIA bought in 2020, and for which there were, I think it was 6 different bullet points that they had to adhere to in order for it to go through in China. So it generally wasn't a good time for NVIDIA. Then on September 17th, the Financial Times reported that China would no longer allow some Chinese companies to purchase the NVIDIA RTX Pro 6000D, a cut-down specific SKU for China. According to the Financial Times, China ordered companies like Alibaba and ByteDance to stop testing with the RTX Pro 6000D, and that the ban, quote, goes beyond, unquote, the H20 warning. So this meant that in September and through October, NVIDIA, the poor, small, struggling startup with the man who only has a few $100,000 worth probably of leather jackets, was getting pinched by both sides, from China and from the US. And as we can all agree, I'm sure, you just kind of feel bad for them. CNBC quoted Jensen Huang as saying that he's, quote, disappointed, end quote, about the news. Welcome to the club, Jensen. I've got a whole series on disappointment. It's called This Channel, but also the Disappointment Build, and let me tell you, it really hasn't solved the whole lot. But I get it. It feels good to just let it out sometimes. Quote, we probably contributed more to the China market than most countries have, and I'm disappointed with what I see. But they have larger agendas to work out between China and the United States, and I'm understanding of that, end quote. One thing we immediately noticed was the difference in professionalism of language and the careful word choice when talking about the potential import restrictions imposed by China and when talking about the US's export controls and the media and the erroneous reports and doomerism. Pretty different vibe from the language used. By October, the Financial Times reported that China was further cracking down on imported NVIDIA AI GPUs through stronger border checks to, quote, wean the country's technology companies away from U.S. products such as NVIDIA's artificial intelligence processors, end quote. The Financial Times stated, quote, the targeted processors, NVIDIA's H20 and RTX Pro 6000D, are designed to adhere to U.S. export controls and maintain the Silicon Valley chip makers' market share in China. But one person said the checks had been extended more recently to all advanced semiconductor products to also better target the smuggling of high-end chips that breach U.S. export curbs, end quote. And just as a reminder, this is the smuggling and chip diversion that CEO Jensen Huang and NVIDIA continually reiterate doesn't happen, but that we've seen personally in my case. Now, we didn't find much demand for China's domestically produced chips in our AI GPU black market content, but with China's government now restricting AI GPU imports, the demand for homegrown GPUs could increase, if only because at some point they're going to be more available, at least versus then alternatives that are being import controlled, even if they're not as good. So for both the US and the Chinese governments, there is some real you can't fire me, I quit energy going on right now, as they both impose import and export controls on each other over like basically the same products. China is spending billions to foster AI technology and innovation within the country, and Chinese companies like Huawei, Alibaba, Tencent, More Threads, and Cambricon, among others, are invested in creating AI chips. There are even reports of China's AI chip market, quote, overheating. Now, China's newfound efforts to control the import of NVIDIA AI GPUs from entering the country to stop smuggling probably won't work in the same way that the US's attempts at stopping NVIDIA AI GPUs from entering China didn't really stop anything either. And Singapore once again finds itself connected to GPU smuggling, with US officials citing Singapore as a possible route for AI GPU smuggling. In August, the Department of Justice arrested smugglers for shipping AI GPUs to Singapore and Malaysia before forwarding the chips to China. And now there's a pretty interesting new development where the New York Times is reporting that US officials are investigating a company called Megaspeed, which it says is helping China, quote, sidestep American export restrictions. And according to the Times, Megaspeed bought about $2 billion worth of NVIDIA AI GPUs through a subsidiary, and now U.S. authorities are investigating whether Megaspeed helped China evade export control rules. And we're going to have more to say about them in a future piece as well. Quote, Megaspeed has funneled those chips to data centers in Malaysia and Indonesia that appear to remotely serve customers in China. That is not necessarily illegal, but it can be found unlawful if it's done on behalf of a Chinese company. U.S. officials have also been scrutinizing whether Megaspeed diverted some of those chips onto China in violation of U.S. law. Two people familiar with the company said, end quote. This is per the Times. The Times also highlighted close ties between one of Megaspeed's executives, Huang Le, and Jensen Huang. A long story short, on first and last names in China being flipped from what we're used to in the West, the Times noted that Huang Le is not related to Jensen Huang. Her name in English would be Le Huang. But they are not related, the Times says. The publication wrote this, quote, she was mingling with a crowd of tech executives just after midnight at the Taipei bar in early June of last year, when she offered to ask Mr. Huang of NVIDIA to join them, recalled Parker Schmidt. The Times further writes, quote, she said, I bet you guys I can get Jensen here. And then Jensen immediately showed up, Mr. Schmidt said, referring to Mr. Huang by his first name. Photos posted to LinkedIn by NetThunder, a data software provider where Mr. Schmidt is chief executive, showed Mr. Huang at the bar with the group. Shortly after Ms. Huang reached out, Mr. Huang, who again the Times says are not related, arrived in his trademark black leather jacket and drank a whiskey shot with the group. He was accompanied by 2 other NVIDIA executives and had planned to attend the party, said a person close to the company, end quote. And, next time, Jensen, if I could just offer you one of our Retro IO themed coaster packs for that whiskey shot, I think you'll have more. Okay, it doesn't have AI in it, so it's probably not going to work for you. But anyway, despite the connections, NVIDIA said yet again that there was no evidence of GPUs being smuggled into China. An NVIDIA spokesperson said NVIDIA had visited Megaspeed's operations and, quote, found no evidence of diversion and confirmed what we previously observed. Megaspeed is running a small commercial cloud, like many other companies throughout the world, as allowed by U.S. export control rules, end quote. And after the New York Times report, a U.S. senator called for the Commerce Department to investigate Megaspeed further. And this gets to NVIDIA's 0% market share claims. So NVIDIA for the past few weeks has been bouncing in and out of the $5 trillion market cap company threshold, which is very lonely because it's the only one there ever in history. And that means NVIDIA's sad. NVIDIA is extra sad about the state of global affairs. At a Citadel Securities event in October, Jensen said NVIDIA has 0% market share in AI chips in China.
At the moment, we are 100% out of China. And so China is 0% of, we went from 95% market share to 0%. And so I can't imagine any policymaker thinking that that's a good idea. That whatever policy we implemented caused America to lose one of the largest markets in the world to 0%.
Yes, the market share is 0%. It's a 0% market share. Now look, we understand that black markets don't show up on SEC filings. At least I don't think they do yet. But it's just straight up misleading for NVIDIA to say that its market share has dropped to 0% in China. And NVIDIA GPUs continue to sell by the truckload and pallet in China, and they are available right now in markets there. I asked someone to go look and just make sure they're still there, and they are. Right now, you can still buy them. Now, NVIDIA might mean that its new active direct-to-China sales from NVIDIA and authorized partners of high-end export-controlled GPUs is 0% currently for things selling right now, if we had all of the qualifiers and possible to have a charitable interpretation of that. But, one, that is not what they said exactly, and two, the install base and the sales, whether or not they're involved, is still not 0%. Because GPUs are still getting there, they're still in high demand. We just talked to people who are still buying them and seeking them out. And NVIDIA may not have Chinese companies reported in their sales books buying from them. But Chinese companies are buying their products, including export-controlled ones. And whether or not that's a direct relationship, which it shouldn't be by the law, at least if they don't have a license, it is still money that goes to NVIDIA, and it is still deployment market share, if not active direct sales market share. And so if they're buying them from someone, that purchase eventually goes to NVIDIA one way or the other, even if the secondhand sale didn't. So it's misleading. NVIDIA continues to assure investors and the US government that there are no signs of smuggling, even when there's credible evidence. We've been in China, and we've documented how export-controlled GPUs are smuggled into the country. We've seen GPUs in China that shouldn't be there. As one of our sources said during the trip, NVIDIA GPUs are available in China
with the right price.
Now, NVIDIA releases its next earnings on November 19th. In its last earnings call, NVIDIA reported more than $2.7 billion worth of revenue from China. NVIDIA is not, at least as we write this, forecasting revenue related to China from what we understand. And we'll see how the company handles sales to China going forward. Now, there are still Chinese companies buying these GPUs, even if they're just the unrestricted ones. So you do have to remember that they've got this kind of partition where there's restricted, there's unrestricted, then they've got consumer and data center, and both of those have restricted and unrestricted GPUs as well. So it's a little messy. But meanwhile, US-China relations are sort of back to their normal state in the year of 2025, which means they are not normal. China added more rare earth mineral export restrictions. The U.S. threatened tariff increases on China again and would consider export controls on critical software. Policymakers from China and the U.S. met to work on a trade deal, which they seemingly have been working on since the spring, with the result being a one-year trade truce. The U.S. reduced tariffs on China. China postponed its export controls on rare earth minerals. However, the U.S. didn't talk with China about supplying the country with NVIDIA's
super duper advanced
Blackwell chips, despite NVIDIA's hopes. Then, according to Reuters, China started requiring state-backed data centers to use only domestic AI chips, and in some cases, even removing foreign chips from incomplete data centers to prioritize China's own solutions. And so we're back to where we started, which is that GPUs have become inseparably interwoven with geopolitics, and along with death and taxes for the non-rich, and that subject-verb agreement is intentional, so you never know where AI is going, we are certain of one more thing, which is that NVIDIA will keep talking about why everyone needs more AI in their life, whether or not it has a use case yet. And so anybody, anywhere, anytime needs AI in their lives. And regardless of what happens with US-China relations, NVIDIA says that it is the best for everybody if the United States and China both can buy everything from NVIDIA.
You know, like I said, I love it if you buy everything from me, but just please buy something from me. But I'll come back to the ground truth, fundamental truth. I believe that it is in the best interest of China that NVIDIA is able to serve that market and compete in that market. I fundamentally believe it's in the best interest of China. It is, of course, in the fantastic interest of the United States. Yeah. It is but those two truths can coexist. It is possible for both to be true, and I believe it is both true.
However, we do know where NVIDIA's heart is in all of this.
Ultimately, the more we sell, the better it is for America. They're sitting on gold mines. The enterprise IT industry is sitting on a gold mine. It's a gold mine because they have so much understanding of the way work is done. They have all these amazing tools that have been created over the years, and they're sitting on a lot of data. If they could take that gold mine and turn them into co-pilots, these co-pilots could help us do things. And so just about every IT franchise, IT platform in the world that has valuable tools that people use is sitting on a gold mine for co-pilots.
And so my concern with all this, not that anyone asked what the fuck I think, but you know, that's my whole career so far, so we'll just keep going with it. My concern is NVIDIA is taking a very uniquely and new to them, almost, I think, authoritarian or at least Orwellian strategy of insisting that the media's lying about them. They have literally said now the words in that one statement we read, fake news. They've talked about erroneous reporting in relation to, from everything I could find, something that the CEO said, or at the very least implied, and they talk about doomerism in a very dismissive way about a technology that's brand new and should be probably evaluated carefully, and especially the sale of it when so many of these people in positions of power have warned us about the technology, and then somehow it's doomerism to even consider those warnings. And it seems the approach is to just kind of continually insist that everyone else who is in disagreement with NVIDIA is fake news and lying. And because so many people stand to make so much money, I think that there's a lot of incentive to just keep going along with it. Even if NVIDIA turns around and says they're lying, because as long as they think that there's still money to be made, there's incentive to go with it. And the cognitive dissonance is strong when there's a lot of money to be made. So that's kind of the update on NVIDIA's situation with the export controls. We're going to have a lot of coverage in this series. It's not all NVIDIA. There's a bunch of different stories to talk about NZXT too, but we've got stuff going here. We have stuff going on GNCA. I considered this one for GNCA, but then NVIDIA is such a huge part of what we cover in the gaming world and the consumer world, and it's a follow-up to the AIGP Blaqk market piece that we just thought it made sense to continue that story beat here where we started it. So you can subscribe to both channels for all of it. But there's going to be a lot more to talk about. Check out the What the Fuck is Going On piece on GNCA if you want to learn about the big circular bubble of AI. Circular bubble is redundant, but you know, that's okay. We need some redundancy at some point. So that's it. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersaccess.net to support us directly, like by buying one of our coaster packs or our new backer tiers that contain the coaster packs, USB drives with some of the copies of the videos on it for digital preservation permanently on storage that you will own, and more things like that. Directly funds us as I continue to burn bridges. So that's it. Thanks for watching. See you all next time. available to you online and they're open source. If you're a reviewer and you already have a head start and this is useful for you for information or just to give you a head start on your own work, we'd ask you to please point back to this video because we have invested an enormous amount of time into trying to wrap our heads around this and present it in a way where hopefully at least somebody walks away from this video understanding what the fuck we're trying to say. Because I can tell you it took our team a lot of work for everybody to get on the same page and understand it. That's why there's so many pages here. So if you just point back to us, we'd appreciate it. All right, let's get into it. So the methodological deep dive we're doing today lays the foundation for new testing. This is exploratory and foundational for what we're doing next. We rolled out 1% and 0.1% lows into our charts. That was back in 2014 or so and preceded the popularization of their presentation and bar charts along the average frame rate. These are metrics taken for granted today, but back when I started, they really weren't in charts. It was pretty much just average FPS, and that was about it. There's some people before us who did a lot of work on this. We're going to talk with them in a second. But basically, for the last decade or more, the industry has relied upon 1% and 0.1% bars to point toward a problem. They aren't the problem themselves, and I think this is lost with a lot of the sort of people who are coming up in the space who are new to PC building. But even that doesn't answer the actual reason sometimes that a game just feels bad, but the data doesn't support that it feels bad, and it's not latency either. And that is what we are trying to answer today. Now, the history on that is important. We'll keep it really brief. The people who advanced frame time testing and understanding that metric were Tom Peterson, who is still working on this stuff today, PCPer's Ryan Shrout, and Tech Report's Scott Wasson. Both of them have left the media side of the business. And Tom in particular did some heavy lifting on providing analysis tools to the media. And today he is working on open source solutions that anybody can use and inspect. Animation error should be thought of in the more traditional sense, like a flip book with perfectly animated drawings, but without execution of flipping through the pages at a constant tempo. Now that's just one specific scenario for animation error. You could extend the metaphor, like flipping through the pages perfectly, but messing up the drawings. Or you can do a combination of both. We're talking about animation in the dictionary sense, quote, a movie scene or sequence that simulates movement from a series of still frames, end quote. So animation error applies to entire frames. Think of it like frames of drawings on an animation lamp, or in a flip book, or on a reel of film. What we're not talking about is errors in animation of individual models, objects, NPCs, or sprites within the frames. And we're also not talking about games that just have bad animation from the artists. You could technically have animation error just staring at a blank wall in a game without any movement whatsoever, which is part of what makes this confusing. We're going to break it down. This all comes down to two key things, which is smoothness and acceleration as far as humans are concerned with perceiving it. When we were talking to Tom about this, he made some good points. Where showing frames faster allows the brain to sort of interpolate and produce a smooth-looking, consistent series of events. That's what makes the illusion of TV and movies work. But the brain also knows how to identify acceleration really well. This is something that benchmarking generally doesn't have a good metric for. That's what we're trying to solve. Tom equated this to, I'm going to quote him because I can't say it any better, quote, back to monkey times like running away from lions and shit. End quote. I don't think he meant like running away from shit. I think he meant like... This is an example of animation error that we created in 3D space, something Andrew made on the team. It's very smooth and accurate as a rate, but it's slow. Every now and then you'll see an error in it despite the smoothness of the frames, and that's stutter. When the brain sees even subtle acceleration or deceleration, we pick it up pretty quick. That's what makes it feel so bad when we see stutter in gaming. Stutter is what you're seeing here. Something accelerates or decelerates quickly, and the body is overreacting because, to quote Tom, quote, we really don't want to be eaten by a lion or some shit like that, end quote. He really has a gift. Smoothness is already measured pretty well with frame-to-frame intervals and what we often call frame time pacing, the sort of consistent perception of how the frames are presented to you as the player. But what we as an industry haven't done a good job at is quantifying the acceleration, and animation error characterizes that. So we're going to preview the first full charts for that now. We'll get into it more throughout this video. This chart is from our Dragon's Dogma 2 testing at launch, where we were quietly beginning to farm data for this eventual piece. You can see where the animation error blips often align with frame time spikes, but not always, and that's the key. Animation error can also be positive or negative. When a frame is displayed too late, relative to its correct placement, that's a negative error. And when it's shown too soon, That's a positive error. Neither is good. At a macro level, it doesn't matter which is which. Further away from 0 is always worse. The idea is that if frames are created at a certain pace, they should also be displayed at that same pace. But this isn't necessarily the same thing as frame time pace, and it kind of sounds like it, and that's part of the confusion here. But there is a distinction. If there's a mismatch between the creation and display of the frames, that's where animation comes in, where movement depicted in the frames will appear jerky and wrong, even if the frame times are perfectly consistent. To make our point easier, we decided to go to the GTX 1080 Ti. And actually, to really make the point, we decided to use 2 of them in SLI. Yeah, we know. The point of this is that we can take one GPU for normal animation error, and then we can take 2 of them in SLI combined to create worse animation error. And this approach should allow us to at least prove the concept. We're getting into benchmarks. We're going to break these benchmarks down into a few things, and we are starting with the most abstracted metric that everyone is familiar with, which is this chart. This is frame rate represented as bars, abstracting away from the base metric of time. Next, we'll look at frame times that create this frame rate average. And last, we'll look at the new animation error metric. These are averaged results for 30-second logged runs of Far Cry 5's baked-in benchmark, one using a single 1080 Ti FTW3 and one using 2 of EVGA's beloved 1080 Ti's in SLI. The 1% and 0.1% lows indicate that there weren't huge frame time spikes, and it's these metrics that tell us when we should inspect a frame time plot closer for major problems. Average FPS smooths over problems. 1% and 0.1% are still averages and can still smooth over them, but are more likely to draw our attention toward a problem because they're averaging the worst 1% and the worst 0.1% of data. And this is a good time too to remind everyone that we're not using percentiles for these. That's a different way of approaching this. We explained that in our video where we did Jay's 2 cents as lab overhaul. We'll link that below if you want to learn more. Anyway, the average with SLI is higher, as expected. However, beyond that, there's no dramatic change between how these numbers manifest. The single 1080 Ti appears to have closer frame time pacing, 1% and 0.1% lows, to its average FPS. This is what we've been preaching for years as a good result. But the dual 1080 Ti's still look good overall. They don't proportionally scale the lows to the average, but from here, they look fine. Now, just these 1% and 0.1% bars, they're not necessarily bad enough to trigger a look into frame time, so we might kind of make the comment of they're not proportional to the average and move on. But a frame time plot, if we were to pull one up, will let us look deeper into what those bars mean. Now, this still is an animation error, and it's still not new. We already show these plots whenever we think hardware has a problem in a particular test. This plot of frame times is for 2 individual passes. As we know, based on the last chart, the SLI run's gap between the average and its 1% and 0.1% low metrics is wider. Here, that materializes in the form of spiky behavior, particularly in the 500 to 1000 frame range for the SLI configuration. The experience is far less consistent, with more sporadic frame time excursions from baseline. Most users begin to notice these around 8 milliseconds, according to an interview we conducted with Scott Wasson years ago, but only if they frequently occur, and only if that's the actual deviation from frame n-1. The single card run has more consistent frame times despite its lower average. It's not so bad that it's a ruinous experience, as the SLI configuration is ultimately still within the range of 2 to 4 milliseconds of the baseline, but the relative distance from baseline is larger. It's not like we're seeing 100 millisecond spikes where you'd stare at one frame for 1/10 of a second, as we've seen in other tests on modern single cards. All right, time to get to the exciting part. This is the new stuff. The left axis shows animation error in milliseconds, with deviations away from 0 depending on whether frames showed up too soon or too late. 0 is perfect, and 0 does occur. The x-axis represents frames, the same as the frame time plot we just showed. The animation errors could also be taken as absolute values for a lower is better representation, but this is a plot of the raw data as logged by PresentMod. There are many ways this data could be plotted. A scatter plot lets us judge the data points individually, but still keeps the points in order so that we can see how behavior changes over the course of the test. Lines between the points wouldn't really mean anything here, so we didn't add them. By plotting the animation error, we can get rid of frame times as a variable and just compare that relative spikiness as a player would truly feel it interacting with the game itself. This is closer to the real experience, in the same way end-to-end latency can be, but for different reasons. The further the deviation from 0 in either direction, the worse. The cards in SLI frequently had 2 to 3 milliseconds of animation error per frame, one direction or the other, while the single card typically had well under 1 millisecond of animation error. The SLI configuration is therefore significantly worse for animation error in a relative sense, despite even the frame time data not looking that dramatic. But the key here is the word relative. We still need to look at the absolute. The single card is clearly far better in terms of animation error, although we need more data to judge whether the SLI result would be considered bad. This is another test. This time we're using Strange Brigade. Our goal today is exploratory, so we're choosing games based on usefulness to explore the concepts, not on their popularity or newness. That'll come later. The main advantage of a plot like this is that we don't have to insert our own calculations or our own conclusions. We can simply show the data. The single 1080 Ti sticks closer to 0 animation error per frame than it did in Far Cry, while the SLI 1080 Ti's continue to generate 2 to 3 milliseconds of positive or negative error on nearly every frame. Only rarely do the 1080 Ti's and SLI approach 0. SLI outperforms the single card so heavily in this title that the red line is significantly shorter, which is a downside of using frames as an x-axis. Even though its average frame rate and its lows are overall good here for the single GPU, the dual GPUs, at least in the averaging, appear to outperform it. The animation error, though, is far superior on the single GPU. There is a possibility that it feels better to a player, but not for the reasons everyone in this community, including us, has said for years. It's not due to the frame times on a pure technicality. Instead, it's due to the animation error, which is a metric that has been under the surface this whole time. It hasn't been exposed until recently. Here's an attempt at compressing this back into a bar, which would in theory allow us to look at more cards at once. This is error per frame. Maybe this could work better as a visualization. For those two individual passes in Far Cry from earlier, the total animation error, taken as absolute values, divided by the total number of frames, was 0.13 milliseconds per frame for the single 1080 Ti and 2.31 milliseconds per frame for the SLI 1080 Ti's. These are basically single number summaries in a bar for the plots we just showed. But now we're doing the bad thing again. We're doing the thing that PCPer, Tech Report, and Tom Peterson tried to get away from, which is turning numbers into a bar abstracted away from what they really mean. And the reason people do this, again us included, is because it's easier to understand. It provides glanceability, and you kind of lose that when you can really only fit 2 or 3 things on a scatter plot or something. It's easier to read as a bar, so this isn't ideal for a lot of reasons. Now, first of all, a chart like this could obscure individual big error spikes, if that's something we want to track. And secondly, and we think more importantly, it adds back frame rate as a variable, which we successfully eliminated from the variables by showing the scatter plot. So by doing the bars, frame rate becomes a factor again because the SLI configuration has a higher frame rate, and as a result of that, when doing averaging math that involves division against some kind of totality of the result, the amount of frames in this case, it will arguably make the SLI cards look unfairly good, just like the frame rate bar charts might do, because the SLI setup generates more frames and that lowers the end result for the calculation. Then again, maybe it's not unfairly if the new chart shows an advantage for SLI because the frames are going by quicker, and maybe that could help disguise the animation error. Okay, this is getting complicated, but maybe you can see why it took a couple years for us to even just try to start putting this into benchmarking, and why it's taken us the last several weeks to figure out how to conceptualize it and present it. So we don't like the prior chart, the bar with the millisecond averages, for those reasons. And the scatter plot, although it's good, doesn't accommodate more than 2 or 3 GPUs before it's illegible. So we need to do funny stat math things and try to find another one. Maybe this will help. This alternative was suggested by Tom last year. It divides the total animation error absolute values by the total frame times, the length of the test run, to get a ratio or a percentage. This is equivalent to comparing those average error per frame numbers from the last chart to average frame times. Now this chart could have a problem, but we already corrected for it. To make the percent chart right, we had to use 2 times the total frame times for the calculation, because otherwise the implication is that 100% is the maximum value, and it wouldn't be if we hadn't corrected for that, and that's because in the absolute worst case scenario, and assuming that latency doesn't accumulate over the course of the test run, which is a different subject entirely, the maximum total animation error would be twice the total frame time. Let me make this easier. This diagram makes that abundantly clear by showing that alternating between infinitely small frame times rounded to 0 and 10 millisecond frame times and inversing the display times, we get 10 milliseconds or minus 10 milliseconds animation error per frame. We're adding up all the frame times gives us 30 milliseconds, yet adding up all the absolute values of the animation error gives us 60 milliseconds, so obviously that's the problem, but we've already solved for that in our percent chart. Okay, so It probably didn't really help with not making it confusing. Look, the point is that we already corrected for this in our chart. Any other reviewers planning to use such a chart would need to do the same. And the other good news is no one has to understand any of this because we already did that part. We used the same two Far Cry passes for this example. For the single 1080 Ti, the result is 0.7% with the math we just explained. And for the SLI setup, the result is 17.3%. This potentially cancels out or reverses the high frame rate advantage from the last chart. More frames equals more total error. So this illustrates that, depending on how we choose to do the funny stat math, if we were to abstract away from the base metric, you could represent things in a way that has a different conclusion using the same data. Let's talk about some potential real-world use cases, and if you're a reviewer in the community, maybe this will give you some ideas for presentation or for utilization of this, and if it does, we'd ask that you please point back to this one if we've done anything here that's helped you, because this was an enormous amount of work to try and wrap our heads around. So animation error is theoretically decoupled from the frame rate and the frame time metrics, although in reality, poor performance often correlates across all of these categories: animation error, frame rate, and frame time. Not always, as we know from frame rate and frame time, but often. In this mock-up from Intel, the bar marked CPU stutter marks a frame time spike, while the mismatch between the sizes of the bars in the top and bottom rows is the animation error. Frame 1 versus frame 1 equals error for frame 2. Frame 2 versus frame 2 equals error for frame 3. So we'd see similar spikes in both metrics. Animation error is also separate from latency. It's about how the frames are spaced, not whether they're all showing up 10 seconds late. A frame generation is really interesting in all of this, but unfortunately, there's no animation time for fake frames. And so there's no reference against which to judge error, to calculate animation error for fake frames. And that makes this whole thing even more challenging to quantify. And we'd like to check on NVIDIA MFG in particular. That's because it comes along with flip metering, which shuffles frame timings around at the end of the pipeline and has potential to actually induce animation error, as we mentioned with the SLI example. Animation error has the potential to shine a light on flip metered frame generation that would currently be masked with existing testing methods. But we won't know until the software works on it. Which may at least be partially reliant on NVIDIA's willingness to play ball. Also the problem with frame generation and fake frames not having a reference animation time. Because we expect animation error to correlate with frame time spikes most of the time, its most common usages for us will be similar to 0.1% lows in frame time plots, but with a more direct representation of how the game feels. For example, this is a chart that Tom helped us generate during the early stages of troubleshooting Dragon's Dogma 2 performance back when it launched. That's how long we've been thinking about this data. The spikes in both metrics line up exactly, but animation error adds depth by telling us why the stuttering was so noticeable and unpleasant. The positive and negative animation error dots that correspond to the frame time spike towards 60 milliseconds around frame 500 shows a potential for 45 milliseconds of animation error. That's potentially a lot more noticeable than even the already noticeable frame time hitch of 58 milliseconds. Here's Borderlands 2. Yeah, we know there's newer ones, but this is a better demonstration for a lot of reasons, really. Since animation error effectively cancels out frame rate differences, we can use it to compare two completely different pieces of hardware, and we'd get more nuance out of it. These two results are from our piece about the death of 32-bit PhysX. These two particular results were fairly close together, both in terms of the average FPS and the lows. The GTX 980 with GPU PhysX averaged 101 FPS across multiple passes, and the RTX 5080 with CPU PhysX averaged 95 FPS. These are real results, and we explained them in our piece about NVIDIA killing 32-bit PhysX support earlier this year, which is interesting and you should check it out. In spite of that, there's a clear difference in behavior, and animation error is much higher with the GTX 980. Using the percentage math that we mentioned earlier, that's an error to frame time ratio of 11.9% for the 980 and 1.8% for the 5080, which allows us to identify a problem without having to generate frame time plots for every single result. We probably wouldn't use a test scene that resulted in a graph like the GDC 2015 one shown here by NVIDIA. But as it points out, there are scenarios like this where frame time spikes could be artificially masked and not show up in 1% and 0.1% low calculations. NVIDIA is using percentiles here instead, which we don't use, but the idea for why it could be a limitation is similar. So in this instance, assuming frame time spikes were accompanied by animation error, then animation error would do a much better job at summarizing the problem with the experience that's being shown here. Now that said, our approach to lows does help control for a little bit of this rather than going with percentiles, but it still requires knowledgeable testers to know when and how to inspect the low results. Animation error has been associated with microstutter in the past, but it's not quite the same thing. If anything, animation error is a way to measure microstutter, but it's not microstutter itself, depending on the definition. To make this make more sense, we need to go back in time to 2015, and when hardware was more affordable. Microstuttering was the biggest problem in the world back then. There were no other larger problems, as you might remember. Microstuttering was frequently brought up in the context of multi-GPU rendering, so we'll go back in time and start there by referencing materials from GDC 2015. This simplified timeline establishes our foundation. Each block is a frame, and frame n gets displayed while the computer works on frame n+1 behind the scenes. CPU work isn't represented here, but we'll ignore that for now. The frame times are perfectly consistent, which is ideal. This next slide shows how alternate frame rendering, or AFR, multi-GPU operates, or at least operated back when anyone actually supported it. Each of the GPUs takes turns rendering frames, and the output is combined and displayed in order. The blue boxes are still uniform sizes, indicating consistent display times, and they're smaller than the previous diagram, indicating a higher frame rate. One of the major difficulties with AFR is trying to synchronize GPUs. Here, GPU 0 and GPU 1 are taking the same amount of time to complete individual frames, but they're poorly synced so that some frames get little display time and are effectively wasted. These are also known as runt frames, where fractions of frames are shown in a way that elevates the average FPS, but creates an awful experience with bad tearing. The average frame rate is higher with runt frames because more frames are rendered and technically shown, even if you're seeing a sliver of it. But the additional frame is useless. It provides no value to the user, and the actual experience can look worse as a result of it and can look lower in frame rate, which is one definition of microstutter. Again, we can't see the CPU stage of the pipeline here, but we'll assume it's being completely consistent. In this example, the rhythm of animation matches the rhythm of display, so there's no animation error. The frame rate is stuttery, but all the moving stuff in the frame shows up in the right place at the right time. After each short frame time, objects move a little. After each long frame time, objects move a lot. You can avoid that microstutter by forcing the pacing into alignment. Ideally, this happens by manipulating delays early in the pipeline on the CPU, in which case you return to a clean result like this one. However, if you were to meter those frames out at the end of the pipeline, that would directly contribute to animation error, or animation stutter, as NVIDIA put it back then. We've created and rendered an edited diagram to show what that would look like. If you just take the short frames and hold on to them for longer before flipping, then there's a mismatch between the pacing of the frames as they're displayed versus the animations depicted in those frames. That leads to perceived stuttering and rubber banding. Back to our earlier animation, that's seen when comparing the red and green indicators below the scene, where the imperfect ball stalls and then gets dragged forward in uneven intervals. And right now, we're not exploring which method NVIDIA or AMD used to deal with microstutter. That's a subject for another time. And that time was 12 years ago. Today, we're just showing a real-world example of a situation where animation error was a risk. Andrew and the team made some 3D mock-ups of simulated animation error. We started by rendering out a scene at 120 frames per second. This could have been any arbitrary number, but picking a high frame rate allowed us to downsample and play around with the spare frames. Here's what that looks like. The top row of squares represents our 120 FPS source video, and we'll pretend that our simulated game has an impossibly low 0 latency, meaning that this row represents in-game reality. The bottom row of squares represents frames that we pulled out of the original source sequence to create our 60 frames per second video. Because we pulled exactly every other frame, we still have smooth playback with 0 frame time spikes and 0 animation error. Because also we display the frames in sync with their original placement, we have 0 latency as well. Since we're pulling frames every 16.67 milliseconds from the source video, our animation times are always 16.67 milliseconds. And since we're also displaying those frames every 16.67 milliseconds, our displayed times are always 16.67 milliseconds. Therefore, animation error is always 0. The green circle represents reality, as determined by our source video, while the red circle represents what we're actually seeing right now. Again, these match perfectly in this control example. By taking some of the spare frames from the source video, we can create animation error, but we need to be specific. The diagonal lines mean that we're taking the original frames and displaying them later than reality, which introduces latency. Latency itself is not animation error. That's a different problem. As we play through the big lump of diagonal lines at the start of this clip, the red circle falls behind the green circle, but the animation of the video remains smooth. Animation error is when the red circle jerks around, skipping to catch up with the green circle at an uneven pace. If you watch the video when this happens, you can see the interruptions. This is what we mean when we say animation error is a measurement of jitteriness. Here's an extreme example of our point about latency. We're displaying every frame 41.67 milliseconds late, so the red circle lags behind the green, but the resulting video is identical to the control. Animation times and displayed times are still perfectly matched at 16.67 millisecond intervals every time, so there's 0 animation error. We can do this multiple times during the clip to intensify that feeling of rubber banding. We're creating a lot of variation in our simulated animation times here. If we take 2 back-to-back frames from the 120 FPS source video, that's an 8.33 millisecond animation time. If we pull 2 frames that were spaced 4 apart in the original video, that's a 33.3 millisecond animation time. Meanwhile, our displayed times remain constant, because we're still displaying fresh new frames exactly 16.67 milliseconds apart. That's the mismatch in pacing that animation error quantifies. As Tom told us off camera, our challenge is to, quote, make people understand that you can take frames and show them with an even cadence on display and still have it look like shit, end quote. He has a real way with words. It's like poetry. We can also create an inverse example. Think about a flip book while we talk through this. Here, we've pulled frames from the source video at even intervals for constant simulated animation times of 33.33 milliseconds. But by displaying those frames at uneven intervals, we still create animation error. This is like drawing a perfect flipbook animation, but then failing to flip through the pages at a constant tempo. Now that's something probably a lot of us have experienced at some point. It's a weird theoretical example here because if we assume this is a case where frame times equal animation times, PresentMon would report a completely steady 30 FPS based on MS between app start. That's not the only way for animation error to manifest though. In fact, it's pretty unlikely that you'd naturally encounter perfectly consistent displayed times with inconsistent animation times, or vice versa. A more realistic scenario is this one, which simulates CPU-based stuttering, like the diagram Intel shared with us. Here, rather than displaying a unique frame every 16.67 milliseconds, we freeze on individual frames. These are displayed time spikes, which usually correlate to frame time spikes under the hood. For each spike, we get 2 animation errors. After a frozen frame, the next frame is judged to be too late, and the frame after that is judged to be too soon. This is closer to what we've observed in actual games. But just like with latency, it's important to remember that the frame time spikes are not the same thing as animation error. You could theoretically keep freezing on frames while theoretically maintaining 0 animation error. To help explain further, let's cover a real-world example. For easier discussion, we're mostly ignoring VSync and variable refresh as we get into some capture demonstrations, so this means the monitor isn't a factor in any way. When we say frames are displayed, we mean that a flip has been signaled to the operating system, and without VSync, that flip can happen even if the monitor is in the middle of a refresh, leading to tearing. That pushes numbers logged without VSync towards the theoretical realm, but no more so than usual. For example, in our launch review, the RTX 5090 averaged a ridiculous 407 FPS in the Dawn Trail benchmark at 1080p. That's a comparable performance number, independent of whatever monitor we used, and in that context, that's what we wanted, because we want percent scaling between devices. Separately, higher frame rates do correlate with lower latency, so there's value from that side as well. Today, though, we're also ignoring latency for purposes of focusing discussion. All of that said, the easiest way to actually show animation error in captured footage is with VSync to avoid tearing. If you ignore the overall drops in frame rate and focus on the movement of objects that should be smoothly traveling across the screen, you'll see them appear to change speed and jump around. That's animation error. It's most noticeable in fast panning shots with smooth tracking. The camera should be moving at a steady rate, even when the frame rate drops, but it appears to hitch and rubber band, especially when played back at half speed. Animation error is separate from frame time spikes, but the two things are frequently associated, and they're both bad. We want to be careful here though, because animation error is uniquely bad when VSync is enabled, and this footage isn't representative of the non-VSynced test passes that we're about to discuss. One of the only ways we can represent those test passes in fixed frame rate capture is with an FCAT style overlay, which adds a visual indicator of where torn frames begin and end. This helps illustrate runt frames as well, and was used in Virtual Dub back in the day. That gives us an indicator of each individual frame that we're discussing without adding the complication of VSync, but it does also mean that frames may only show up as a tiny sliver of pixels. If we play back this footage slowly, you can frequently see the pattern of tearing. A new color shows up at the bottom of the bar in one frame of the capture. Then it continues from the top of the bar in the next frame of the capture. It's kind of a mess, and it's difficult to focus on one sliver of frame at a time, hence using VSync for visualization in spite of the downsides. The FCAT functionality would be more useful as part of the PresentMon overlay, which can simultaneously show a live graph of animation error. Now we're going to get really technical. We're going to drill into a bunch of specific flags and performance monitoring metrics that are used for analyzing all of this. That means this is going to be a bunch of definitions, and it will be fairly detailed. So this is mostly useful for people who are doing their own benchmarking or other reviewers, or if you're just interested in learning. But if you don't care about the definition of a bunch of specific terminology, just skip to the next timestamp. All right, so here are the PresentMon CPU metrics. CPU start time in milliseconds is the moment where a new frame is born. It's expressed as a timestamp relative to the beginning of the PresentMon session. Up next, we have animation time. This is PresentMon's best estimate of the frozen moment in game time that's depicted by a frame. As a player, you're always seeing rendered images of a game several milliseconds after the in-game reality that they depict. Animation time is the timestamp for that reality. According to Tom Peterson last year,
so today people are mostly using CPU start as the animation time, which is a pretty good proxy, and that's what we're going to be doing initially. There are explicit APIs, both from NVIDIA and from us and others, that are allowing game engines or games to tell you that animation time. And so as that becomes more available, we'll be building that into Present.
I see. Now logically, animation time should be the same as the moment the frame was born, or CPU start time in milliseconds, but games can pull tricks to smooth animations so that animation time for a frame doesn't line up with wall clock time. Under normal circumstances, it should be close enough though. As an example of an exception, PresentMon can monitor sim start events when using Intel XeLL and soon NVIDIA Reflex, and base animation time on that instead. That's valuable because Reflex and XeLL clear the render queue and keep the CPU sitting around waiting for input until the last possible second. So there's a higher potential for differences between CPU start and the true animation time. Here we have a PresentMon capture of Cyberpunk 2077. The x-axis shows individual logged frames. The y-axis is the delta between CPU start time in milliseconds and animation time for each frame. Normally, this would result in a perfectly flat line at 0, but since we have XeLL enabled, animation time is based on sim start instead. With XeLL, there's a significant delta between the two values on nearly every frame, which shows that animation error would be incorrect if it were based on CPU start time in milliseconds when low latency modes like XeLL, Reflex, and Anti-Lag 2 are enabled. Andy's Anti-Lag 2 doesn't generate sim start events that PresentMon can grab, so for now we won't be able to accurately score animation error with that feature enabled. It's fine for AMD cards, just not with Anti-Lag 2. MS CPU Busy is next. This period begins at CPU start time in milliseconds and includes steps that Intel labels as game and render. Game is the time spent handling game logic and calculations for the frame, and render is the time spent converting the results into API calls, DX, Vulkan, etc. The end of these CPU-specific tasks is marked by the present call, which signals to the GPU that has everything it needs for rendering. Future versions of PresentMon may break this down further because CPU work is complex. Up next, though, is time in milliseconds. This is the timestamp of the present call that we just mentioned. It's important to remember that this call doesn't mark the beginning of the GPU rendering step because the GPU can get a head start before the CPU is done generating API calls. Usually, the end of the present call is the CPU start time in milliseconds of the next frame. Up next is millisecond between presents, which is the delta between this frame's present call, time in milliseconds, and the previous frames. In the old days, time between present calls was used as a fairly good approximation for frame times, but it's technically a different thing. For that reason, MS between presents is unusable for per frame calculations like animation error. This is part of why the industry is moving away from it. Next is MS or milliseconds in present API. This is the same as MS CPU wait. This is the period between the present call and the moment when the CPU begins working on a new frame, meaning that there's nothing blocking further CPU work. MS between app start is next, PresentMon's best representation of the literal time taken to create an individual frame start to finish, an improvement over MS between presents. It's the delta between the CPU starting work on one frame and the next, so the difference between CPU start time in milliseconds for the current frame and CPU start time in milliseconds for the next frame, or MS CPU busy plus MS CPU wait. Up next is MS between simulation start. This column would depend on sim start events from Reflex or XELL. In the current version of PresentMon, MS between simulation start is, quote, disabled until underlying event support is enabled, end quote. PresentMon GPU metrics is next. We don't need these numbers in order to calculate animation error, but we'll go over them briefly. They include MS or milliseconds GPU time, the total GPU render period comprising GPU busy and GPU wait periods. This was formerly called MS GPU active. Also, it comprises MS GPU busy, the portion of the render period, quote, during which at least one GPU engine is executing work from the target process, end quote. MS GPU wait is the portion of the GPU render period where the GPU was idle, potentially due to some codependency on CPU resources. We have a few more to go through here. PresentMon display metrics include milliseconds until displayed, which is the time between the present call for the frame, time in milliseconds, and the time at which the frame is displayed. You can calculate the timestamp at which the frame is displayed by adding these numbers, but it isn't logged directly. Displayed here means that a flip, pointing to a new frame buffer, is signaled to the operating system. This is different from new pixels literally showing up on the physical monitor, although the timing should be very close. Milliseconds between display change is next. That's how long the previous frame was displayed before the current frame started to be displayed. There is an argument to be made that this reflects the user experience more directly than milliseconds between app start. But milliseconds between app start is directly tied to performance, so that metric is still better for testing hardware. However, since display happens at the end of the pipeline, milliseconds between display change is the only way to include post-processing stuff, such as generated frames and RTX 5000 frame metering in results if you want that. And finally, for the last few metrics, we have some combined ones. Milliseconds GPU latency is the period between the absolute start of work on the frame, CPU start time in milliseconds, and the point at which the GPU started working on it. The start of the GPU render period can be inferred from this. Milliseconds render present latency is the period from the present call at the end of the CPU rendering to the end of GPU rendering. This is equal to milliseconds until displayed unless VSync is enabled. And then there's MS animation error. Here's how Intel represents the animation error formula for frame N on the screen. It involves animation time N for a different frame chronologically, and milliseconds between display change as part of the formula. Again, the result of the formula can be positive or negative, but further away from zero is always worse in either direction. Adding together all the positive and all the negative animation errors for a logging period will typically cancel out. So to get a useful total, we need to take absolute values. In the words of Tom Peterson,
and the animation step is basically equal to the frame time mostly, right? There's sometimes where it's a little different, but what you need that for is to be correlated with the display time step. Because if the display time step is different from the animation time step, you'll get a simulation time error, which is measuring stutter directly for the first time.
So we've established that animation time is the in-game point in time that a given frame depicts. The delta between animation times for consecutive frames is the amount of in-game time that has passed between them. We've also established that MS between display change is the time that a frame is displayed before the next one shows up. If a long time passes between taking snapshots of the game state, a long time should pass between displaying the snapshots. Even if the animation times are spiky and uneven, the displayed times should be matched exactly. Otherwise, you get animation error, which is what we're looking at today. All right, so there's a lot of information today. You're gonna start seeing these charts appear. We will continue to kind of give some basics every time we show them, but we're gonna point back here long term. One more quick highlight of the people working on this. So Tom Peterson kind of kicked it off. Patrick on our team worked directly with Andrew to build those animations, and the two of them were basically in charge of trying to figure out how we could make any of this make any sense to anybody, and they've done a phenomenal job on that. I'll be working to get this methodologically implemented, and I've been working on figuring out how to actually use this data to evaluate products. This does not replace the current testing. It doesn't replace frame rate, it doesn't replace average 1% or 0.1% bars, and it doesn't replace any kind of frame-to-frame interval, or as it's often been called, frame time analysis. This is similar in some ways to frame time analysis charts in that this will be most useful sort of case by case when there's a problem that we can't quite explain. This will give the answer when otherwise frame times might not have, which often is more of an issue with a game that's just built poorly or running poorly than necessarily a specific piece of hardware, but it can be both. And so that's what we're using going forward to help build upon our understanding. There's a lot of theoretical situations here. It's not always practical, but when it is, this is really important. And we're happy to have started using them about 11 years ago, and we're going to continue using them. But it's time to try and find some new metrics, and we hope animation error can supplement the 1% and 0.1% average bar representations of frame time pacing as another means to determine why a game just feels bad sometimes. But we don't want to oversell this metric either. In Tom's word, this is a, quote, how jittery am I, end quote, metric. That's basically what it's trying to do. These charts have been our main work here on and off over the last year or so, and more seriously over the past month. It's been trying to prove the concept and find a way to put it on a chart that makes sense to anybody. We devoted a lot of time today to explaining how and why this is different from numbers that we already use and measure. But in practice, and in most cases, we expect animation error to complement those numbers, not contradict them. That also means we're not necessarily expecting any huge upsets versus what we or others have already concluded in reviews. Now, it's possible that this contradicts those numbers, but it is unlikely in the testing we've done so far. That said, this is a valuable new tool that can do several other things for us. It can show us when we need to make a frame time plot more easily. It can show us when stuttering happens independently from frame time spikes, although that may be unlikely. It can sort of normalize for frame times in a way that makes comparisons between different hardware easier, and it can deal with up and down frame time trends across test passes effectively. Most importantly, animation error forces us to think about what we're doing and make us think about the metrics that we're actually collecting and analyzing, because we're now closer to discussing why stuttering feels bad and what's making it feel bad, not just that it exists. So we're still experimenting with ways to make all this useful. If you want to try it out for yourself, PresentMon is free and open source. It now has a user interface version as well. If you're a reviewer and you found this video useful in developing your own methods or your own charts in the future based on this, we'd really appreciate you pointing back here if you used any of this. We've been using PresentMon for years, and actually, most people who've tested game performance have, including most of the reviewers. And users use PresentMon all the time. You often just don't know it. It's built into all kinds of stuff, like hardware info. The tool is wrapped in over half a dozen at this point software solutions that are baking PresentMon into their own interfaces, but it's PresentMon at the core. So it's pretty well distributed and used out there. This is just a new part of those metrics. We use the command line version, but there's also a user interface tool you can see in our video we introduced to Jay previously. He's been doing a lot with it. They sometimes have different feature sets between command line and user interface. Because of that, a quick security warning though. So first of all, PresentMon is an awesome tool. You should play around with it if you haven't. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it. But more importantly, the only official source for PresentMon is GitHub and Intel.com. Intel maintains it. It's an open source utility on GitHub. There are websites out there. There's a presentmon.com we saw. We have not used it. I don't know if that is safe or not, but we know that it is not an official source. And so for security reasons, we would advise only downloading it from GitHub and from Intel.com because the other ones are not official sources. Or you can download a wrapped version from some other provider like Hardware Info or something. Testing animation error like this is exciting though, because we can finally directly score stuttering instead of simply deducing it. Big picture, this is similar to when PresentMon moved away from MS between presents. The numbers and conclusions may not change much, but the measurements are closer to what we're really talking about. All right, so this isn't the end game of benchmarking. That'd be pretty boring. Hopefully it's not. There's plenty more to discover, including with this tool. This is a research piece, just to be extremely clear. So that means we are still learning about all of this too. we are trying to start the conversation, get the ball rolling, and put this out there for the community and for other reviewers and enthusiasts to kind of experiment with and see what they can do. And hopefully it's useful. And again, if you find it useful, point back to us if you don't mind. Credit to Tom Peterson as well for starting this conversation with us to start with you all. He's an excellent engineer. He's worked at NVIDIA and Intel now. And his team has done a great job at building an open source utility and maintaining it. And now it is just up to all the other vendors to keep playing ball. So that'd be mostly NVIDIA and AMD. But so far we've got a great start. And thanks to Tom for his patience in teaching us about this. And I believe the quote was, running away from lions and shit. That was really what made it a lot easier to understand all of this. I don't know why. It was those words that I was like, oh, okay, yeah, we can do that. Anyway. Subscribe for more. Please support us directly. You can go to store.gamersnexus.net to do that by grabbing one of these t-shirts. This is our Blind Eye shirt that we launched with our AI GPU black market smuggling documentary. Or you can grab one of our PC building anti-static mod mats also on the store, or our mouse mats, coaster packs, and other items. All of that supports us directly, or go to patreon.com/gamersnexus. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all next time. Check this out. Take a look at this. That right there is the animation error. Now let's talk about the animation error. Can we talk about the animation error, please? I've been dying to talk about the animation error with you all year. So I say to myself, I gotta find this metric. I gotta figure out how to quantify this. I gotta figure out how to put these numbers on the reviews. Goddamn charts. Otherwise, you all are gonna keep talking about stutters and hitching, and you're never gonna see the data. So I put the numbers on the charts, and what do I find out, Vitaly? What do I find out? There is no frame time problems. The frame time problems don't exist, okay? But they're stuttering. So I figure, oh shit, buddy. Okay, I gotta dig a little deeper. There's no frame time problem. You gotta be kidding me. I got boxes full of frame time problems. And then I realized it. Animation error. It's been there the whole time. Tom Peterson told us about animation error, but no one believed him. No one could find it. But we found it. We found the animation error.
Welcome back to another episode of Once Upon a Ghost Light. We would absolutely love it if you'd like this video, subscribe to our channel, and check that bell so you never miss an episode. And of course, while you're doing that, I'm going to read some comments from last week's episode right now. Comment number 1. Watching the light leave Mikey's eyes, his soul leaving his body when asked to play Chuckles again was truly amazing.
You're welcome.
Quote number 2.
Like and subscribe.
This one's one of my personal favorites. My phone connected to my car's audio while leaving for work, and I forgot how loud I left the volume. Nothing like Mace screaming, "Is that a ghost playing the piano?" at max volume at 5:30 in the morning.
Flat furniture.
Comment number 3. Time to sit down in my blanket and watch the fellas yes and their way in or out of some type of situation they no doubt could have avoided. We're glad to have you. And lastly, and this is actually my favorite, I started watching you in November of 2023. Whoa. It feels like I've been watching you for 2 whole years. So as always, make sure you leave a comment below. Let us know what you like most about the session. In the meantime, if you'd like to support the stream, you got a few different ways that you can do that. You can subscribe and become a channel member right here on YouTube. You can go check out our merch shop. We've got a lot of really great stuff over there. You can become a patron over on Patreon. It's the only place to watch 2 of our exclusive campaigns. And lastly, you can check out The Crooked Moon at thecrookedmoon.com or adventures.com/shop, as well as find it on D&D Beyond right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We are Legends of Avantris.
I can't hear you over the music.
We are Legends of Avantris.
Yeah, I know.
You're watching Ghostlight.
Okay.
Bring on the spooky haha times.
Roll that beautiful bean footage, Rich.
Hungry woods, reaching high, snatch the light out from the sky. Leafy sighs, creaking bones,